NA Regional Playoff, day number 1, top 5. Number 5. I think that they're just on damage control. They're just trying to get kills now because this is going to be very, very difficult to cross. Maybe they might have a firefight that could break out. But
SCK has to delay that push, which could that could become an issue later on down the line. We'll see where the timing works out, where the next circle goes.
Throws a Molotov off the side. You know, you got to dry off your teammates after they make that nice long run. Trying to juke out the bullets, and he's doing a good job. Can he manage to make it into cover? It looks like at least one member of Team Dynamic is going to find someone. I say that, man. They're
wow.
just spraying into that. That focus fire is crazy. Number 4. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now. He just breached that building. Open it up. Number 3. Remember our boy Clemson, still alive, Dynamic? He's about to get himself delivered some kills. Can he get them done? One, but he is going to go down. That is a valiant hold coming out from Dynamic. They should have died a long time ago. Number 2.
Barely getting away with his life. That glass break might have been heard, and now Waldo is holding off in a separate angle push.
He is all by his lonesome, trying to find the angle. Does connect onto one. Oh! He's got the window, trying to spray. Does get the second one. Can Waldo keep his team alive? Your top play of the day, number 1.
But LG, they just gotta wait for an opening, and that reloading on the roof, this might be what they need to break open Third Eye's defense.
Oh, sneaky angle. Doesn't get the reward. Now we're gonna have an idea where it's at. Can the nade bounce in the direction they want it to? It looks like it is. Good connect coming out from Mello. That's going to go ahead and give them the opportunity to creep forward.
Morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It's time for day 2 of the North America's regional qualifier. My name is Toffees. We get into our final day of play, our last 6 games. It's my honor to walk you through the action, but I won't be doing it alone. I'm going to be joined by 2 new faces. Their old faces returning after a bit of a hiatus. It is Godspeed and Porosaurus. Gentlemen, we've been off for a while. Poro, it's been a long break. How's it feel to be back?
You know, my seat's still warm. There's somebody left coffee in my coffee cup, so I had to clean that out. But other than that, it's great to get back. I'm excited to see the second day of games.
That's what I love about you, the details, the fascinating details we get about your life.
It's a tale, you know. You got to weave a tapestry of stories.
A tapestry of coffee stories. Godspeed. I'm glad to see you. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. It's been even longer for me since we've been on a cast together, but I'm absolutely ready. This year's already shaping up to be really fun. This first day has been fun, and
yeah,
I'm genuinely curious as to what that coffee cup looked like after 6 months sitting in the same
It's gross,
spot.
man.
It's actually kind of disgusting.
It's like a science experiment.
I don't think it was an experiment. I think you forgot.
It's like
I love
last
the
of us in
idea that
there.
you just left a coffee cup at your broadcasting desk and don't touch it till you return to work. We're going to get into putting in all of this work, breaking down teams, talking about things like the incredible 17-kill win by Luminosity. But before we do, we got to remind everyone of what it took to get here and what it is our players are working to take home. 128 teams from both regions dropped in and battled their way to the regional qualifiers, where the top 8 teams pitted themselves against the 8 invited teams. Now in North America, a bit of a detail, because of a move by Gas Cans, 9 teams made it through the opens and 7 came from the invited group. And one of those teams, Funny Business, who just barely got in 9th place, is actually in 4th and doing really well. On the other side, in Latin America right now, things have been heating up. Fiumba, Acreche, and Bilu, who's really the lion's share of 22 in sort of a new form, is leading the charge there. And after their 6 games today, we're going to know which 8 of them will take on the 8 from North America to make the all-star finale in 2 weekends. Now, we're playing for 2 days. We're playing super settings, 6 matches, 10 points for first, and 1 point per kill is how you put the numbers on the board. But what are you playing for? You want to make the cash. You got to get to the grand final to make the lion's share of the $95,000 that is on the line for this event. 25K goes to first place. And I will say this and point out, for the 8 teams who have their hearts and dreams broken today, they will at least leave $500 richer. So it's something.
It's something.
Not nothing. Not nothing. Now, here's the teams that are going to be playing for that money. The 16 teams that have earned their way here to fight for dominance in North America. Only 8 will advance to beat the best or fight the best out of Latin America. It should be interesting to see. Now, before we get into breaking it down, let's take a look at the leaderboard as where it stands going into our final day of play. Shoot to kill, leading the charge with 77. Sonics and Luminosity chasing behind, and then a very large gap till we get to Funny Business and the rest of our teams bringing up the rear. All right, that's where it stands now. That's how we got to this point. Let me bring back my experts. I got Porosaurus, I got Godspeed, and mostly I got questions. We ended yesterday talking about a team called Elevate, Poro. I asked my other analyst, is this a team that has North American top tier pedigree in the long run? The answer was, after today, I just don't know. So I need more information about this team and what's not working, or can it pull itself together?
I mean, if you're asking if they should be, I think they should. I definitely think they have the skill. They've got the players. I mean, you talk about 2 young guns in Ethan and Gats that we were talking about a lot last year. I mean, this is essentially the best iteration of Dodge minus Finna plus Honey Badger. And we saw what Honey Badger was able to put together yesterday. He looked really good. Now we just need to see the other boys kind of step up a little bit. Now, they did have a lot of issues early on in the day, especially on Erangel, with trying to overcommit, trying to over push on some of their rotations, maybe just making blind sends, maybe being a little bit too aggressive, maybe not taking the lobby seriously enough, or thinking that they could get away with more. They learned their lesson though once they moved over to Miramar, started finding their footing, and now we see them kind of in that top 8 position. I expect them to do a lot better here today as well.
Yeah, I think this is a team that we see rise up, right? If you had asked me who are young guns, who's upcoming in the scene, Ethan, Gats, Hikerman, they're all in the conversation, but that bloodlust was just so gosh darn strong yesterday. Godspeed. I want you to talk to me about a team, Elevate's struggling at the bottom to get to the top. Here's a team that is absolutely playing out of their mind to kill.
Yeah, this is actually one of the teams I was most excited to talk about, even if I was in the cast yesterday. The fact that they're winning is nice, but I just think that Vegas has slotted into this roster in a really incredible way. Obviously, losing Luke was a pretty big blow for any team. Luke's very talented, but I think the change in coach to Wooly and then change in player to Vegas has just been really great. I know Vegas has been wanting to play with SDK for a while. He's always been kind of subbing in and out of scrims for them, but also having that pedigree with playing with Penta in the past and just being a player that I feel like adds a lot to the dynamic of the team, specifically with just being a former IGL and coming in and helping Kurt with that as well. Obviously, we heard their comms in one of the games, and they've been so clean. Their timing has been wonderful so far. Mainly their deliberate decision making and how patient they are in taking fights has also been a massive boon for them. I think the real question is just how long will this last? Is this a honeymoon thing? Will they actually be consistent with this? That's the only real question I have at this point. But it's only been 1 day.
Honeymoon phrases. No, it is 1 day, but again, there's only 2 days to play. It's a shortened season. You got to make some big plays. I do want to give a shout out. I think you said so, Poro. Elevate is in 6th, but the fact that they're 11 to 12 points for battling for relegation is something I expect better from when it comes to them. All right, now, if you guys think that you know the best players, if you think that you love to get in the game, well, you can do so. Fantasy League is still going on right now, and there's actually some time for you to go in there and make some changes if you need to. The points are still going to be the same. You cannot change your team once the weekend starts. However, it's almost time. I think you got about 10, 15 more minutes to go if you want to change your captain or bench someone for your sub. You can do that if you want to change up those points. So feel free to head over and do that. Let's take a quick look at the global leaderboard, see who's coming out on top. We want to make sure that you get featured if you're a genius. And these guys seem to be geniuses. All 10 of them have picked the perfect team. In fact, let's take a look, Poro, at that perfect team.
That's a pretty good team, isn't it? I mean, I think we kind of touching back on what Godspeed was saying with Vegas and how well he's slotted in with this STK roster. I think a lot of people took a flyer on Vegas at 14,000, and I was thinking about it, man. Yep. I was really thinking about it, but like, just the way it turned out, I ended up not being able to pick him up. Matrim ended up picking him up, and he's definitely seeing the dividends of that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's actually Matrim's team that we just saw. Now, these are the top 5 value picks, Godspeed. I know that you talked up Vegas. He's a value pick because you don't think he ever really lost his step. To be honest, there's been times where Vegas has come back and played with a roster, and it hasn't been that great. It hasn't been that successful. But when Poro and I were actually talking about it right before the broadcast, I really do feel like it comes down to being giving Vegas the chance with a really strong core roster, and that's finally what he's kind of getting the chance to do here. That being said, I mean, we have some other amazing picks. Richie B has been an absolute budget workhorse. Maji, Icy Flex also was someone I was very heavily considering on my team, and Red Rider for Orion, man. These guys are putting in so much work, and there's just a lot of value in picking up any one of them. Because I promise the price is going to stay this low as well moving forward. Well, some of them. I think the numbers I saw on Richie and Ice Flex, only because they're both on my team, were pretty impressive yesterday. Let's take a look at the Fantasy Caster picks. I want to know what our talent team is doing right now. Matrim dominating. He's tied with that 239, which means not only did he pick the best team, he put the captain's band in the right place as well. So he's going to come away with those huge points. Poro, I'm going to come to you because you're used to being second.
Yeah, I really kind of am getting used to being second here. It's very frustrating, but I think a lot of people, if you're looking at making any changes on your fantasy squad up to right now, especially in terms of captain, you're probably thinking, okay, do I keep the captain ban on Kickstart or do I move it over to Tiggleton or vice versa, right? And to be honest, I think just follow your heart on this one. Yeah. I mean, I think both of them are probably going to pop off today. Talking to Tig before the stream, he's feeling great about things. They're feeling very confident. So, I mean, I honestly, I can't make an argument for picking one over the other in terms of that captain spot.
Let me ask you, where did you put your captain band today, Poro?
Still on Kickstart. I'm
still on Kickstart. Godson, where's your captain band?
It's same. It's also on Kickstart.
On Kickstart? All right, I moved mine to Tig today, so we'll see how that goes. Let's take a look at the other folks played, including myself. Moved it to Tig, and I actually benched Retaliative and brought Icy Flex in off of the bench to join Richie B. So I think they're going to make big moves. I picked Tig for the band because they've qualified essentially, and I think they're going to have a crazy day where they go out and just take fights, and I like seeing Tig turned on. Another person you see on here, he's not in last, but his roster's a little bit unique than some. He's returned to the fold. It is welcoming back of the Mustache Dave. Welcome back, Dave. Do you still stand by your unique fantasy picks?
Listen, I'm a man of the people. Real quick, I just want to address yesterday in the chat, someone was getting on me for being a Kickstart fan. Relax, all right? We're all Kickstart fans. We all got them picked on the team. Best player NA, we know. But Toffees, to answer your question, ADR, we heard from Greta the GOAT last night in the post-game interview. They mentioned being a day 2 team. I believe it. And I know for a fact this team went over the VODs last night. They got the new game plan here today, and that's to play grouped up, survive, and thrive. So, yep, they're still on my list here today.
I think we saw them make a big push. It opens on the second day. Let's see if it happens today. Now, I know that you also got a chance to do some of the interviews, and I think you sat down with someone that we've talked about a lot today. He's been a game changer and will be going forward. Let's hear from Vegas.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 2, Vegas from Shoot to Kill. Shoot to Kill currently in first place after day number 1. Vegas with 13 elims here so far. Huge day 1 for you, Vegas. Before we get into it, man, I want to ask you, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty happy to see you. I'm glad you're back. You're always my fan favorite, always my favorite. So honestly, I think it's going to be a good year this year with me winning and you casting. I think it's a good combo.
Easy dubs, easy dubs. So now that you are on Shoot to Kill, this team hasn't made a change up in quite some time. Can you kind of talk me through the team chemistry and kind of how you fit into the mix?
Sure. So for a couple of years now, on and off, since they haven't made a change, but I've always been kind of a free agent here and there. And whenever they needed one in scrims for at least 3 years now, I've always subbed in a couple times, every couple of months. And I always really enjoyed their environment and thought that I always thrived playing with them better than anybody. And I was very vocal about that to them, even when they had a full roster. And I had an open dialogue with them, and it shared my interests and said that, you know, I shared what I like about the team, and I try and replicate that on other teams, but I wasn't really able to find anything. So coming into playing with them, I know what their environment is. I know what I have to do, and I know what's expected of me, like in game and out of game. And I think it's like a really great environment they have, and I'm like excited to play with them.
Cool, very cool. So it was an easy kind of mix. You know, you fit right in with the crew because you already have that chemistry built from previously. So that's pretty cool to learn here.
Yeah.
And a couple other things that I learned recently is you have a pretty strict pre-game routine. Do you mind kind of talking us through that here a little bit?
Oh, sure. So every day I wake up in the morning, I go outside, I open my balcony, get my 30 seconds of sunshine. I realize what time it is, if it's sunny or if it's dark out. Then I go to the shower. And take about a 20-minute shower listening to either Disney music or Mustache Dave's greatest hits. And it really gets me in the mood. And then I sit down usually about 6 hours before scrims, and I play 1 TDM with every possible variation of barrel attachments. And that takes me about 2 hours. And then if my wrists are hurting afterwards, I'll wrap my wrist in ice, and then I'll put ice back on if it's inflamed. And then I'll watch twires of what other teams do from every other region. And I laugh at their mistakes. And then if they're notable and recreatable, I'll learn from them, put them in a Quizlet or a video clip, send it to my team, say, look what this team did. Let's not do that. Let's do this better. And then we play our scrims and dominate.
Love it, man. Love it. Big brain right there. Mustache Dave's greatest hits coming to a store near you soon. So Vegas, before I let you go, what can we expect from Shoot to Kill this year and kind of like final sign-offs here for you?
Sure. Well, with the amount of games we play and everything like that, I can't guarantee wins, but I can guarantee with our work ethic and our pregame routines that we're going to have some fun. And I think you'll expect us to be shaken up on the top of the leaderboard, but most importantly, having fun.
Heck yeah. Well, Vegas, good luck on day number 2. I got you picked on my squad, so I'm rooting for you, man.
Let's go. Go Tickleton.
Awesome. Love to have both of those guys back. It's been fun to see Mustache Dave and Vegas back in the mix this season. Just a reminder, so you guys know what we're up against today. 6 matches left to play, and we are going to start in the deserts of Miramar and wrap up in the grassy pastures of Arango. So settle in. It's going to be fun. And I think those last 3 are going to have the wheels come off, as some of these teams have already started to qualify. Like the Sonics today already tweeted, hey guys, we're in. It's going to be a fun day. So I think that could definitely cause a bit of a mix-up. Now, here is the next question I have. Kind of coming off the back of that interview, we heard Vegas say he's been bouncing around. He's been sort of watching these guys play, maybe subbing in occasionally. And Godspeed, it seems like that's been his story across the board the last year or 2 or even 3.
Sure.
Does working as a mercenary in that capacity hurt or help a player?
I think it can be both. Just to kind of answer that as we head into this game, I think a player like Vegas, right, he's obviously been able to slot into different rosters and kind of see different looks on how teams approach the game, which can be a benefit, but at the same time, you don't really get the chance to gel with a roster and a core set of members, and that can also hurt you, and it can be very frustrating. As someone who's also bounced around rosters, kind of earlier in my career, I can kind of feel for Vegas. But yeah, I think depending on what you can take from it, it can be a positive, but it can also hurt you.
Love it. Well, guys, as you know, I am the pilot of this plane, so it's time for me to focus on my other job. I'm going to make sure these players get in and set you loose. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Is that the sound
That's
of the plane?
a nice plane, man.
Yeah, that's right across the middle. Thank you, Pilot Toffees. And yes, we are getting here into game number 1 on the dusty plains of Miramar. Just looking at Vegas there is I thought one of the other things that we haven't gotten a chance to bring up with Vegas is all those teams that he was, kind of the roaming guy for. He was always going in there expected to be the guy, right?
Very
like
solid,
he was
yeah.
expected to be the superstar of whatever team he was on, and now he's finally coming into a team that doesn't need that superstar position filled. It's taken some of that pressure off of him, and I think that's kind of opening him up to do a little bit more as well as Penta's just all on the roof here.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think going into a roster where Vegas and slotting in again to a strong core where he doesn't need to worry about a lot and he just needs to focus on his own play, his own communication. That's an interesting circle we'll talk about in a second. But yeah, somewhere where he can just feel comfortable and there's, like you said, not that crazy amount of pressure. I think it's going to be good for him. I just hope it's not a honeymoon thing. Again, we've seen SDK when they come back and take on the SDK moniker, they generally have like a really good event or two. They end up winning an event, but then things start to fall off towards the end. But again, I think with the change in Vegas, with Wooly now joining as their coach, I think it's going to open up a lot of possibilities for Kurt.
Yeah, and I mean, we were, like you said, we were talking a lot about STK and in kind of before the show, and just the newness, right? That the thing that have new voices in your ear, have new players to play, that new, right? Like it's nothing against obviously Gunnar or Luke 12 guys that have more than proven themselves in this scene over the years. It's just the fact that you now have something to switch up a little bit, right? Like it kind of allows you to see the game a little bit differently, and it freshens it up, right? It makes that grind a little less grindy because now you've got some newness in there to kind of play around.
Well, you also think about it, it's not like that roster with that coach and with Gunnar and Luke, it's not like they didn't have the possibilities to try. They had the opportunities multiple times, right? It's now it's time to switch it up. I think it's good for both Sonics and STK, and heading into this year could be a very good thing. And kind of looking back at the team we just saw before we were watching Butt do a little bit of a cartwheel, Adrenaline. This is a team that obviously I think you and I were both excited for, but I think the biggest issue with them has been just complacency and rotations. They've just been stuck on edge so much, and we even had heard Dave talk to Greta saying how they are a day 2 team, and I'm kind of inclined to agree with that with how they did in the qualifiers, but they didn't have a great start to yesterday.
I mean, look, you can claim that you're a day 2 team all you want. Yeah, that's great, that's fine, that's well and good. But if your first day you're getting 10 points, like that's not a good look. I don't care how good of a day 2 team you are.
Not a good start.
You're just putting yourself way behind the 8 ball. You're having to approach the game completely differently now here in day number 2 as we see 4N push in. Maji's starting to creep out a little bit as Free Fire
he's gonna
Friendly Fire. Oh, there we go.
Odic
immediately taken down. So Maji collecting another point for himself. He's been having a hell of a day, weekend so far for somebody who was going for 9K in fantasy.
Going for 9K, on top of the fact that he's almost kind of been their point man, right? Maji is not afraid to get into the mix at all. He's taking his forward position here with the SLR, hitting some beautiful shots, and this is such an... I love this. Corsac coming in now on this long building, now going to push off 4Nation completely.
I love it. I love it. Now, the one thing about Friendly Fire, on a lot of these teams, a lot of these veteran teams, over the years that we've seen and we've talked to them, especially ones that end up going to international competitions, you kind of hear from them that after you go to international competition and come back to regional competition, it's so much different. Right.
It is.
And we've heard in the past that, from guys like Purdy Curdy, that one of the issues that they were having is that they're giving teams, and this is me quoting him, too much respect.
Too much. No, you as someone who's also, gone to nationals, come back, I agree 100%. you get punished so much harder in an international lobby when you have the best teams around the world, right? And for for a player like Roth, who has not only been to multiple international events but found amazing success there, I can totally see how coming back to a regionals off of an open qualifier, you're just kind of giving teams a little too much respect, as Kurt said. So that being said, I think Friendly Fire has done an amazing job of just making sure they're not making too many mistakes. Obviously, they're a very kill-heavy team. They have, I think, 28 kills, much less placement points. But again, for this roster, I think it's just growing pains. Obviously, Roth is going to do a great job with them, and so far, so good.
Yeah, look, man, they're an aggressive team. They get their bread and butter is and always has been going out there and fighting for those kills here, as we see Alo and Purdy Curdy already with that high ground, going to cause some problems here for FTA in the distance. Now, From the Ashes had a pretty decent day yesterday. We saw some really some signs of life and signs of good showing from Waldo, from Light Show, from the boys, as we now see basically what I think we were calling them baby rumblers.
Kind of, yeah, with Show and Waldini, the last remnants of the rumblers. But I mean, take notice here of STK and the positioning that they're taking here on the south. So much control, so much high ground as well. They can see any team pushing towards them. Just absolutely beautiful control. Their timing this so far yesterday was beyond impeccable. I mean, I've definitely criticized STK in the past for mistakes that they've made, but they really didn't make many yesterday.
No, absolutely. You could see, going back and watching video, how crisp and how clean those rotations were. No trailing, no anybody left behind. The minute a call was made, everybody in vehicles, on the push, on the move.
And we heard that in their comms too.
Yeah. And it's looking to be the same here today, as they do a little bit of repositioning here, checking back in with Friendly Fire. They got a little bit of a close call there with Third Eye, another squad that's having a pretty decent run of things so far, currently sitting in 5th place. Third Eye looking real good, especially on the back of Adam. Adam has been showing up, man.
I absolutely love what I've been seeing from Adam over the last couple of years, and that's why I put 2 players on Third Eye on my fantasy team, because I believe so much in Adam's ability to get them to the mid to late game in good positions, and that's exactly what he did. Speaking of good positions, Tilt Town now, Dangy trying to get a kill here. He's gonna find one on Pat Caps, going down. Beautiful little trap. I don't necessarily think a trap, but just, I mean, when you get the kills driven to you, you take those.
Yeah, they just rolled right on in, and there you go, Dangy. Go ahead and take those. Highs Low will get one of them, but From the Ashes go from getting pinned down by STK. Now they lose 2. Their trail 2 are kind of surrounded by rats right now. Tilt Town just down the street, and STK overlooking all of it. You can see Hello Senpai has got a little bit of an eye on them right now, but it looks like rats are pretty content with just staying on this road, maybe waiting for somebody to come in late.
But this goes to show you again how strong that position I was talking about earlier about STK, right? They were able to basically herd that rotation straight into Tilt Town right behind them and continue holding this side and basically just letting all the overflow be handled by another team behind them. And then From the Ashes, it's unfortunate we're just talking about them, but it's just it was a rotation that didn't work out. Rats actually had an incredible start yesterday. They had some crispy rotations off of circle pops, but then we started to kind of lose them in the later games yesterday. So I hope they go back to what they showed us initially in the first few games.
Yeah, got a little bit lost in the sauce as the day went on, but I've got a lot of faith in my man Hello Senpai. Definitely a reason why I put him on my fantasy roster. He's looked very, very good in the past, and I expect to see more of that here as the day goes on. Checking in with Yoho, looks like they're going to avoid the Rats road trap and instead just kind of push in, get that high ground, a little bit of spot to look around and see where their next move might be going to. So not overextending here so far for Yoho. They have a lot of work cut out for them here today. Not a great first day as far as things go for that squad.
Yes, indeed. As we watch Dynasty here now rotating on the west side towards the edge of the map. Yeah, Yoho, honestly, they didn't have many moments yesterday, but some of the moments they did have were so impressive. Specifically, I'm thinking about that 3v3 they had with LG. And it actually was a 3v2. LG even got the first knock, but it was Shinboy and Bale that just turned that around, and that's what we want to see from Yoho, right? That's what they're capable of. So we now see Dynamic getting very close here to Adrenaline on this concrete setup here in this compound, as that shift is going to be fairly
That's
normal.
decent.
Yeah, it was a decent shift.
That is not terrible. And look at this. Look at the split from LG. Rello already all the way over by the compound towards center. The rest of the squad gonna hop in vehicles, start heading that way here as we check in with Hikerman. Elevate has that high ground, and I think they see something that they like just below. Of course, the tip of the spear is and will always be Honey Badger, as I think he may have spotted this man out on the bridge, and he's just going to make sure he gets his point. Get your money, young man.
Absolutely. And you talked about Elevate, and this team has so much potential. There were some signs of some issues that had cropped up when Honey Badger was on Yahoo. We saw a little over-aggression. You were talking about it, that I just hope they can curtail.
Oh, here we go. First time seeing. It's weird, man. It's so weird seeing Finna not with a dodge tag.
I know.
But he is now with Tokyo Manji Gang, as they are getting peppered from range here by Delta and the rest of Dynamic. But Corsac,
what happened here?
Friendly Fire, they roll right on top of ADR, and they were just not expecting it. Full push, full commit from Friendly Fire. 2 points in the bag.
And Adam is on fire. And
he's
lit
lit.
here from What is? Oh, what a beautiful grenade. Love to see it. The cook on that was perfect.
Just perfectly cooked there. Just a perfect medium rare. Had the crust on it and everything.
Oh, you know that's the best. That's got to be.
It is.
Lamborghini and Lister, though, in a fight now with SKZ from 4Nation as well as his duo. Pulling right in.
Good hold for 4Nation right there, getting him before he could get to the wall, but SKZ inside. Oh, the spray comes through, but doesn't get him.
No,
Flips
the
it,
door
immediately turns back onto him.
Sneezy.
The last one up, but Delta will take short work of him. And now Dynamic has a place to call home, but they have definitely paid for it, losing 2 in the process.
Yeah, and going back to the Friendly Fire in their position, Adrenaline seemed to try to correct one of the mistakes from yesterday, which was just constantly being caught on edge and not being as proactive. They find themselves in a central position, but then they lose the fight to Friendly Fire, which is just really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's tough. It seems a lot of our teams on the lower half of the leaderboard, they're just getting caught in these early splits, and they're just they're running into each other more than anything. I mean, it's not even our top teams that are picking them off. So we see Richie B now for Third Eye. They still have that high ground. They're going to send some shots down towards Tokyo Manji Gang. Big shot going to hit, but doesn't get the knock.
That's a lot of damage, though. That's a lot of damage.
Schwai going to go down, and he will get his point. Tokyo Manji Gang will lose 1. Richie B picking up another kill for Third Eye.
And you love to see it if you're basically anyone on this caster team that has Richie B as one of their budget picks. I mean, he has just been a workhorse for us and just such a good player. Over the course of, I think, his career in PUBG, he's just always been a reliable player on any team he's been on.
Absolutely. Ain't nothing budget about Richard Bisler here, as Juarez trying to pull away. He's going to get taken low by Dylan here. As ADR, they are maybe down to 2, but they are not going down without a fight, as they are spreading out some shots here from range. No knocks coming through just yet.
Keenan is so alone.
Keenan is very alone. Look at the split from Yahoo all across the eastern side. Poonage all the way down south. Keenan getting a little bit close to Chumasera. You gotta know
look at this.
Sonics is gonna be there.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Their split wasn't actually that risky just because they had complete control of the east edge, right?
Okay,
so it does seem like, Keenan was in the most difficult position, as he could have been pushed by Sonics, but fortunately he gets out, and now because of Poonage, they actually have a beautiful foothold on the east side of the circle to move up on foot. Really seems risky, but it really wasn't that bad at all. It was a nice play. Good split.
Everything relied on Keenan being able to have his ears on and hear if Sonics was going to push down onto him and hear exactly when they were going to move. He did exactly what he needed to do. And so lives to fight another day. Not yet. Yeah, excellent. Absolutely. They still get to hang out on the edge. Elevate going to lose Honey Badger, unfortunately. So now they'll be playing with 3 going forward. They do have a pretty clear path in through Vitamar, but
if Honey could just stay alive the majority of the games, he would be such a powerhouse. But it's just a risk. He goes down early. It's something that he's
it definitely feels like a little bit of rust on his part.
Possibly as well, but I think we have seen that in the past. But we'll see. Elevate, obviously, that roster incredibly strong, especially Gats and Hitman.
Yeah, Honey Badger always had the mechanics. It was the the meta that sometimes got in the way here.
He just gets
Oldless is going to
excited.
get spotted out. Oh, yeah.
Just really wants to get in the mix, man. That's all it is.
He's got that
Nice
dog
spray
in him,
from
man.
Audrey.
You can't pull the chain back on Honey Badger. He sees blood. He wants to go pull it. So here we go. Friendly Fire rather going to pick up 2 now off of Third Eye. So it's all down to Richie B.
6 kills
Unfortunately, unfortunately for Third Eye, just getting kind of caught in the middle of a tough rotation there. So Friendly Fire exactly where they need to be so far here is Rats now taking shots over towards Yaho. They've already got 1 knock on Apunich, the high man. But this is going to be a little bit of a tougher push here.
It is. Granted, though, Grant Lannis has a really good position here to kind of skirt over this ridge and try to get a knock or put some pressure on. Ultimately, Rats can take a very strong position in the circle if they can get rid of Yaho. They do have the option to somewhat back up and rotate more towards the south if they'd want to, but it seems like they're trying to commit here.
Look at STK. They're starting to get interested here. Well, that's one way to make a rotation. What is
there you go.
Finna, yeah, get a little moist, get a little
They're gonna have
water,
to
a little.
though. Not...
Yeah, they are. And Tiltown. I mean, nobody's really looking that direction here, but yeah, this fight, Rats. Unfortunately, they allowed Yaho to get that res onto Punich, so Yaho back up to 4 strong. They're getting shot at from way downtown from Sonics, and STK is starting to pull the clamps here. You can see the big spread wrap coming in from that west, multiple angles covered by the STK boys. And again, Sonics have vision on this from the north side, so Retaliative will start things off. Get that knock on a Shim boy. Turn around. Oh, Grant Landis going to give him help with Keenan, but Grant going to go down and get traded down as well. So 2 down for each squad right now as the reset's coming through.
And Bale getting a nice little trade there for themselves, but the biggest issue is SDK. As you said, their timing and decision making on when to push these fights has been so strong, and here it is again. It's going to pay off dividends. Pretty is going to find Punich, and now pressure being put onto not only Yaho but Rats as well.
And Rat's trying to go for a little bit of a lower wrap. There you go, Yaho cleaned up. Retaliative and Hallow Senpai will be the ones that do it. They should have time to get these reses if STK gives it to him. But look at Penta, the long wrap from the south. He's coming down there. He's got to be careful about how he pushes this. He doesn't have a whole lot of support from his squad here. It looks like they can actually still see him, so he can't.
He knows.
Careful about how he does. Oh, there it is. 1 shot, 2 shots.
Beautiful.
Give him 2 knocks immediately. Grant Landis, Hallow Senpai will spot him out. He's going to go down. Great shots from Hallow Senpai, and now the push comes in from STK.
And they should be able to clean this up just fine. That was a beautiful play. A little over-aggressive after the first 2 knocks, but still, as long as he doesn't get flushed, look at Hallow Senpai's going for the point. Or at least just trying to get away,
Yeah. He's going to avoid the nades for now, but you can see they're doing some big damage. And it looks like Vegas will get to Penta. And this is that aggression from STK, not just holding the strong point, but then pushing out and asserting their authority on everything on the edge. The flush will come through onto Retaliative. They're just going to wait until they get their res off, get everybody back together, and they will take care of Hello Senpai in short order.
The only thing I really have to say about that push about STK is maybe Penta got a little greedy after he went for the third knock
again.
No. I'm just initially. Did he?
Well, he's still bleeding out. I'm wondering if I'm not sure what happened there. I think they maybe picked him up, pulled him back in. Okay, that was the play.
It's hard to blame him though, like going for that third after you get 2 clean knocks, and they were able to recover him anyways. Again, it's just the timing and decision. Yeah, the decision making, the timing, the ability to control basically every edge that they've had over the course of yesterday and now today. This has just been so strong for them.
Yeah, if you want to worry about anything here for SDK is that they're pushing out here, and them not being able to finish off Hallow Senpai has kind of opened up a door here for Sonics to backfill them, and they are doing just that here as we check in with Friendly Fire, trying to make take care of what's left of Elevate here on the northwestern side. Hikerman going to be a tough nut to crack here. Friendly Fire will heal up here. They have lost Roth, but 9 kills already for Friendly Fire.
Yep. As we now move over, Penta is actually...
Penta has no idea.
Shrimsy's right under him.
He's
so isolated too. Yep. This is not great, because if they actually let Penta go and he ends up not seeing Sonics, they could absolutely trap and ambush SDK here. They have to be very, very diligent with clearing this. And then they still also are dealing with Hallow Senpai in the back, which they really want to just get off their back.
Yeah, I think Penta saw something. I don't know what it was. I don't know if one of those cars just wasn't where it was whenever he first whenever he left
something
it.
on this wrap, yeah.
He's got an idea here. As you can see, 3/4 of Sonics already in the compound. Tickleton kind of working his way around in the hills.
Looking over at Friendly Fire,
Hello Senpai just won't die, man.
No, he won't. He's being very, very obnoxious for SDK to deal with. But yeah, it was actually funny business looking on this rotation, mainly over from Friendly Fires. They also got pinched between Tokyo Manji. And so they're just trying to find a place to go in right next to Dynamic Delta. Is he going to get a knock? He should be able to. This should be 2 free kills. That's 1. Gets the spray. There it is.
Oh, nice transition. Spray transfer there for Delta. That's about as easy a double kill as you're ever going to find. Unfortunately, there for Friendly Fire that they go down, but they already got their money. Godspeed, 10 kills in the bag. They'll be irritated that they don't get more placement points off of that, because that has been the one thing that has avoided them so far this tournament, is getting those placement points. Kills, they've had those in spades.
Yeah, kills have not been the issue. It's absolutely been the placement points. But speaking of placement points, I mean, Hello Senpai here can absolutely salvage this game, and he's already just staying alive for as long as he has been a nice little plus for them. But look at STK now as they're starting to wrap here towards Sonics, and they're still outside the circle, Poro. So they have to make this push.
Yeah, this is a good shot calling on the part of Shoot to Kill to realize, okay, let's just kind of let that
just
rat
leave
do
the solo
his thing. No idea where he is. We know we've got an issue over here. Penta's been feeding that information over. Gonna lead in with grenades. Not gonna find any knocks just yet. Some damage will come through, but Sonic's doing a good job of avoiding most of it. Vegas tries to take the high ground, but immediately gets shot down. I'm not sure if that was from Sonics or from LG. Either way, no high ground coverage for STK right here as Penta. Oh, he's so close to going down.
But look at the way that they're taking their time. They're not over aggressive. They're still putting pressure on Sonics. But Sonics with such a good answer and such a good position, it's going to be difficult for Shoot to Kill to get anything going here as far as forward momentum. So much utility being used against them. And now on the back foot.
And Sonic's just not giving them anything right now. They get the knock onto Alo, and they just had to bide their time, make it take long enough to where STK was going to have to fight their way through the blue zone.
Yep.
As you can see, Mime and Trimsy still holding that high ground. They're slowly making their way back. They've still got Tiggleton off to the north that has eyes down onto this, I believe, has some kind of angle.
Oh, nice.
As H105 Penda, but the trade will come through. Mime will go down, but immediately H1 looking to go for the res. Maybe even Kurt is going to go down to the zone. And there you go. Shoot to Kill gets eliminated. Really well played by Sonic. Patient stuff.
Yep. I was just talking about how patient STK have been, but Sonics as well, just doing such a good job of backing up and basically letting STK kind of hang themselves against the blue, right?
Yeah. Yeah, really well played. We're going to take a quick listen into Luminosity now that they've got the high ground.
You're fine. Nice.
They're dead.
They're dead. Leave.
Nice flood.
They were smoking to the shack on blue.
We had
we need to play to kill
one
Sonics,
we had one guy of Sonic's close on orange, pretty sure. At the
Yeah,
shack.
he's gonna try to make a play,
he could be
bro.
running. He could be running towards us right now because I'm just getting destroyed by the guy in compound.
He has to make a play. Flood, I think he come towards us.
You have a baton on blue I can go to.
There's one.
That's a rat solo. That's a rat
solo.
solo.
Shoot back, shoot back, shoot back.
I don't see him. I don't see him. I don't see him. I
Bro.
cannot see him. I cannot see him.
He was proning in the blue. I saw him like last second.
I
He
could
was
not
in
see
the
him.
blue.
Guys, we have a plateau on blue. Do we want to play that side or?
Sonic's just
Oh,
working in
Ace
compound.
just got knocked. You need to kill the fucking far guys. You guys need to be all peeking the far guys.
Can you guys come to me?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you till meds.
One of Sonic's is gonna run in the compound, but there's gonna be one close. I'm pretty sure.
Do you want me to go to
Don't
this
peek
plateau?
or- He's running in the open right now.
Am I driving down?
almost
Can you guys
close
send me
or
some?
what?
Yeah. We have.
You
Yeah,
could
we
be
can. We
driving
can.
into Sonics guy.
You can play
I
down
gotta
right here on
play
orange. You can play on orange.
Just
Yes,
gotta
you can play on
That
orange.
kid's still in smokes far.
We don't know where the Sonics guy is though.
Okay,
like
the guy in
in
the
the
shack is
zone.
different. The guy in the shack is different actually. I think. Because he's shooting at them
That
too.
guy's so fucked. He's still on yellow, Rello.
I'm looking. And then we just run down the flood. We just run down the flood.
No, he ran. He made it. I need to get a helmet.
And there you can see the frustration on the part of LG.
Kick,
in particular, that getting killed by a rat and
frustrating,
flushed
man. I get it.
is just the worst. But Halo Senpai doing his best to pick up another point for his squad now. 3 up for LG, and you can see a little bit of confusion as to how many of Sonics were there. They were not 100% sure as to whether Tiggleton was a Sonic or not.
Yeah, they figured it out though. Again, Relo just showing his incredible map and kill feed tracking knowledge, right? He realized that wasn't in fact Sonics and someone else because they were shooting him with the shack, and then just good general circle knowledge about what teams are left, basically. I mean, it's just why LG is so good. And top of the fact they just have beautiful high ground positioning, but meanwhile, Huyn just hitting nasty shots on Talaj.
It's down to 5 teams remaining. Sonic's starting to spread out here a little bit, sending Shrimsy and Tig off to the north while Mime and H-Win keep track of Tilt Town on the south side. Another knock for H-Win there onto Dangyo. Haven't been able to flush these out just yet, so Tilt Town just kind of cycling revives here as the new circle pops, and they will have to make their way in. And Delta, yeah, the Dynamic Boys, a pretty decent spot.
I mean, they've been surviving in this very open area, so kudos to them.
LG. They did not anticipate the push, and nice grenade from Tiggleton, and that's going to take care of Luminosity. And we are down to our top 4. Tilt Town have 4 up, but they have so much work to do.
Yeah, they really do. Not only do they have to push up this hill, but they have to push up the hill against Sonics with really minimal cover. There's not much in the way of playables on their path forwards into that circle. So, I mean, they do have the potential option of wrapping all the way southeast and trying to head towards Tokyo Manji, but that's not great either. It's going to be a tough push either way.
All right, well, we're going to take a listen. How Tilt Town is going to decide to deal with this. Let's take a listen in.
I'm healing. Northeast.
I'm Dynamic push out of the shack.
Watch the right, Toulouse.
I think they're pushing more.
Yeah,
can we wrap out? Can we wrap low? No, we can't.
Can we 4-man crash orange right now? Yeah, let's go 4-man crash orange. We'll fight Sonics.
4-man?
Yeah, come on.
Go.
Man, Savvy, come on.
That's fine. Toulouse is not in.
I know, he can spoil. He can spoil.
Oh, I get knocked.
Need a vest on this guy.
Of course.
Smoke out.
Resin fix.
They're resetting. Sonic's resetting.
Can I get that full neti?
Drop nades.
Can I get the full neti?
Just like that. I mean, I actually really like.
Oh, that was tough rotation for Tilt Town there, and now Sonics, well, they know they've got 3 all trapped inside that shack. The question is, Tiggleton has 3 grenades. This shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime, and this is all academic at this point. As Tig pulls up, we'll find one with the AR. The last one gonna go down to the grenade, and Sonics gets their 3rd win of the regional qualifiers with 11 kills. Godspeed.
Yeah, 11 kills. Hey, they said it was going to be a fun day. And props to Tilted Towers, though. Or Tilt Town, excuse me. They really didn't have many great plays. They actually took the option to go to the west and try to crash the shack. I mean, if you want to give them advice, maybe splitting that and just kind of baiting one half of the duo. But ultimately, Sonics just had so much control. But the fact that they made 2nd place there and survived was great.
Yeah, no, I mean they had a hard time holding on to that south side of the circle. Yep. Keep 4 up to the late game. That's about all you can ever ask, and then just kind of hope that you get a little bit of terrain favor, maybe a little circle luck go your way, and then maybe you can make something of it. But unfortunately for them, Sonics, they had the high ground. I mean, they had everything. Sonics did a fantastic job. I mean, starting really with the holdout of STK.
Yes.
From that point on, it was just methodical.
The holdout of STK plus the ability to push LG after they realized they had lost kick and they were kind of on their back foot. It was just, as you said, it was all academic. Sonics were very solid this game, as they have been yesterday, and I'm curious if they're just going to keep this momentum going. They said it's going to be a fun day. Poro. So
they did say that. They did say that. I'm feeling a little bit stupid about not making Tick my captain now. But you know what, Kickstart, I still have faith in you. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the PUBG Americas series, or as they're considering renaming it, the PUBG Americas Sonics, as they come out with yet another win, 3 in the hopper with only 7 games played. It wouldn't be America's PUBG without domination of the Sonics type. The question will still continue year after year. Can they translate that when they go to the internationals? I'm sure we'll find out soon. Here with Poro and Godspeed, my name is Toffees. We're breaking down all the action. Gentlemen, great job on game number 1. The Sonics feel like it was never in question, Godspeed. They were just in control. They played so clean.
They did play very clean, but it all started, as Mike was saying, with that push that SDK had onto them, right? And the fact that they were able to hold that off so well and then transition that into punishing LG was just it was an amazing play, honestly, and they earned that win.
It was beautiful to watch. So let's actually go back and watch it. I'm sure that's going to show up in the highlights. But really, that's what it came down to. STK, Sonics, Masters class, and they have been for the whole weekend in movement. Highlight time.
Highlight. Oh.
Whoa, hey.
Leaderboards. You know what's better than highlights? Leaderboards. Leaderboards. Sonic's moved out with
man.
20. I mean, look at it. 21 points off the back of that bad boy. Dynamic, Friendly Fire, and Tilt Town, 3 teams who definitely needed to put some points up to feel even slightly kind of comfortable or in the mix, are going to also put up some good numbers there. And we do see a bit of a fall off. Adrenaline said they'd start strong today. Not so much. Funny Business, they're in the hunt. They're falling off a little bit. I do worry. Let's take a look at the overall standings, though, because I think that's where it comes to. Is I want to ask you guys where that cut line is right now. Like, if you are a fan of any of the teams who are not in the top 3, because those top 3, they're probably going. Where do you need to see your team at, Poro?
I mean, look, I think I was talking to Roth about this earlier. He said he thought the cut line would be right around like 65, maybe 70, just because of how many points are getting sucked up by Sonic Shoot to Kill and Luminosity. And so far through one game, I mean, I could see it being like that, maybe even lower. I mean, Sonic Shoot to Kill and Luminosity, they're still coming to play here today, and they're still sucking up points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
so go ahead.
I'd agree around 60 to 70 points as well as the cutoff. That's all. That's all I got.
That makes sense. And it makes sense. And that's something that you can watch. It's not a guarantee, but with so many teams with only 5 games left to play, what means one big match from any of those teams in the middle can really secure their position.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to make those big matches, they have to play incredibly smart. And that's, I want to get back to this because the Sonics won that game. So we're going to give them more laurels. And I'm sure over the course of the next year, we'll talk about Sonics constantly, but it's because they deserve it. But it genuinely felt like when Shoot to Kill made that push there, I mean, it was like they closed the garage, they locked the doors, they bolted the windows, and then they had someone sitting on the roof with a gun sort of guarding the property. And there was just nothing. I mean, I've never been a pro, Gosby, but it did not feel like there was anything STK could have done in that situation outside of maybe hitting a couple of lucky headshots, maybe to dislodge those guys.
Yeah, they definitely had a solid approach coming into that fight. Mm-hmm. Again, they've been measured and patient with all their fights. The big issue there was just the blue. The fact that they had the blue pushing in on their back. If they had more time to fight and that compound was in, it's possible that fight could have gone differently. But again, Sonics knew the blue was coming in, and the fact that they were able to use that to their advantage is basically what won them that gunfight. It was just, again, letting STK just kind of force their own mistakes and then take damage from the blue.
And it was that control, Poro, because we did see them tweet. The Sonics were like, it's going to be a fun day today. It would have been very easy for them to have heard that gunfight with STK just over the hill and maybe come out and tried to play third party, cause some trouble. I am kind of blown away by their patience. Even though they've essentially qualified, they're playing a very smart game.
I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do, though, right? I mean, if you want to look at who kind of ruined 2 teams' games, essentially, it was Hello Senpai. I mean, Hello Senpai not going down early and having 3 of STK just hunt him all the way to the north while Penta was kind of pushing back down. He saw that Sonics pushed in. Sonics did exactly what they should have done, right? They had a high ground position, but they saw that Shoot to Kill was pushing out and taking that fight. So they took the best spot to kind of gatekeep them from that next circle, while also leaving Tiggleton off to the north to kind of keep an eye on what's going on that side because of the terrain. But Hello Senpai basically screwed over STK by just staying alive forever, and then he comes in and gets the kill and the knock of the flush on the kickstart, and just kind of threw LG for a loop there too as well. So it was tough. It was tough.
I want to give a real quick shout out, some love to Friendly Fire as well. This is a team that came in 7th to start the day, and it feels like they just came in aggressive, Godspeed. I was worried they'd let off the gas and try to passive advance. These guys were charging teams, taking fights. They looked good.
And we saw that yesterday as well. For instance, in Game 4, the very first Miramar game, we saw Friendly Fire start in Shuma. They ended up rotating all the way to the north around Sonics. They got a knock on Sonics off of a beautiful bolt shot from Roth, and they completely bullied them and any other team around them off of their position. So that seems to be Friendly Fire's MO. We've seen that before in the past with Roth and the teams that he's been on in previous iterations, and I don't see that changing. And quite honestly, it's working for them as far as finding the kills. They just need to be a little more measured in getting the placements as well.
They found those kills. Let's see if they can find those placements. It's time for match number 2 of the evening. Let's get into it. Poro, Godspeed.
Let's do it.
Hey, thanks.
I wanted to give a shout out to Dynamic as well. Look,
yes,
that's
huge hold for the duo.
They get 11 points in that game down to a duo. They only had 13 points in all of yesterday. So they basically in that one game, you know, Toppy's talking about that one big game that can bring you right back into the conversation for that top 8 spot, that cut line spot. Dynamic comes in here, just steps their foot down in the first game, picks up a bunch of points. So love to see that that performance from them. But real quick, I want to know, you know what I want to know, Godspeed?
I know exactly what you want to know.
I know you know what I want.
I
want to know what Mustache Dave has to say about these first couple of games.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Dave's drop, GG's game 1. But real quick, I just want to point out we have to watch for those teams who are at the top leaderboards, very comfortable qualifying, right? And I'm pointing this out because they could gatekeep these teams on the cusp. I'm looking at Rat from the Ashes. They need to have their head on a swivel. What's happening here? A little road rage. But real quick, before we get into the game, Tilt Town, second place, exactly what they needed to start day number 2. They started dead last, now in 14th. Maybe, just maybe, that could be the game that helps them snowball here today, Poro. What do you think?
Is it the turnaround? The great turnaround?
Tilt Town, baby.
You calling it? I'm calling it right now. Let's go. I believe, baby. I believe. We got 2 more games here on Miramar before we get over to Erangel to wrap things up with 3 more. So 5 total for the rest of the day. Tilt Town, Dynamic, all these teams, Adrenaline that we're talking about that are sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, don't have to necessarily stay there for long. Unfortunately, for some of them, they got a long road to take for this circle here, Godspeed.
Yeah, this is a long rotation as well, and one that could potentially cause issues, especially for the teams coming kind of in the Northwest. It always gets bunched up there. We see it that crossroads, Poro. I mean, that gorge that we so lovingly enjoy playing around. I mean, it's awful. The one right next to El Azahar. But talking about Tilt Town, I think that was a really good start for them. My biggest issue with the team is over the course of yesterday, they just seemed to kind of send it into these spots that they're playing from, whether those have been successful or not. I just want to see some patience because they've had some amazing positions to play from that they've left just to try to get center instead of just kind of slow rolling things. But it could be obviously a start to an amazing day for them.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's definitely a good start. I mean, they had what we said, 7 points after day 1, so now bumped up to 16. Good second place performance, and we heard their comms. Their comms actually really good.
Solid.
I mean, they're very good, very calm. I think the original call was to try to send all 4 to crash that compound. They end up leaving Talage behind, and oh no, of course we're talking about them, so they have to die.
They have
immediately.
From the ashes all over again from last game, man.
I mean, hey, I stand by it, Godspeed. I've never cast curse somebody in my life. It just, it just happens.
It's just either depending on the situation, a happy or unhappy coincidence, right? That's really all it comes down to. Speaking of a happy coincidence, Funny Business has been awesome, man. They have been absolutely in the mix of everything when it comes to just either their rotations and holding down center circle or fighting on the edge. Now, they're not necessarily winning every single fight, but they are doing a lot of damage, and more importantly, they're getting kills. I mean, they are crippling the other teams that are getting into firefights with them, and it shows on the leaderboard. They've been climbing.
Yep, I mean, first game today was a little bit rough, so they dropped down a little bit in terms of the overall standings. But like you said, I mean, I think that they have all the tools that you need to try to stay above that cut line. Now, Miramar hadn't really been delivering for them so far, but maybe they could turn things around. And even if it doesn't, they still got 3 more on Erangel to go, and that seemed to be the spot where that was really pumping off for them.
They were very strong on Erangel. I mean, even in game 2 when they had a beautiful push and fight recovery, and then only losing that game to LG, right, who won the game. So they just have been the thing that's impressed me the most with them is their ability to not only kind of get to a decent position early, but actually fight and defend it until they finally get sandwiched or just taken out by one of the top teams. So really liking what I've seen from Funny Business. Tater specifically has been awesome.
Yeah, no, they haven't been, we talked about it coming into today, that some of the issues that we were seeing from some of the the newer teams, the open qualifier teams, where the blind sends, right? The trying to go for center above all else, trying to go for position, not taking that time, that couple extra seconds to maybe just spot out and see what your next rotation is going to be. But you can see right here, look at Tater.
Yep.
I mean, all the time that they've taken to kind of find the next spot.
I was going to say, speaking of Tater, let's just go into a quick clip of an interview we got with him earlier.
Oh.
So our strategy for comms is basically just creating dialogue with each other, asking what we need from each other, and if you do this, what can I do for you? How can I help you? And then I think our team is working very well on that point, based off yesterday's results.
I think exactly what he said. Results are what matter, and they're seeing good results from what they're doing. So stick with it. Why
Big
not?
fan of them so far. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, check it back in with Tilt Town, now down to 3, and they've got Friendly Fire right on their tail, and that is not the team that you want on your tail, because if we know anything about Friendly Fire,
look at them, dude. They're
going to chase him
down like a dirty dog. They're just not letting up, and that's why we love Friendly Fire, right? Sharp Shot, Roth. I mean, this team is so explosive and so aggressive that can sometimes cause them issues, but that's also what gets them a lot of points.
It's also hella fun to watch, man. They are not a team to just stand idly by and wait for the game to come around. No, they are
straight up running him down. I love it.
After him, I can just hear Roth in my ears, like, "Let's get these idiots!
Get him!
We're gonna kill him! Don't let him get away!" And he's gonna scene swap him as they switch cars. And fortunately for Tilt Town, Islo is gonna get away just in the nick of time. Few more shots coming in from Roth from range. One will hit, but Roth's gonna go down to Dangyo. Nice cover from Tilt Town.
That's actually really good knowledge there to stop and provide some cover fire, right? It's very difficult when you're getting pushed down and chased by a team. It can be stressful, especially when you have a team just so on your heels. But Tilt Town now, Dangyo able to kind of slow things down, give his team a little bit of breathing room. I'm sure they probably want to rotate out of this, but Maji is gonna immediately find Talaj and get the flush. But Sharp, wait a second. Tilt Town is fighting back, man. I love it.
There you go, Dangyo, and he's gonna find Roth as well.
Maji.
So Friendly Fire wanted all of this. Maji gonna come in with the high ground. He's got the M4 in hand. Can he get something else? The flashbang's coming out from Islo, gonna keep him at bay for the time being. Sharp Shot gonna get flushed out. Maji gets one in the 1v1. Dangyo now the last one up. Maji will throw the Molotov to try to put a pause on the push here while his teammate Corsac comes in. But this is exactly what you were talking about. Feast or famine with Friendly Fire. They are gonna live by the sword. By God, they'll die by it as well.
And you know what? To Tilt Town's credit, even if they do get wiped here, at least they turned around and just kind of stood their ground. They're like, look, we're not gonna let you just bully us. And they took 2 members of Friendly Fire away, and there's still a possibility for them to win this fight. If Dangyo can just hit a miraculous knock here, puts himself in a 1v1 situation, very winnable. His position is difficult though. A little bit of a burden to work with, and yeah, there it is. But again, costly, very costly for Friendly Fire.
Well, but they got 4 kills in the bag now, as we also saw on the kill feed Orion losing 2 to Tokyo Maji Gang. So I think that was a compound crash that went awry for them. Yeah. Two up still. RJX Live and Babbler still up for Orion, so they're not completely out of things yet. As we check in with Elevate, little eyes on Dynamic, holding down the compound. I think this is just Hikerman making sure that the rest of his team can pull a rotate without having to worry about getting shot at from them. Ooh, Adam again.
Yeah, despite Elevate kind of having some issues early yesterday, I mean, they've really been able to turn mainly their gunfights around. They've won pretty much every gunfight they've gotten on the edge against any team. It's just a matter of losing people early for that team specifically. I mean, we've obviously lost Honey Badger a few times, but yeah, just keeping if that squad can stay 4 alive into a late game, very high chance of winning. But Vox through the bars as well. Let me tell you how easy those things are not to shoot through. Terrible shooting through those bars, man. Beautiful shots from Vox. I hate shooting through those.
Oh, and unfortunately for him, Dillahan from range gonna pick him up from ADR. Ooh, circle shift go back to the northwest. A lot of teams around Bendito right now.
Oh, look at this crash from Third Eye.
Finish things up here. And yeah, Third Eye, after the knock on the Vox, Vox did get that initial knock. And they're going to push in. They're going to try to go for that res. Looks like they should be able to get it while the smoke blooms. But Third Eye not giving up on this just yet. They still got one playing the outside.
Not the greatest position either for the last member there for Nation, but now with a little bit of support, there are two of them, and they are starting to circle this compound.
Oh, it's 4 Nation. I'm sorry. I completely failed on
fine,
that.
brother. And Kurt, he gets sprayed out. Seat swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too after they saw who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime and maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seat swap comes through, and there it is. Shrimsy will pick him up, and Sonics will clean STK.
Just full confidence, and we didn't necessarily get to see how that crash started, but it just happened so fast. Tig with that immediate knock, STK down 2, and Penta and Alo could only do so much in that situation, and now Third Eye completely taking control of this compound, and this is so strong in this position. But it's, I mean, it's Adam. Are we surprised? Are we surprised they're in a good position early? I don't think so.
Yeah, they are outside a circle right now. Looks like they're just looking to make sure that From the Ashes isn't interested in coming up to them. So yeah, we'll finish looting up. They do lose Adam.
It's a free rotation in, baby. This is such a good spot to rotate from.
Yeah, super free.
Their macro early is so good. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. I love the way Adam thinks about this game.
It's working a treat for him so far. Unfortunately, Adam, as we said, is out for now, but still 3 up for Third Eye as Adrenaline taking a few passing shots at LG, going for the high ground in Minas Generalis. Should be very comfortable position for these boys to play, as they are very, very familiar with everything around this area. Their looting spot now. Adrenaline have a 2-2 split on the south side.
You've seen LG up here, man.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna get so many points if this circle ends up just ending right on top.
If this thing shifts down to the south,
it's almost a foregone conclusion. No matter how well Sonic's been playing,
Cat is gonna lose their mind.
Yeah. Speaking of losing, calculated.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got this. Well, I've never seen Waldo miss those.
No, because he never has.
Yeah, he just doesn't do it.
I will say though, driving in this area is a real pain, especially with that very long hood. You can do it, buddy.
I think you missed a box there, Waldo. Go back. You're trying to hit every single one on the way through. His hands are in full 10-2 position right now as he's steering his way through. The rest of the team has made it off to the north, just off to the east of Hacienda. And they have all types of room. I mean, the western side of this
it's wide open.
Of this circle is completely open, so they have a free path into the Death Valley here if that is where they decide to play. So, really interested to see where this shift goes, because that's going to determine a lot.
Dude,
there you go.
why?
From the Ashes.
It's right on that that ravine of death in between Azahar. This is.
Look at how many teams are off to the south too.
If this, could you imagine if this shifts north? It would be chaos, absolute chaos. I actually would really hope that From the Ashes would just kind of take that compound on the western edge and just hold. Right, that is one of the strongest positions. You don't need to commit to one side or the other, which is generally what kills so many of these teams. And they actually just leave it open. They opt to go for the compound closer underneath Orion's Babbler. So.
Yeah, that western compound feels like it would be the aggressive play. This From the Ashes compound that they took seems like it's going to be the late game play. So it seems like FTA, trying to go for the win on this one, especially considering how hard this shifted off from the south to the north here. As Adrenaline finding some shots into Sonics. Tickets in very, very low, and ain't going to be the one to let the last one into Tig. And Tig will go down early for Sonics, now down to 2 after taking out STK earlier.
And sometimes that's just what's the phrase?
That's the way it be.
It's how it be.
You don't think it do what it do. It be how it be, but it do.
I do actually like, yes, I do like that Yahoo is kind of sat back on that southeastern edge and kind of holding that hill compound, letting teams rotate it past. But again, I worry about if this hard shifts north, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean,
For
funny
LG
business.
and Yahoo, yeah.
Funny business, the only team right now north of that trench, although it does look like Rats is heading that direction. And Third Eye
Actually
kind
found
of,
that compound, yeah.
yeah, Third Eye toying with it a little bit. They're actually kind of holding both north and south of the trench and the trench itself as well. So
I like
doing their most with 3 people.
I think they also know that the west side is mostly clean, right? So they're safe to do so, and it's a good play. It seems like a greedy split, but it's not. They should be able to consolidate if needed. The Sonics find themselves right now in the dead center of circles, struggling. I also worry about Funny Business a little bit as well, though. If that circle shifts to the south, which I think we would both say it probably will, right? We don't know, but it's looking like it's going to shift south. That puts Funny Business in a very difficult situation on the rotation south.
Well, this is ADR kind of getting their comeuppance at this point. They held that 2-2 split. Well, they held that 2-2 split. They were taking pot shots and long-range shots at LG and at Yahoo.
Sonics, yep.
And Sonics, and now they finally make that late push. They managed to get through, though, so... You know,
I'm just curious how much information they have, though, Boro, just coming this deep
not
in the
much
circle,
anything,
right? And
really. They also lose Innate, as Innate, I think, lost his vehicle, so 3 of ADR are going to push all the...
They're just going to get so close to friendly
Oh,
fire. Oh, the car! How does the car not knock Maji?
Did he just do the leap? He did.
That was insane. And now because of that, this 2-man has taken out all 3 members of the crashing team of Adrenaline. It's just down to Innate. I cannot believe that happened.
God. Maji with the timely leap. And now, yeah, Sonics wants this. I think they read the kill feed. They know that friendly fire is only 2 and Maji is down.
And this would be a good position to take as a duo too. Very good position.
Yeah, well, that's what friendly fire thought. And there goes Maji. Will get cleaned up by H1. It looks like that's going to be all that Sonics really wants off of this. And remember, we said Innate, I think his vehicle got shot up so much. Yeah, that he ended up having to stop. And unfortunately wasn't able to push, but I guess fortunately now, because ADR actually still in it.
I mean, at the very least, yeah, it seems like that unfortunate happenings to Innate actually was a blessing in disguise, as he's going to keep the team alive for the time being. Rats now taking shots at the rotating team of Funny Business. This is exactly what I was a little worried about. Funny Business coming into the south, have to rotate into quite a few teams, as they're going to get right next to Corsac here, Mike.
Yeah, they actually have surprisingly from the ashes. I don't know if they just weren't sending it down on him. Corsac going to find a little bit of damage, but won't get the knock, and that's going to open up a spot here for Funny Business. Now Keenan's still on that northern side. Rats are just spraying this down from the north, trying to open up a door for themselves to move in, because now you see Rats still on that northern side. Elevate now taking the gas station. They're not inside
Still
circle
not in,
either.
Yep.
So there's 3 teams really over here, if you include Dynamic, that has that high ground on the south side. They've got somewhere to go, but they're getting a little bit pinched by Tokyo, Manjigang, and Yahoo. So you feel like all of this up to the northeast is about to come to a head.
And Elevate, I mean, yeah, what is their rotation here? Are they going to try to backfill in off Rats? Is that the play, or are they going to just kind of slow roll it and go into Dynamic? I actually don't know, but Rats taking a lot of shots here, just trying to find somewhere to play. The little dip here right underneath the Sonics. They're going to hear that, and surely they're going to pour over and get some shots. There it is, Shrimsy with the first knock onto Grant Lannis. And here comes the util.
Yeah, nice grenade follow up there. We'll flush out Grant Lannis, as now Rats is just like that, destroying Shrimsy, getting most of them, if not all. And Funny Business will lose 1, it looks like, and actually going to lose 1 to the vehicle exploding. That, you hate to see that. H1 going to find another knock onto T-Sock. Should be able to get res. Keegan still off to the north of the trench for Funny Business. He's going to try to make that rotation now. Elevate, meanwhile, move from the gas station. And yeah, there you go. Keegan just gets eaten alive here. So Funny Business down to 2. While Elevate still holds the trench line, as From the Ashes starting to leave their compound.
And this is a good rotation. They let basically Funny Business and the other teams go ahead of them, and then they just came in slow, got a safe position and a good foothold to push on foot, and now they're going to be moving forward. So again, just really good decisions coming out of the Elevate squad. Only 1 kill, but 4 alive.
Elevate now having to make a decision about where to go. Meanwhile, all this is going on to the north, all this craziness that we were expecting, LG just kind of slow playing it, taking up a lot of real estate on the southwestern side. Yahoo doing the same, and just kind of slowly making their way in from the edge, not trying to go for too much here. Although it looks like they might get in here by LG. Is now Ethan. Gat's going to go down. Ethan going to pull back away through the smoke. Is Dynamic has a nice little spread here, but they're starting to get picked out.
They do and they don't. The problem is they're so far spread. Those knocks are going to be difficult to recover, especially because of the fact that Elevate can actually get their knocks up and push. I'm curious. I don't think they take that vehicle. There's no shot. It's absolutely destroyed. They just have to take this fight to Dynamic, honestly.
All they have really, the only option that they really have is we're going to take a listen to Elevate to see how they take this fight.
Okay.
Nade incoming. Sonics is west of it though. Sonics is west of it on green, like green. So we gotta kill this show.
Yeah, I'm grabbing the open mod and driving with you.
There might be one on it, Hector. We have to kill him if he's on it.
No, they're just west. They're just west. They got an instant and they got. They're trading. Hard trading. We should just take safe picks. We should just kill this shit.
Come guys, come.
Yeah, Dynamic's out by the way on
Dynamic's gonna be playing behind us east.
No, one whole Dynamic.
Oh yeah, Ethan, can you watch Dynamic? Ethan, hold Dynamic.
We're taking the switch, guys. One hold Dynamic.
I'm playing boss.
Pull the BQ with me. He's killing to.
I'll hold Dynamic with you.
yeah.
It's actually a hard hold, guys.
You play water. You play water. Chuck the body for like smoke.
Rock in front of me, and then Sonics is low right.
Dynamic has a ridge they can play on orange. We need to be very careful here.
I don't have a nade.
Don't get too fucking greedy, guys. I'm holding Ethan with Dynamic.
Thudo's running up the hill on green. Thudo's like running up further on green.
Okay.
Kill the Sonics guy repping out north, by the way. He's still got like time to do that on the ridge.
I'm looting right now.
Yeah, you could be
Shot by the MK.
You need to come down. You need to come down.
Dynamic or W keying you. The one's like already close-ish on green.
How many up
I'm running
Dynamic?
back.
Do we get any flushes?
I believe that's
Can I take this left, Rock?
I believe that's 3.
I'm running towards Dynamic. Let's pulse shoot for Dynamic, guys.
Yeah, let's just try to wipe Dynamic as a team.
I'm on the back. I need to run down. I'm pushing towards Dynamic. Can we take their head?
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke this left, Rock.
We need to kill the Sonic solo still, by the way. We still need to...
Very active comms coming in from Elevate right there, and you can see the voice of reason at the end coming in and shouting out to, hey, let's focus down
Really
Dynamic. Let's take care of them.
Really love the control here. They realized that even one of those calls, hey guys, let's not get greedy, focus on our position. Again, this is what has caused Elevate to just be so consistent over the course of yesterday and hopefully today. And Miramar, obviously, Mike, seems to be their map.
Seems to be, as H-Win finally spotted out, getting knocked real low by Relo. As
Ooh, I see what she does.
I didn't even intend for that to happen, but you know what, it did. And Sonic's basically raid bosses. H-Win and Shrimsy have combined for like 9 kills since they were down to a duo
for the longest.
And they have just been absolutely dominant on that north side, collecting 11 kills so far here. As now the fight coming in from Elevate. Camberkini already knocked down. Delta trying to use that Murado as cover. The grenade comes through, does about half his health and damage. Lister gets knocked really low as well. One knock through onto Elevate so far. They're gonna have to stop down to go for the res on the Hikerman, and now 2 knocks as they will have to pause this push to get back on 4 feet.
And a hell of a start to today, honestly, from Dynamic, right? A team that was struggling yesterday has really made some decent adjustments here and starting to push the pace towards the mid to end game. Absolutely. Fighting a team like Elevate, putting it on the back foot, even though I think Elevate made the right decision to focus on them. I mean, they are not making it easy.
They sure aren't. And Delta, there's a nice little spot here. Needs to be careful about that vehicle. Make sure it doesn't explode. Nice 4x spray coming through. And Lister actually going for the flank.
This is huge. He's got to be careful, though.
The smokes laid down for Elevate were so thick that they couldn't see it coming. Cambergini going to go down, but not before getting the knock onto Ethan. Lister now the last person alive for his squad. Will spot out Gas.
He shot, though. He shot.
Doesn't see Hikerman. And Elevate barely survives this. Can they get the reses though? Richie B kind of shooting at him from range. Actually going to steal him as Adrenaline will get taken out as Innate finally gets spotted out, snaking his way for ADR to the late game.
From Yahoo as well, and they've actually been very quiet, kind of just coming into this game finally. Now they've been on that southeastern edge for a while. They now have some good ridges here to fight out of, and they're looking down onto LG as well as Tokyo Manji, but LG is probably the bigger threat as they're also on the high ground with them. Tokyo Manji is going to have to make a pretty crazy push up that, and they could, depending on how this third party goes.
Yeah, Tokyo Manji in that Well,
I don't think they need to move though.
Late game
Yeah.
spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
They don't need to move. I doubt they'd push out.
No, they've got no reason to. This defender area for the time being. They've got 4 kills already. Shy, the artist formerly known as Hello My Bad, has got 3 for himself. Juarez with 1. LG, meanwhile, still kind of taking control over that high ground on the south. Although they have kind of making their way around here. Hikerman and the rest of Elevate, they will spot out Richie B. Gats does go down, but this should be a res as Elevate. Boy, they are fighting tooth and nail from this north side.
And again, they have just been so consistent in getting points and then salvaging these games where they kind of get wiped out or they lose 2 to 3 members. And it's been really a pleasure watching them so far. I mean, they are absolute fighters. They never give up. I don't think I've seen them really back off of a fight in a bad way where they've just been completely dominated. Ooh. So Elevate continuing to get those points, man.
Circle pops, and it's going to go hard west. So Tokyo Manjigang can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them, trying to push in with throwables. They got to be careful. Don't want to take a knock or a flush here. This is setting up for a fairly easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of. That's going to be a nice wipe, clean. Flood's going to get picked up. LG on a roll.
7 kills already, and while they're going for the res, Relo already making his way into that circle to claim the spot that they want to play from here, while TM tries to figure out how to deal with Elevate. They've got a little bit of a ridge line to play with here, so it's not as easy as Tokyo Manjigang would really like.
No, it's not, and this is also the issue when you stay in this compound, though, is you get trapped right near where that fence is, right? And which is exactly what's happening in Tokyo Manjigang. Now, this could have obviously shifted and given them more favor, but, I mean, looking at the circle, it was a pretty decent chance, and now they have to figure out how to deal with LG, right? They have to deal with the high ground, but also Elevate is on their low ground with a nice ridge to hold as well. So, I mean, realistically, this just comes down to LG waiting these teams out on rotation and just picking them off. But we'll see if maybe Elevate or Tokyo Manjigang can pull something out here.
Yeah, LG just has to be patient here. And, that's not what you want to see. Hikerman going to find the knock on a Finna and actually going to go down to the Molotov from Colton. So a trade so far from TM and Elevate. Blood will peek down. He's going to spot out one. Yep, Shy will get taken down.
I don't hate that, though. I mean,
no,
putting himself there, it's just LG was way too diligent.
Yeah, I mean, this like we said, I mean, this should just be pretty easy stuff for LG to clean up here. It's just too difficult for the rest of these guys to
and the way they're playing it
to come out of here. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I don't know what you do at this point if you're Tokyo.
I mean, maybe they can get a knock or two or get a point, though. I mean, every point here matters, right? So especially for a team like Tokyo Manjigang. So if they can just manage to find something, it'd be great. But they're just so huddled into that nades utility coming out. I mean, LG is just
like this,
so suffocating to play against.
Love this from Kickstart. Getting down there. He's going to get in there, find the knock on a Finna Juarez, the last one up. LG not wasting any time. Relo will get him knocked low. Finna will try to get him, but Kickstart will get the last one. He gets all 3. 12 kills and another win for Luminosity Gaming.
And this, it's just LG playing to their strengths, right? Proper macro, their overall rotations, the engagements that they've been choosing. And then just that positioning on the high ground basically was a foregone conclusion that they were going to come out on top as long as they didn't lose anyone early. And even the push on the Yahoo, man, just so clean and what we expect from LG at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the thing. I mean, that at any point, if LG takes a knock there or 2 knocks, they open up a door for Yahoo or they open up a door for TMG. But they were playing it very, very safely. They were making sure that they didn't, give up anything that they didn't open any doors for these teams that they needed them. So very clean, very well played, very patient stuff from LG as well. I mean, they were in control of the southwestern side of that map for like 90% of the game. There was just nobody there.
Yeah, basically the entire time, and it shows. That's exactly what we expect, and that's another map now closed out for them. Map 2 of Miramar. We have one more Miramar, of course, guys. We're going to take one quick break, and when we return, we'll close out the Dusty Sands of our favorite map.
Double salute. You can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. They got to be careful. Don't want to take a knock or a flush here. This is setting up for a fairly easy.
Luminosity refuses to be outdone. Sonics gets 3, and they answer Luminosity by getting the 3rd win for themselves. This is the PUBG America series, and the Kings, the 3 Kings, have been on top the entire time. Let's go to the 3 Kings of the desk, myself, Porosaurus, and Godspeed, to break down the last game. And that really is a story for me here, Poro, is that if we go back to the history of the event, just the last day, Luminosity got a win, then Sonics got a win on the next one. Sonics gets their 2nd win. Luminosity gets their 2nd win on the next one. Sonics gets their 3rd win. Luminosity gets the win on the next one. Like, is this bad blood, friendly rivalry? Is this the future as we foresee?
Nah, man, this is just 2 prize fighters just trading punches back and forth, man. And it is so much fun to watch. Like, Sonics, even though they don't get the win, they still got, what was it, like 11, 12 kills as a duo? Like, even when they're not having a great game, they're having a great game. It's kind of ridiculous.
Even when they're not having a great game, they're ruining STK's game. Let's go back and look at that last match. It's highlight time.
Highlights. I love highlights.
Sure. We got some highlights.
Oh, yeah, we got it this time.
Yeah, so Innate, getting himself a nice little knock here. This is actually part of why it was just down to Hwin and Shrimsy for so long. But yeah, I mean, Elevate as well coming in with a nice couple of shots. Innate actually had the opportunity to stay alive for a long time, and he did, but unfortunately got crashed. I think it was by Yahoo eventually.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, we touched on it a little bit. ADR was in a nice little 2-2 split there early on to kind of camp up and get some damage, get some points maybe. But unfortunately for them, they finally had to move, and they had to make a blind send all the way to a shack in the middle and just get absolutely roasted by Amaji and Corsac from Friendly Fire. So, and they put a lot of pressure on Innate to snake his way for some placement points. Got a little bit, but I mean, still the story's got to be LG, right? I mean, absolute control over the southern side of that circle, over the high ground. 22 points, not too shabby. Sonics though, still 12.
That's it. Even when they're down, they are never out. 11 kills are going to manage to keep them in first place because they racked up those kill points. That'll put them at 102 going into the last 4 matches of the day. Luminosity gets into second with the 93, STK at 81, and then a massive drop off. It's like when you're swimming at the beach, Godspeed. You get to that point where the water changes from like light blue to I hope I don't, like there's something living down there.
You're also just like completely losing footing and just like this.
Man. You're giving me the creepies.
Dude, I have thalassophobia, man. It's
thalassophobia.
I have it. It is the worst. I actually don't go to pools as much anymore.
So let me build off of that, though, gentlemen. As you look at this, are there any sea monsters? Is there anybody living in the deep right now who you think could potentially rise up to join those 3?
No, not really. I mean, right? Like, just give them their flowers, right? Like, the big 3 are coming in here and they're putting on a show. And showing why that they are the big 3. We talk about that shelf, right, from the big 3 down to 4th, but then you also got a little bit of a shelf down from 7th to 8th. So this cutline's going to be interesting.
Yeah, actually, if we can go back to show that leaderboard again, because again, 4 matches left to play. I want to remind everyone, only 8 teams are going to advance. So as we move through this event further and further, you want to watch that sort of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th place. We're going to show it to you just so you can start to build that right now. That's a great point. 50, Funny Business, Friendly Fire, Elevate. They got to keep plotting forward, but they have some space to maybe a little more careful, Godspeed. That 8th place spot, I mean, that is literally up for grabs.
Well, that's the great thing about that gap, right? For everyone that's underneath 8th place, not so much for Tokyo Manji, because they are the cutoff currently, is that there's actually a very real chance that any one of the teams below 8th could have just 2 solid games or 3 solid games or strong games even, and they actually are just make the cutoff in their qualifying. So it's wide open still in 8th place and potentially even 7th for some of the teams in 9th, 10th, 11th, like Rats and Yahoo.
Now, I need to understand, as I look at this as a team, a particular team, it's got a canary. I've learned it's not a chicken, it's a canary in 11th place. That's Yahoo. I mean, this is a team, I want to remind everybody of what this roster is. Punage, Shinboy, Keenan, Balefrost. On paper, this is strong. I heard they went through some drama in the offseason. They dropped Bale, and then when Sparking left, they picked him back up. Do you credit that with what's going on? Like, I don't understand why Yahoo's doing so badly.
You know, I don't know. I'm not privy to what's going on behind the scenes when none of us are really. We don't know what the talk is like with the players. But one thing I can say, and we touched on it earlier today, is that we're coming off of a long break.
That's true.
Right? And you think back to Yahoo, they didn't even make PCS 7.
Right.
So, you know, they had that little sweaty time, but where it was, you know, not 100% certain that they were even going to make PGC. So the fact that they're having a little bit of a struggle right now is surprising because they are very, very talented players. But, you know, there's still some really good teams right around that same area. That's they still have a shot, but they got to get their ass together real quick.
And Godspeed, as we prepare for the next match to start, I do want to ask that because this is the change of format this year, the sort of the way that the events are staggered out. We saw a team get eliminated in opens that then tweeted, like, does that mean I don't get to compete for another 3 or 4 months? Like, that adds an extra level of difficulty for these teams, right? Because you have to make it to the finals to stay sharp, it seems like.
I mean, there's an immense amount of pressure, again, especially with the structure of this year. And I think some of these teams are absolutely feeling that. And for a team like Yahoo, when you look at yesterday, their strongest moment was a really good 3v3 against LG. They haven't really shown anything else past that, right? Even in that last game, they managed to kind of come into the end game with 3 or 4 alive, but even then they only had 1 kill and they were pretty quickly wiped by LG after that. So I don't know if it's a lack of proactivity or what's going on with that team, but they've absolutely been struggling. That being said, they obviously are, if you look at paper, one of the stronger rosters, so they should be on the left side of that leaderboard.
And you guys can catch Paper casting all of the action over in Korea. The game's about to start. It's time for our final match in the Dusty Dunes of Miramar. Gentlemen, best of luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dunes.
The dusty sand?
Yeah, anytime you pull alliteration out, I'm a fan of it. I already said what I thought Dusty Dunes sounded like. It's just not appropriate for a PG-13 cast, but very Southern Plain this time around. Now, one thing I got to point out, Godspeed, we are talking about that kind of drop off between third and fourth. Funny Business. We talked a lot about Funny Business, how great of a day they had yesterday. So far today, they've gotten 4 points, and they are finding themselves rapidly descending down the leaderboard.
They are, and I think a big part of that is yesterday, again, we saw them kind of get points in these situations where they were losing members. They were getting in a pretty decent amount of gunfights and winning a lot of those. So far today, that's been less the case. We've seen some rotations. For instance, that last game, they tried to rotate in from the north across that gorge, and they ended up kind of just getting picked apart. It's only been 2 games today. 4 points is definitely not great, but we're just not seeing the same level of kind of aggression or just really winning the team fights in good positions they put themselves in from yesterday. But again, still 4 games today.
Yeah, plenty of time to right the ship. And not only that, we are switching over to Erangel once again after this game. So,
which is where they were very strong.
Exactly. And map reset seems to kind of help a lot of teams out a lot of the times. There's always a couple of teams that, have a little bit of a rough time in the first half of the day, but they turn things on in the second half of the day. Bing Bang Boom used to be the biggest culprit for that. The most noteworthy culprit. But you know what? It is what it is. So we'll see if Funny Business can get back on the right side of things here. As we check in with Elevate Dead Center Circle as we are heading up towards the crater fields, it looks like.
And kind of another team I want to touch upon here as we're watching Elevate, and
touch upon them.
Beautiful position, by the way. They can pretty much go wherever they want within the circle, center, off center. Just a great start for them. Is Rats. I actually really, you want to talk about great starts. Rats really impressed me yesterday in the first couple games with their rotations and their rotation timings, man. Like I said earlier at the start of the cast, when that circle popped, they were already in their vehicles, already moving. And especially that first game on Stalwart Hero, not only were they rotating at proper times, but they were finding kills in those rotations too. I mean, they looked so good. Less so today and towards the latter half of the day yesterday, but I really actually like that roster.
I do too. And, the struggle, it seems they had we say a great first half of the day. It was mostly just that first game.
It was like the first game or two.
Yeah, first game they popped off, and then it's just kind of been MIA since then. But there's some definite fragging power on that team.
Oh yeah,
and as you said, they can find themselves put in positions to where they can get some points, but the kills just have not been coming for them so far. It seems like their play is to try to stay alive, keep 4 up, and avoid any nonsense until at least late mid game. But again, it's just I think they've just been kind of out rotated a little bit.
Yeah,
and that may have something to do with just the fact that it's a new team.
It's a new team, but also like look at this lobby. Steve asked earlier, is there any other teams that could potentially kind of come up and challenge the 3 Kings? I think the biggest issue in that is just the practice that those 3 Kings and some of our more seasoned teams have internationally. We talked about the international level and how important it is to not make mistakes because you get punished so much harder. And you can see that level gap, right, in the teams at the top towards the teams that are on the bottom. And a lot of these teams are still making kind of little mistakes, whether it's mistiming a rotation or not trading properly in a gunfight, right? These examples, which generally are not huge, are causing massive ripples because they're just not used to it, right? They're not used to getting punished that hard by some of the top teams because the lobbies that they're normally in are a little more lenient as far as mistakes allowed.
And this isn't saying anything bad about our teams kind of down the leader or outside of the top 3. I mean, look, This same top
It's just
three has had to
experience.
deal with multiple contenders. I mean, for a while, every year, every tournament,
Every single
it seems like
year,
we're talking about who's going to be the next team, the third team or the fourth team or the fifth team that kind of comes up. Yahoo has been up there. Wild Card was up there.
It's been a bunch of different teams. Bing Bang Boom has been up there.
Bing Bang Boom was up there. I mean, and to be fair, the fact that Sonics, LG, STK pretty much consistently hold off all comers, all these challengers, you got to give credit where credit is due.
Absolutely.
The big three are the big three for a damn reason, and you got to put some respect on there.
And whether that's experience, just good support team around, whether that's coach, family members. There's obviously been an incredible amount of family members that have been supporting, the players. All that stuff really helps, especially when you've been doing this for how long has this game been out? Like almost 6 years now at this point. So it's
Almost.
coming, almost. So
6-year anniversary coming up, baby.
So it's it's just a wealth of experience and making those mistakes earlier in their careers, whereas a lot of these newer teams or new players are just coming up and slowly starting to learn. But that's also the benefit of having the big three, right? Is they're able to get that experience playing regionally without having to go and actually be like, okay, well, this is what Luminosity does. This is what SDK does. This is what Sonics does. And we're playing against them tomorrow. How do we, potentially emulate that or not make as many mistakes?
Set the bar.
Yep. And that, when you have teams like that, it levels up the whole region. Yep.
Absolutely. Well,
let's
see if Yahoo can get their feet back. I think, welcome.
Nice little TED Talk.
Welcome to why Sonics, LG, and STK are always going to be the top three. Oh, they always. I mean, look, hey.
So far,
let's be honest, man. STK has shown signs of falling off in the past.
They have,
but then they come out here, this weekend and just absolutely rip. So, that's the other thing that a lot of teams don't really have is that experience of being at the top, finding themselves falling down, and then knowing what it takes to pull themselves out of that rut.
Yep.
As we see Yahoo just run right into LG. Oh no.
Snakers actually survives. Oh, but he's traded. Mime! And Tig shooting from the distance all the way up top above San Martin.
From Narnia are going to get two off of this.
Far, dude. I'd be so angry. I'd be so angry when you see Tig zoom out. If I'm Kick or Poon or just anyone getting knocked here. And this was a very kind of dangerous rotation coming into phase one.
It was very hopeful, I guess. I mean, look, to be fair, for LG, these shots are from freaking space right now, but the cars are blowing up. They should be able to get.
I was more thinking Yahoo than LG here, but yeah.
Yeah, Yahoo is definitely getting a little bit aggressive with that rotation. Look at STK now is coming in as well. Oh my goodness. This is just Death Alley. All three of our big teams always come in this area, and this is we're in the top of the leaderboard, and we're gonna screw around. We want to take the fight with the other teams that we hate.
But again, this is exactly what Steve was also talking to us about on the desk, right? As soon as one team does well, whether it's LG, SDK, Sonics, it always seems like there's an immediate answer back, and this is now both teams just pouring it onto LG.
If we want to talk about a butterfly flaps its wings in the in the Amazon rainforest, and Sonics would never have been up here in this position in the past because of Wildcard.
True, actually true.
Ever.
I didn't even think about that.
And now all of a sudden LG is finding themselves in a new world of no wild cards. So Sonics has a pretty open spot to just play those hills south of San Martin. And now look at STK wrapping over into Minas. Now Keenan and Balefrost holding down the unpushables. Well, they call them an unpushables for a reason. Godspeed. Why is that?
It's because they're not very easy to push. There's a lot of angles, and there's also a lot of just hallways that you don't. It's not a great building to push in, man. There's so many different angles you can get cut off by, especially if you get knocked. The chances of you getting flushed as well are very high. It's just easy for a duo or a solo to cause a lot of damage in these buildings.
We'll see if Balefrost Keenan can pull that off.
We have a decent hold here. One high ground, one low as well, watching each door. I mean, again, this is why these and the long buildings, right, on this map are notorious for being difficult to push.
Vegas already has an. Oh my goodness, hard shift to the north.
That's a shift.
Okay,
it's a north shift.
Let's go that way, I guess. SDK now. I think they realize what they've got here, and they're just waiting. Like, this is just brutal for Keenan and Balefrost here, and to their credit,
SDK's
kind of sitting there too. So.
SDK's safe. They know Yahoo is a team that is down members, and quite honestly, if I'm SDK, I'd much rather let Rats or Orion, or one of those teams pass than let Yahoo kind of get some more points. So yeah, makes sense. Pens is here alone at this point. It looks like they are starting to back up, but I understand exactly why they're doing this.
Yeah, I mean, you actually bring up a great point, and that is, while the scoreboard might not show it, Yahoo definitely a strong team, and the fact that they are struggling to make that 8th place spot, you kind of wonder if LG was down there for a reason, and that STK is kind of out here for a reason. Is
cutting them off.
I'm not sure if Penta even in the game. Okay, yeah, his little Dorito is moving around on the map.
Penta, oh, he's there. He's just hanging out. He's basically hard holding, yeah. And the rest of SDK at this point have left, but Penta is committed to that. And why not? Why not commit one member to potentially wipe out a team of 2?
Sure. I mean, they're
if you
not
have the lead
in any danger.
Yep,
yeah.
Exactly. Oh, speaking of danger, Babbler.
Babbler taking a few shots here, gonna get right back on the move, but unfortunately for him and the rest of Orion, there are more.
This is a crazy wide fight.
FTA players down the road, and Fluxy's gonna lose almost every tire and almost all his life. As you got a bandy. It's too late.
Is it? No, I think he.
He just barely gets it off. Doesn't matter though.
He's 32 from show. Yep, he's gonna find it, and this looks really awkward. You're probably asking yourself, why the hell are these teams so far out on the west side? It was just a rotation. I'm pretty sure both teams had decided they want to go for the northwest rotation around so they can get to the north of La Cabrera. Unfortunately, they ran into each other at the most inopportune time.
Yeah, this is a direct result, really, of that hard shift to the north. So teams trying to take the long wrap to try to make their way around to the north side. And a couple of different teams had the same idea. It looks like Sonics are going to lose Mime to Tokyo Manji Gang, so that's Sonics down to 3, holding the south side. And SDK still back on the move. Penta looks like he has gotten back in his vehicle. So can't see. He really was. Balefrost had been gone. They're up by water treatment right now, but Penta holding on for dear life, but it looks like he should be able to get out. Meanwhile, Funny Business, once again, in a little bit of trouble here is Friendly Fire. Again, Friendly Fire, just so aggressive, man.
Yeah, and again, for better or worse, feast or famine, they are pushing Funny Business off of their spot. In fact, they're making them go much wider than I believe they wanted to rotate, and that's kind of the effect that Friendly Fire has had so far.
It feels like Friendly Fire knows exactly which edges to play. If they see a team rotating on the north side, they're like, this is not one of the big 3. We can feel confident in just kind of sitting here and ADR farming onto these guys as the new circle does pop.
They're rewarded.
And it'll be okay. There you go. Red Rider will go down eventually now to Waldo, so that's going to be Orion eliminated from the Ashes, still in the blue, but they're going to have a pretty open rotation into the northwest, it looks like there through Cobra area.
This should be nice. I'm actually looking at Dynamic right now, which again, finding consistency so far in the day, man, in a really good position with 4 up. Yeah.
Friendly Fire now getting a little bit closer to Funny Business. They'll get the trade. Corsac goes down. T-Sock will get taken down by Bunt. Bunt has had a couple of little highlight reel plays this weekend so far. Let's see if he can add to that total. Here's now Sharpshot and Maji. They're just going to rain down hell upon him. Roth will do the same. Bunt will stay on the move, take a little bit of damage as he hides in the smoke, waiting as his teammate will get dispatched of.
And this is generally where Funny Business have found some success, getting in these positions and just fighting the team closest around them. But that doesn't look to be the case so far. Wait a second. As I say that, Roth gets knocked, and Keegan all of a sudden, this is what Funny Business can do. They just pick a position, they pick a side of the circle, and they just fight for it. And even if they don't get the wipe, they've been getting good kills. And that's it,
and
man.
There you go.
Funny business.
Lister from range. Man, friendly fire. Again, we said it last game.
We say it a lot. We say it a
live by the sword, die by the sword. Right now, they're dying by the sword quite a bit, as that push onto funny business just did not yield the returns that they were looking for. But you know what? Credit to them. I guarantee you that they will do the exact same thing next game. They know. Probably,
yeah.
They know their game plan. They know what they want to do in this lobby, and they are going to stick with it.
I do worry though, Poro, simply because of the fact that they're not safe. They're not even close to safe. They're at 55 points. So although I agree that's probably the playstyle they would go for again, you know, 9, 10 out of 10 times, but they need to be very careful because if they keep slipping and dying early, they will lose that spot in the top 8.
And we saw it earlier, very early, as when STK was kind of creeping up on Yoho down by the unpushables. Vegas arm in hand yet again.
Love to see it. You'd love to see that kid with an arm, man. Young man. I shouldn't call him a kid anymore. He's a young man.
Yeah, he's not a kid. He's a grown man. As we see the 2-2 split from LG just up top of STK, down to 3 now for STK, down to 3 for Sonics, and they're getting a little bit of a push here from 4Nation, and it looks like they want a piece of this.
I'd love to see 4Nation
leaving the compound.
Just kind of make this push happen. We honestly just haven't seen a lot from this squad.
Yeah, it's been a rough go of things.
And the shift is good for them.
Yeah, if they can take this fight up against Sonics, they'll have the southeast of this circle pretty much to themselves to play around with. So let's see how they decide to do it. Sonics being slow about it, taking their time, and nice position from Zako at the range. SKZ will go down to Tig, but H-Win will get traded. So now it's a 2v3. Shrimsy and Tig on the move yet again. Flashed. We'll have to pull back down.
Oh, we've seen what they can do with 2 before. So
yeah.
But this would be a massive confidence booster if 4Nation can just get rid of them, get rid of this duo, take control of the south side. As you said, they would have so much control, Poro.
They had a good position. They had the trailing member in Zyko that was on the other side of the street, kind of from range, that was keeping an eye on Sonics. Forced them to push around from this north side. Now H1 will get res. So Sonics back up to 3, but the res will come through for 4Nation as well. Tig trying to make the push, but he's got to slow down a little bit, wait for the rest of the team to come in. As the Molotov will lead things off. Flashbang to follow, and now here comes the push. He's going to find one in the bush. Can he find a second?
So close. Oh, he saw him.
Pull back down. Yeah, he knows exactly where he is. Here we go. 2 down now for Tig. Shrimsy will get the assist, actually get the knock with the grenade. And now the rest of 4Nations try to go for the wrap. They're going to find H-Win, but H-Win's ready for it.
Still a duo. They have a chance, but yeah, as you said, H-Win ready. That flash is going to catch him flush. He's going to get the knock. Beautiful stuff. Another flash to buy himself some time, and this is... Again, just going back to experience. This is all about experience. The 4Nation didn't even really have a bad approach at all. As you said, they left one back to try to deal with some trades there and put some pressure on Sonics, but it's just a difference in team fighting ability there. Sonics was able to clean them up and keep 3 alive still.
That was beautiful stuff from Sonics. And 4Nation, we'll get to look at the VOD review on that one to figure out what to do for next time as we check back in with Funny Business. After dealing with friendly fire, they're now having to deal with From the Ashes. That Molotov will land right on top of Bunt, knock him down to about half HP. You can see Keegan holding the line here. Ooh, Show gets knocked very, very low.
Oh,
Keegan
Waldo!
Spotted out by Waldo. Waldo continuing his streak of good play this weekend.
This is the best I've seen Waldo play in a while, and that's not at all a knock on him. Yeah.
Waldo got a little extra pep in his step this time around here. Is Bunt just going to pull back, join his teammate in Tater? They'll leave Keegan to bleed out as From the Ashes slowly making their way through.
Show taking some damage there, but yeah, this is just consistent pressure moving forward. They have to be careful here of utility. That's going to knock Show. I imagine they're going to be able to recover him, but still, this position just inside circle. So From the Ashes actually don't necessarily need to push the pace too quickly here, but they do want to get rid of Funny Business more or less sooner than later, simply because of this position and their rotation going forward.
Saw Tilt Town and Adrenaline get eliminated there on the west side. They got caught out in the blue, pinned down, as From the Ashes slowing down here, trying to go for the res on to Show. They will stick it, as Funny Business just laying down the smokes with the mollies, trying to slow down this push from the Ashes. Pat Caps leading the charge here, the tip of the spear, as he's going to get an angle. Looks like Tater might have pulled back in just in time, but no, Caps will get him.
It's just down to Bunts. He still could do a decent amount of damage here if he gets 1 or 2 knocks. Extra amount of points. No, it's too quick. Show's gonna clean it up, and from the ashes, 4 up on the edge. And look at this! The crush coming from Third Eye onto Tokyo Manji, and it's trade for trade.
Trade for trade, the smoke cloud making things take a little bit longer as Oldless and Vox already down. Richie B and Adam just making sure that there's no one else coming in for the third party. They are just on this south side, just outside of circle. Oldless slowly bleeding down as Juarez will get flushed out. Shrimsy now has a little bit of an angle here. The rest of Sonic's nowhere near. And there you go. Tokyo Manji gang will get cleaned up. Third Eye will win the fight, but lose the war in that they've lost Vox and Oldless. Now Richie B and Adam have some work.
They're also
cut
not
out
in
for
circle
them.
yet either. They're going to have to cross a little bit ahead of them. And I'm pretty sure, I think that was, I didn't see who it was from Sonics. It just has a hard angle, but.
Shrimsy, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if rats are, no one's even close. They're just, Shrimsy actually is going to back up off this. Adam should be able to at least walk in a little bit. They have something to play in front of them, but it's not great.
It
Kick
looks
is
like
going to find
Honey.
Penta.
Yeah, it looked like Honey Badger had a little bit of a angle onto Third
Yeah,
Eye
he
as
did.
well, but
It's just
Elevate
rough.
gonna have to pull back down now as From the Ashes started to creep over the high ground, looking down onto him. Waldo gets knocked, but should be easily rezzed here. 8 kills for From the Ashes as they are showing up in a big way here in our final game on Miramar. It's gonna be a nice boost for them going into our final 3 games on Erangel.
All right, well, at this point, rotating on this north side, let's go ahead and get a listen in with From the Ashes and how they want to deal with this.
Is the car safe here, though?
Yes.
Yeah, car safe. Just smoke it.
No, it's
Yeah, smoke it.
no, we
smoke
gotta push it. We gotta push it in the dip. You have to go in the dip.
Right on me. Come to me.
Right here. That's good. Not in.
Smokes at the shack. Keep coming down. Keep
It's
coming
fine
down.
if it's not in, because we could just bring it in. Like, we'll be fine. It's literally right there.
Gotcha.
How's it looking? Oh, I see all those
Keep coming,
smokes.
keep coming,
We
keep
have
coming.
to get some free kills out here by the shacks and shit.
Try to look at orange line, see if they're split.
Alright, car's in. It's not very safe.
Yeah. Look at the shanties on the right.
Shack speaking left. Kids in the open to my left. All the way east. Free kills.
Seen.
That kid's one.
Watch it.
Get the flush. Got it.
Nice.
We should pull up on the side. Pull up on the side. Let's pull
Wait, we
up.
might be able to get another knock. Look at the edge of blue by the Murado.
Right
Pop the
behind the
tires.
motor.
Pop the tires. Might roll.
I'm using one smoke for cover here.
I think we pull up on that
You
side.
guys pull up. Yeah, pull up on that.
Okay, let's go.
Go.
I'm in. Alright, so you gotta get in.
Up the first.
Oh, this is
I'm
not.
headshot. I'm knocked.
We just leave them. Oh no, we heal.
We're gonna
I'm
pop
done
the
with more
tires.
smokes. I'm resin.
Can we crash the
naded
shanties?
from under us?
Shanties can see us.
We get naded.
I think.
They might push up close. Try to get a flushy.
There's 2 in yellow.
Another nade. No, our car's fucked now.
Keep re-smoking. Oh, okay.
They're just gonna keep tossing them. Another nade on me. Run.
One got knocked.
Try to get just kills on the left. Fuck it.
One's knocked on the hill. One of them that pushed up got knocked by the
Sure.
And then there's 2 in the
9 kills, though.
Wow.
9 kills is not bad at all.
Wow. 9 kills for From the Ashes, but LG, I mean, it just read the situation perfectly. You could hear Light Show calling, saying, look, let's push. And they wanted to get out of that situation. And just as they were about to get away, a knock comes through on Icy Flex. They have to stop down, and LG is just ready and waiting with the grenades. Makes a nice hold for them. Light Show still alive. STK down to just Vegas as they will try to survive a little bit longer.
I will say, though, that's not before From the Ashes did quite a bit of damage to STK. And as you said, 9 kills working their way into this position, phase 6. I mean, they're getting placement points as well. So just a really solid game from the Ashes.
A hell of a game for them. As
Yeah.
we'll see if Show can stay alive a little bit longer, at least get some more placement points. Here's Elevate trying to make the push onto the Rats compound. They are getting picked apart, though. Richie B will flush out Ethan.
Keep him coming. I'm sorry,
You and me
Ethan.
both, brother.
Yeah.
Hikerman and Gats will stay alive here for Elevate. Light Show just going to eat a little bit of blue damage here and see if he can make. I think he just deny this point at this point. Yeah.
They had a fine game. There's absolutely nothing to Yep, there's no shame in dying there, denying the point. I mean, you're denying potentially LG, which doesn't matter, but you know, at the same time, it could matter to one of the other points that might pick it up, like Elevate or Rats.
Well, you know, we were talking about Rats beforehand coming into this game. They have a beautiful position right now. They
really do all game.
They've lost one. They're down to 3, and unfortunately for them, they could not prevent Elevate from getting into their compound. So Hikerman and Gats get up there, so they will be uncozy neighbors for the time being. Meanwhile, Vegas still alive for STK after it looked like the STK was just dead to rights.
It did
from the ashes.
So is Tig, actually. Tig has also survived for quite a long time. Vegas, though, he is on the very edge, and he's going to have to move before anyone else, except for maybe Third Eye. But Third Eye is already trying to make their way into this as they rotate on the south side and maybe come up underneath this hill that Elevate and Rats find themselves on. Tig's in a rough spot. That way to kind of get around that. Tig is in a very bad spot right now, but he might be able to sneak in a circle. I just don't see that happening with LG full focus on him.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
He might. He legitimately might have something underneath. Survive.
Okay, he's got a little bit of an angle. Fortunately for him, Retaliative and the rest of Rats don't have an angle
Vegas,
down on a Tig, but Vegas
get your point.
does.
This is huge. It's not huge. It's relatively nice, though, to get this point and get rid of Tig and Sonics.
God, Vegas wishing he had just one more round
in that
arm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's made it through. He doesn't have a vest, doesn't have much of anything. He's going to take a lot of damage there, and he will go down to the zone. So that'll be it for him. LG now hopping in vehicles, making the push. They know that Tig is right where he is.
Yep.
Can Tig cause some problems here? Rello will hop out, but kickstart right there.
Good
to
trade.
defend his teammate. So good stuff from LG.
And now they can encroach on this compound. Rats, though, Hello Senpai obviously has heard that. He knows that the team has pulled up. They still have Elevate. Yep, very good smokes. This is going to cover their path up. Elevate, though, I mean, they are just hunkering down. Actually, potentially have the ability to try to look at this, but they also know that there's probably another duo or another couple players on their south side, and now this is really all onto. I'm curious what LG and Rats are going to do. I think the fate of this game really relies on these two teams. Elevate could third party, but it comes down to them.
It's really good offensive smokes there from Kickstart to allow that res to come through. You could see that Hello Senpai was wanting to creep down there. Looks like Rats, they've got shotties in hand. They are down to defend their building.
This building's not great to push either, especially with only one staircase going up. Yeah, it sucks. It just sucks to push.
It's gonna be tough. Meanwhile, we also still have Richie B and Adam from Third Eye on that south side. They have so far not really revealed themselves, or at least.
But poor, look at the circle. This is probably going to shift off the compound.
Ooh.
And so
actually shifts off of Rats' compound. Well, not all the way. They could actually stay in there if they wanted to.
Can LG wrap this north? I
don't think they
they can. They'll be in LOS potentially of Elevate on top of the fact that there's still Richie B and Adam on the other side. So
there's a little spot there
ridge
that they can work with.
Yeah. I think that's what they're going to try to do is wrap this north side if they can.
Well, that's what I think they would normally do. Right now, it feels like LG is feeling themselves, and I feel like they want to use this opportunity to try to push these guys out of the compound.
That pocket is so good, though, right in front of us.
Exactly. It's kind of like, what does Rello want to do here? Does Rello want to try to get some practice pushing this compound, or does he just want to get some practice, try to go for the late game?
Normally I would hate that push, but you're right. I mean, there is zero threat of them not qualifying. So why not practice in a tournament environment if they want to push that? Again, it's not really necessary, and they can just skirt this ridge to the north and hold everyone else out. But I don't hate your point. I don't hate it. That's for sure. I still think pushing these is awful, but
oh no, yeah. There's no way that they're gonna do it. Like there's no way they should do it. There's no reasonable. It's not the right decision by any means.
But if they did it, I would be upset. Meanwhile, though, we do see Adam and Richie B jockeying for position. They're kind of starting to transition a little more towards the west side of the circle, and they could potentially get a knock or two off LG and maybe ruin this game. That could be the sign, or excuse me, the what's the word I'm looking for here? The trigger for everyone else to start to kind of jump in.
Yeah, I mean the
catalyst, if you will.
It sucks for Rats that there's just no windows over here.
No, there's.
And it looks like they're completely comfy, just staying inside for as long as they can. I'm sure that they have the smokes are already coming out. It looks like the idea for Rats might be to just push into Elevate's building and see if they like their chances versus them. And honestly, Adam and Richie, Rats actually left the building. They
Rats with the wrap on the other side. Yep.
Oh, they backfilled Third Eye. What a call!
What a play! Yeah, agreed. That was probably the only good play they had.
Truly was. Now, Adam, the last one up here, and LG, they see the kill feed. They know what's going on.
Get it.
Adam gonna lay down the smoke wall to try to survive here a little bit longer. He's got the flashbangs to kind of push onto the edges of the smoke, but unfortunately, yeah, LG, they have eyes on, and now Elevate doing the exact same thing that Third Eye just did. They're coming down from the south side. Rats will clean them up clean.
Oh my goodness.
Rats getting so many points off of this. They're gonna get the trade with LG. LG 3 up. They'll find Hello Senpai. 1 left.
Oh, wait a second.
He's not going down without a fight. Retaliative playing the smokes beautifully here. We'll find Flood as well. It's a 1v2. Rello and Snakers playing around the edges of the smokes, but Retaliative, don't give up on him yet. He's going to make sure he gets that point for his squad.
This is winnable.
And he's going to spot out Snakers. Gets him low. The smokes are dying. Retaliative has to pull back down. Snakers
so little
has
ammo.
To pause down for the health, but 33 rounds left in the match.
Nice.
He's going to find one. Can he get Rello?
We almost got it.
Oh, Rello just barely wins that. Retaliative almost pulls off the hero play, but in the end, it's the 4th victory for Luminosity.
5 kills as well, finally getting out of that compound. Obviously, LG, amazing job, incredible control all event long, or all map long, but that final sequence from Rats was just so good. The decisions to push on that south side, immediately get the knocks. The smokes were used to then try to fight as much as they could against LG. Oh man, Rats, I really wish we could see more of that from them. That was beautiful.
I mean, I put one of their players, I put Retaliative on my team because coming out of opens, these guys looked...
Can you hear Toffees? Because I can't hear Toffees.
I don't think I can hear Toffees.
You guys can hear me. Hold on, let me adjust this for you.
Oh, there
That was
he
my
is.
excitement. I was so excited it actually shut your ears down for a second. I put Retaliative on my fantasy team because of how Rats did in
that's
open
why you're so
qualifiers.
excited.
But no, here's my point. These guys are finally turning back on. Do I think it's too late? Yeah, absolutely. But it was really cool to see a wonderful moment from them in a position that, honestly, when you guys said they don't have windows, I think a lot of us watching at home were like, yeah, you're right. They can't see anything. But I guess Rats don't need eyes. They have ears and instinct, and they played incredibly well. That said, Luminosity comes out with an awesome win, and that's a back-to-backer, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
They're so
They're so
man.
strong. They're so solid. And again, we can go back and it's just the same thing. Diligent rotations, taking the fights that they need to, getting into the split that they need to, and then just so much control, doling out so much damage to the other teams. It's LG, man.
Hey, and you know what? Either way, according to chat, Rats were going to win that game. Luminosity ends up coming out with the victory. Now let's go to take a short break, but instead of cutting to a commercial, we're going to actually check in with our brand new segment, Dave Rates.
33 bullets and a dream. What a play, but welcome everybody to Dave Rates. Viewers submit some plays and I give it a rating. So let's get into clip number 1. Roll it. Clip number 1, end game from game 1, 3 dudes and a shack. Props to Tilt Town for getting a 2nd place here this game, but not sure devoting most of their resources to the shack. Losing vision was the call, but you know who did look good? Diggleton right here with the bada bing, bada boom, backhand throw, winner, chicken dinner. I'm gonna give this, 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10 right there. Remember, the score is out of 10, so 3 out of 10 for that beautiful nade. So let's roll the 2nd clip here. This one, very good one. FTA, this is the one we just saw. FTA looking for some easy kills. We heard them in the comms right there, but quickly being stopped in their tracks. LG had a really good spot for zone control here. Kickstart and crew just tossed a nade after nade, destroying the car and the team. Boom, right there at the end because of the map awareness. Now, the map awareness right there from Kickstart is key, okay? Remember that, map awareness. That's why I gave it a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 right there for Kickstart and that map awareness from the squad. So, you know, it is what it is. If you got a problem with my scoring system, feel free to email me after this to the complaints department. But the final clip here of Dave Raids, let's roll this one. This one, an honorable mention. This one, Cam, a $14 steamer versus the backdrop. Let me tell you about this one. Before Cam got the backdrop and the steamer together, this backdrop was a hot mess. They had wrinkles. Hey, yeah, Cam, I'm talking to you. They had wrinkles everywhere. So with Cam's proper posture, okay, the steamer, remember, it was a $14 steamer. You got that thing looking silky smooth. So because of that, Cam, you get a 5.5, my man. So that's gonna be Dave Rates. More games coming up after this. Don't go anywhere.
While the real star seems to be the $14 steamer, it's not. It's the steamrolling of Luminosity as they show up for yet another match and come out with yet another chicken dinner. My name is Topics. I'm joined by Porosaurus and Godspeed to talk all the action, and a big shout out to Dave Raid's segment. You know, I liked it, and then the Cameron segment made it even better. Though I think Poro, you said it best. In the green room, he just goes, "Well, now I know I'm never safe."
I'm never safe. And now I'm gonna have to put the lens cap on every time I step away, just so I don't end up on Dave Rates.
It's a good show.
It was a good show. I love it. I love having him here, adding a little new flavor, having some fun. That's what we do in North America. Other regions can be stuffy and focus on these crazy breakdowns. We're having a good time because that's what NA PUBG is all about. It's been a good time for the big three, y'all, and that's all you can say about that. Luminosity said, "Oh yeah, 3 wins is cool, but 4 is better." Let's take a look back at how their journey went to take that 4th chicken dinner.
I mean, it was nice.
Highlights.
Wasn't it?
I was waiting for the highlights.
I love highlights.
Yeah.
More highlights.
I got to tell you right off the bat, though, like, I don't think we'll see a highlight of it, but man, tell me that they weren't camping Yoho. Tell me that there's 3 teams, two to 3 teams that aren't intentionally trying to keep Yoho out of the grand finals.
Look, I'm not going to comment on that, but I will comment on that unfortunate rotation timing there from the Ashes and Orion. It got a little awkward, and then Sonics with this beautiful dispatching of 4 Nations, who, to their credit, I mean, tried to make something work, right? They initially got a knock, but they couldn't finish it off, and then Bunce as well. We saw from the Ashes just having a really good game, Poro.
Yeah, from the Ashes, clean that up. I mean, you credit as well to Funny Business for holding off that push from Friendly Fire early on. As oh man, retaliative. I was rooting for him.
I was too, man.
It was so close.
I was like, LG, you don't need these points, man. Just chill.
Just let them have it.
No, it was such a close. He almost had it. Yep.
They do pull out 12 points for Rats. The Luminosity and Sonics do continue to sit in their comfortable position here in the top 4. From the Ashes puts up a nice game, elevate right behind them. But what does that mean for the overall leaderboard as we head into the final 3 matches of the weekend? Luminosity and Sonics going head-to-head for bragging rights. That's something to remember, guys. There's no real value to getting 1st or 2nd. There's no seeds in the next round. There's no extra payout this weekend. They're doing this because they want to brag. SDK in 3rd, and then the shelves begin.
I'm actually curious, Steve, just to interrupt you there. Do you think STK let their foot off the gas because they don't want to come first in another qualifier / playoff?
They don't have Gunner or Luke anymore, so I don't know if the curse still follows them.
That's actually true. I didn't even think about that. And I also
Sonic should reconsider their actions.
I think STK is just playing comfortable right now, having a good time. You know, just trying stuff or just not necessarily coasting, but just putting pressure on the other team. So.
Well,
camping Yoho out in the blue.
Listen, I mean, it looks like we got our top 5. It seems like the game's about to get underway. I was going to ask some stuff. I like the friendly fire, funny business, live and die by the sword, but I want you guys to tell me as we get into game number 4, our first match on the grassy pastures. Does the live and die by the sword, if you get through in the top 8 here, does that work in the regional finals if you're not getting the consistent placements to go with it? Take it away, gentlemen.
I think it's a good question.
It's hard to tell simply because of, you know, there's a lot of strong LATAM teams, especially some of those roster shakeups that they've had with Sparking now back in that region, with Crochet. Yeah, I don't know. I think the error for the margin for error will be smaller, especially when we go to the grand final. So who knows? Who knows?
I think you got to have a little bit of both in your
balance.
Bag, don't you?
Agreed.
You know?
Balance is great.
Well, I think the friendly fire right now is good to go as far as this tournament goes. I mean, obviously they can't let their foot off the gas. They can't have any more 0-1 point games or anything like that. But you know, I think if they continue to do this for the next 3 games, they're probably in a decent enough spot, especially now that we're switching over to Erangel, that they can probably get enough points to keep for that top 8. But as far as how it's going to work with grand finals,
different story.
You don't know.
I think I agree with you. I think it'll be a different story as we look at this little mini hot drop here. Wait,
we got a couple of hot drops here. What is going on?
This is happening below Kameshki. Yeah, that's why I am absolutely confused. There was really nothing that crazy happening in any of the early games as far as this area either. So,
has it already started? Are we already getting to that point?
Game 6 scrims.
Yeah, I know. Look, you got this hot drop, which is funnily enough inside circle.
A great position.
And then you got a Primorsk hot drop with Yoho and Adrenaline. Yoho, obviously a team that a lot of expectations placed upon them. They definitely got they ran into some tough stuff last game. Whether or not it was intentional or not, that's not for me to say, but it definitely, to the naked eye, appears that there are certain teams that are trying to keep Yoho from making it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can pull something here against Adrenaline in this hot drop. Is Raven, man, Raven is a great player. He really is.
He really, honestly, all the players on this team are great. It's just when it comes down to just making it on time or making these timing calls, they're just falling a buck short. I mean, they're just constantly chasing the circle, constantly waiting to rotate. Yeah,
they're
sorry, to cut you off. Luck. They're just, I don't know if luck is it though. Right. I really don't.
Well, it's not everything, right?
No,
but they're also not getting any of it.
They're definitely not getting any circle love. That's for sure. That is for sure.
One of the things that we always used to say about SDK is that, man, for a while there, they just had no circle luck whatsoever.
I think there's a whole event they didn't get a single shift.
Exactly. And then now yesterday, they definitely had a lot of luck yesterday, but you could see what happens when a team that's good gets a little luck to go along with the fact that they're good.
Right.
They can have a huge day like SDK did. And now, you know, they haven't really had the same opportunity here today. And now Adrenaline just doesn't seem like they've gotten any luck anytime. I mean, look at this. They're dropping Primorsk, Stalber Circle.
Well, not only that, but I don't think Adrenaline is one of the teams that potentially would target Yahoo either, right? I think they just happen to drop here. But going back to the Adrenaline point, while we watch this kind of slow burn of a fight, yes, you're absolutely right. They haven't gotten any circle love, but at the same time, there's a lot of things you can do to mitigate, you know, the mistakes that come with that, right? And that's where I'm kind of putting that responsibility on Adrenaline. Have they gotten a lot of circle love? No, not really. But have they been in positions where they could deal with it better and be more proactive? Yes, I really think they have been, especially for this roster of strong, talented, experienced players.
Sure, and that's one of the things that separate good teams from great teams, right? It's what can you do when things aren't going your way, right?
Especially edge teams, which is what they're trying to emulate, right? Or at least that's what it looks like.
any team can have success when every circle is falling on them. They're never getting shot at. They can third party a fight without trying to.
Their armor's good. They have ammo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got everything you need. You're not having to play roofs with an M16. You're running
Don't
around
sleep
with a
on it.
Tommy
It's
shotgun like
don't
Greta.
sleep on it.
They're in a tough spot right now
yeah.
for sure.
Well, this is also just wasting time, right? Because both of these teams are as far away from the circle as you can get, aside from maybe Keegan as a solo all the way on the south side for funny business. But I mean, that's where they normally loot, right? So this is not a good situation for either team, especially either team who are struggling on the leaderboards right now and have not found their footing yet.
One of the other teams that's struggling on the leaderboard, Tilt Town, looks like they ran into a little bit of trouble. They are down to just Savage. Is center circle, so may be able to pull something out there for the boys. Get a little placement point action here, but the fight's still going on.
Oh,
Dylan put Keenan on blast, and now Shinboy down as well. So Yaho, I feel like this is the fight Yaho wanted, and they're getting taken to the woodshed here by Adrenaline.
This, I mean, you want to talk about a systematic cleaning up. This was flawless, actually flawless. Not a single shot, I think, was really absorbed by anyone except for maybe Dylan here, but they just took out 3 members of Yahoo incredibly fast.
Boy, Belfrost now the last one. Tilt Town may be down, but they're about to have 4 new residents, as it feels like Belfrost and the Yahoo boys. Look at that. One of them already just disconnected from the game altogether. So Yahoo, and that's dire straits, it feels like, for the Gloucester Canaries.
And remember that first fight with Tilt Town on 4Nation, that was a hot drop of 4Nation that was just under Kameshki. So that was kind of the fallout of that. And now it's just down to 1 member of Yahoo. And look at this, Alo.
Oh my goodness.
Alo and STK are actually coming down specifically, I feel like, to clean this fight up. I think you're right. I honestly think you're right.
Absolutely.
And that's
Goodbye,
it.
Bale.
That's no, he got the bolt. He got the bolt, wanted to do the damage just to secure. Granted, headshot would have been better, but instead of missing, he stops Bale. Yeah, that's true, but he completely stops Bale from moving. He's got to stop and heal. Obviously, the shots were landed. And this is just gotta be frustrating as hell. Frustrating as for Yahoo. That was a disgusting spray, by the way.
Dude, he was turned around before the final bullet even hit. Good night. Okay. Well,
another struggle game.
Over towards the center of the circle. Third Eye running into Elevate here. Looks like they're just going to be ships passing in the night. Few shots come through from Vox, but nothing of substance. But yeah, Yahoo rapidly running out of time here. 2 games left to kind of right the ship. But it's nobody. The whole lobby's fighting against you. It feels like right
it does.
Now,
and that's got to be incredibly frustrating. As we look to a team that actually has been doing really well on a wrangle was Third Eye. I mean, Third Eye had a really good day on the first 3 games. Again, I've been talking about their macro rotations and just getting themselves in good positions, and that's exactly what they're doing again here in just east of Yasnaya. God, I love this team, man.
They pulled a game 1 win, first win of the whole qualifiers. Went to Third Eye, the whole shebang. So we'll see if they can repeat that performance. Looks like they did a little bit of scouting up the hill and now have returned back down to Yasnaya. And looks like they'll just elect to hold the city for the time being. Not a bad call at all.
Especially not apps.
No, yeah. I mean, they have vehicles. Just make sure your tires are safe. Make sure your vehicles are safe. Everything should be copacetic, as they'll just kind of hold on to the north side of that city and watch the world go by. Meanwhile, Sonics, they're all the way up north, just off to the east side of Stalber Hill. Looks like they may have found a little bit of an angle on 4Nation.
Okay. Sonics, I mean, this is classic Sonics. When it's a northern circle, they always tend to favor going up to the north side towards Stalber and playing Stalber proper, getting information and control around the mountain. This is textbook from this team in this circle.
Yep. LG also right where you'd expect them to be.
Yep.
STK right where you'd expect them to be in the blue.
Actually, I was gonna say maybe not so much. I mean, they do tend to favor the west side, but obviously we know why they're late. That they had to go do some hunting.
Well, they also keep in mind the plane also didn't allow them to go
No.
to their normal drop spot in South George, so they had to do the kind of West Coast split, and they also decided to take a little scenic detour
Little deets.
to go finish off Yoho. But now they're slowly starting to make their way north of the river. Friendly fire already up there. They've got a lot of area to work around for themselves here on the northwestern side of the circle. We'll see how far they decide to go down, where they decide to set up camp for the time being. They've got plenty of vehicles to work with here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them just stop here and wait for the next pop.
I was just about to agree with you. This is a wonderful spot to stop. You have full rotation options to the north. If you even want to go back south, you can, right? You can go wide back to the west. So yeah, friendly fire just taking a little bit of their time as this first shift comes in and it goes to Yas. Ugh,
look at Third Eye. Third Eye was already in vehicles. They were already on the move. They immediately just hit the brake, the parking brake. Tokyo drifted all the way back to the eastern side of Yaz, and yeah, it looks like that's where they're going to be headed as they hold down the east side. Meanwhile, Rats getting pushed by, or actually from the Ashes getting pushed by Rats, and Hello Senpai going to go down. Thank you, Hello Senpai, for waiting till after the 10-minute mark so I don't catch -3 on that one.
Appreciate you, family.
Good
10:36. Yep. And from the Ashes, another strong position, but this is something they did very, very well yesterday. Getting to good spots in the circle, early rotations, and then just holding that from teams coming in. So this is wonderful from them. Wrangell seems to be a very good map for FTA.
If you wanted a rematch of last game, 4Nation versus Sonics, we'll see
another opportunity.
4Nation. This time Sonic's 4 strong. So it's a full straight 4v4. We'll see how that pushes. Zako, SKZ immediately go down, but Tig gonna get taken up by surprise by
Can't be
Nodic.
traded though. It's good support from Mime up on that roof, not giving the angle Poro for that flush. It was actually really nice.
And very well done there by Mime. Very well done by the Sonics. Just good positioning overall to defend each other. Is Nodic gonna take the low road down? And he might be the only one that makes it out. But look at this, LG.
Is he?
Is he? Oh no! Oh, one more. Come on, H1, you hit these.
Quinn's been surgical
You hit
this
these,
event so far this year. It's been really nice watching Quinn.
Couldn't get him through the trees. Unfortunate there. He's H1 going to be real mad about that one. Now, keep in mind, we did spot out LG. Flood made his way up here just to see if he could maybe third party a little bit. The rest of the squad kind of spreading a little bit more as well, but it looks like Flood just going to pull back down now as he is Naya starting to get a lot more love. RJX Live Babbler both knocked for Orion. Dynamic going to be the ones that pick up the first 2 knocks. Can they get the flushes, get these points?
I feel like Dynamic, even though they still haven't moved much on the leaderboard in terms of overall, they've actually been having a much better day. Their positioning has been much better. They've been kind of getting into a little better scraps and trading better. It's looking overall better. I hope they can actually muster some real points out of it rather than just showing improvement.
Some more throwables come through as Orion
good nade.
Will get those reses back up. They'll get back up to full strength. You can see Third Eye starting to creep over just a little bit. But again, I mean, it's Naya City fighting, man. You never know what's going to happen.
Yep. I mean, even if Delta gets a knock, let's say he gets 2 knocks if there was 4 members up, I mean, they're not going to push that, right? So it's just doing damage to armor helmets, getting information, keeping teams in check. That's really what Yaznov fights come down to, right? Building to building. So and then real quick, sorry, just to touch on 4Nation as well. Like, yeah, they've just lost 2 fights to Sonics, but that's actually, I think, a net positive if they just go back and they now have 2 good fights to look back on and analyze, like, okay, what can we do different here? How can we approach this better? Because, sometimes just losing in a firefight can help. And look at that shift. Speaking of help, that helps Sonics out immensely.
Absolutely does, doesn't it? I mean, we have seen our fair hard north shifts so far here today. And this time it's going to benefit Sonics, benefit LG. STK, they're still down in the south. It looks like they may come into contact with ADR here shortly as see them making their way through the rolling hills. Pretty Curdy just missing. Okay. Oh, but Greta the
Circle,
goat.
man,
Oh no, Greta.
I'm really worried about the teams currently in Yasnaya. This circle is not conducive at all for teams rotating out of there. As you see, just getting absolutely peppered. Alo now taking shots. Adrenaline, one of the teams rotating straight through the center in between Elevate and everyone else.
Oh,
the fact that they've only lost one, or actually no, Greta
there it
in
is.
8. It's just Dylan and Zray. Yeah, that's a dangerous rotation, man.
It's been the struggle for ADR today, is these rotations.
Honestly, and yesterday, it's
just trying to cut through everybody, and they're just taking so much damage for it. Unfortunately, here is STK now turning their attention over to Third Eye. Adam gonna get knocked. That should be resable, unless of course STK
this
says,
is a push.
let's crash this.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Vegas will hold the line here and let them know that Oldless is pushing in, let them know
Oldless came
exactly
back.
where he
Yep.
is. And yep, feeding this information over. Actually, it looks like STK will turn back around and elect to not push in. So good work from Oldless there to prevent the push.
Yeah, that was key and instrumental in him coming back. He actually had that solo building just to their north, but after the knock decided to come back. Richie B actually eating a knock. I'm not sure he's going to get recovered as we see Butt take down RJX live in this rotation from Orion. But SDK is now actually going to thread the needle in this rotation. Beautiful stuff. Using that time, I just don't know if the other 3 members are going to get through safe.
Well, they're having the same issues, right? They're trying to send it through to a spot where they just couldn't really see anything before. So Penta's going to get picked out, and 3 of them will stay alive. But Orion now, they're still trying to find a home. They're
driving around blind.
Yeah, they lost RJX live to Funny Business. Babbler's going to get picked out by Camberghini. And now there's just nowhere left to play except for the tower, it looks like. And they're not even wanting to do that. They're still going.
Oh, you guys are just, it's too much driving. Oh, goodness. And Savage is just going to freeze kill his life.
Yeah, that is about as free as they come. Unfortunate there for Orion. As, well, when the first 2 places that you thought you could rotate to are occupied and you get shot up, trying to get to the third is pretty tough stuff here. Is STK blind sent? I feel like they blind sent. They had to have looked, maybe.
I think they saw Oldless come off of this compound,
that had to be what it is.
And they're like, okay, we probably don't want to fight here at Edge, but we can fill in front, and that's exactly what they did. And now it's actually Third Eye that is at the disadvantage, big disadvantage.
If that's the case, that's another feather in Vegas's cap, because Vegas was the one kind of doing the overseeing and scouting and feeding that information over to STK. So Vegas gives Kurt the info. Kurt makes the decision, and it's working out a treat so far. Unfortunately, they do lose Penta, but 3 strong south side of the circle. They've got a compound. Third Eye in a world of hurt right now. Looks like they're going to try to stick these reses. Oldless, the only one up. You can keep cycling those smokes, but you can see Icy Flex just has a clean line onto this.
I would love for Oldless to get like 3 kills right now. That would just make my day.
Would it? Can't imagine why.
I don't think he's going to, though.
Hope springs eternal, my man.
I mean, if they can somehow recover, I know they don't really have any vehicles left, but no, I'm not gonna. I'd love to sell this, but I don't really know where they go. I mean, they could crash where Savage is potentially, but they get the reses. I just don't know if their vehicles are good.
A lot of people in a tough spot here. Is Friendly Fire, another one. They have to pull their way down from Stalder. They're going to get a little bit close to Sonics here. A few shots. Oh my
goodness! Just lasered out of the vehicle. Sharp is just deleted.
Immediately taken down now. As a few more shots come through, we see another couple of rotations from the Ashes trying to make their way through, and Third Eye as well. They are just getting ripped to shreds. Third Eye, I think, Tilt Town's going to get taken down.
Let's go.
Oldless stays alive, though, but Oldless, after getting all those reses, now once again, the last player up for his squad from the Ashes somehow managed to get 3.
Actually not in, they're in a bowl, so they're pretty covered from everyone else. The problem is a team like Friendly Fire, another team with high ground, can just pour over and put a lot of pressure, especially because they're split in these positions, right? Because you kind of have to be when you're this open, and Corsac is going to find show. And those smokes in the tree are going to indicate where probably another member or 2 from the Ashes are playing from.
Corsac having himself a hell of a tournament so far.
Oh yeah.
As Friendly Fire down to 3. They do lose Sharp Shot, but all things considered, it could have gone way worse here. Is Funny Business.
Okay.
Will find themselves a spot. Actually,
for now,
not too
yeah.
bad. And they keep the vehicles, so
Which is
they're
huge.
looking pretty good.
And Rat's now just trying to dance around a single tree. Waldo again
boy.
finding more. Oh, man, I should have put Waldo on my team. He is just fragging this weekend.
Sure is. Waldo ate his Wheaties this morning, and he is.
Think he eats
just
frosted
hitting
or just
everything? Oh, you know that, man. It's frosted.
Yeah, it's frosted all day. I know this because I've seen him.
Well, look at this. I mean, the new circle pops, but look at From the Ashes. They are actually aggressively pushing out and trying to clean up those Rats kills. Now, Grant Lana's still alive. Retaliative's still alive, but out in the blue. LG, the circle has pushed far away from them, and now they've got some big decisions ahead of them, and it looks like they're going to try to square up here against Elevate.
And I like this. They have good terrain to work with. As you can see here, this little ridge is blocking LOS. It's allowing the members to get close. That's a huge scout from Flood. He's going to feed that information over if he can tell that it's clean to the high ground duo of Relo and Snakers, and that is just going to be trouble for Elevate. But Elevate are in circles, so they could potentially slow roll this with smokes, but as we know, Luminosity is so good with using those smokes offensively to deny LOS. Oh man, this team is so good.
Yeah, and Elevate, I mean, the compound is just outside of the circle, so they got to make a move here eventually. This is all timing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
because you've got
they have rocks to
STK
play on the other side. Yeah, it's just timing.
Yeah, you got STK off to the south, Elevate right there, LG right there. Sonics are starting to slowly make. It looks like they're going to just elect to stay up on that north side, take the fight over to Tokyo Manji.
Snakers.
This is one of those like everything needs to happen at the right time. As Kickstart going to take a little bit of damage from a well-placed grenade from Elevate, but as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Relo drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gats. And just systematic destruction, man. What a play from LG. 6 kills, find themselves in a nice position on the east side. This team is
sometimes
just amazing.
Sometimes everything is hitting right at the right time, and that's how it feels for LG. That also is how it feels for the Sonics, as we're going to jump in with them to see them how they dispatch Tokyo Manji Gang.
Back for a second.
Yeah,
One guy's playing a deep car pot.
We're in
let's play back to our ribs. We literally can
we
hold
want to win this fight though.
Yeah, we'll fight them. It's just easier. Just wait.
Can I get a smoke so I can run back?
I can smoke you. Yes. I can smoke you.
I'm good. I'm running back.
Like literally just delay. The wizard is like not even in.
Hey, I got my
reset comms real quick. There's a guy peeking yellow marker. Careful.
We do need to kill them. I'm pushing up to the truck.
I think we keep peeking into them at least. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
One's wizard tower upstairs.
They have a car fort. They have a car fort that they're playing left of the wizard. Right of that.
1 HP on wizard. One's to the right of it.
I have a good angle here.
We need to hold this guy crossing out a warehouse.
One's on the tree, left side of wizard tower. One's top of wizard.
Yeah.
He's
I'm throwing
upstairs.
smokes at them. I'm smoking off their car fort. I think one's prone close. Oh, don't worry.
Yeah,
Stay
one
behind
might
the
be
truck.
on our west. I'm getting shot underneath the truck.
I'm gonna res Flimsy here.
Yeah, res. Oh, the other team's running
pick me up.
FF. They're
They
down
can see the
one.
cross, bro.
I'm safe. Yo, drop him and peek FF right here. Peek FF before res. Yeah, he's running out. No, he's not peeking. He's just holding.
I knocked him.
Nice, good knock.
I'm resing.
Take me. Take me. Take me. 1 HP.
Oh
Can
my
you
god.
smoke?
I'm holding this team. Just stick.
Can you throw one smoke in me, man?
We're good. I'll
Is there one
smoke after.
smoke
I will. Jojo. We're
He
good.
could be prone edge on orange somewhere.
I'm smoking.
I
got the red
behind
stick.
us.
Hold FF.
If you have a molly, can you give me a molly right now?
No.
I don't
grenade?
have one, no. I do not
Yeah,
have
push on the
one, no,
back.
I
This
do
team
not.
might have left.
FF took an angle on the
Yeah,
back.
TM is not one knock. That's the team in front of us.
Okay, let's finish the fight on TM.
FF sweeping our back too.
I think my
No,
side's
LG
clear,
took
boys.
Okay.
I
Side's
think
clear,
it
I think.
is. Yeah, I think it is. You didn't res. You did not res me. You did not
What
res
the
me.
fuck is this game?
Wait, I thought I. Oh.
It's alright.
I'm peeking these guys below.
I need boost.
I feel so bad, man. Every time.
Oh boy, those Sonics. You can hear the comms there, and once again, we got to see in action just what Mime does for this team, man.
Yes.
Like it's stuff that doesn't always show up on the leaderboard. It doesn't always show up in stats, but Mime was absolutely huge for Sonics right
Agreed.
there.
I agree 100%. And as you said, that's something that he's been doing for this team since its inception, right? So very strong play. And Sonic's actually pushed off Tokyo Manja game down to the lower ground into friendly fire. So really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Kickstart just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11 kills now for LG. Sonics is eliminated as Funny Business finally makes the peek up on the western side. Rello will pull Snakers out of the line of fire to keep him from getting flushed, but beautiful stuff from Funny Business coming up at the exact right time to take advantage of Sonic.
Just doing such a great job, Poro, of being active. There's so much more active on this map, and just more confident, it feels like, in winning their gunfights, because they have 7 kills coming into the circle. West side, decent position. They are a little bit of a disadvantage as far as Kickstart is concerned in the high ground. But man, look at these boys. Tater again with 3 frags and Bunt with 2.
They've been looking real good playing from Stalber. Now, keep in mind, Dynamic also has again pretty good coming out of Naya holding down that south side. LG with 12 kills. Goodness. And look at this. Kickstart made his way up to the high ground. Will spot out Funny Business, but the smoke is laid down. Can't take the shots just yet, but this is good for him. They're just feeding that information. Oh, Keegan, goodbye.
It's sometimes you just get seen snaking, and Kickstart now again, that this high ground position was always going to be the issue for Funny Business, but Kick doesn't even have to move yet. And look at the aggression. The rest of LG now moving forward, trying to pour over. They should be able to get a fairly quick cleanup here, unless Business can just get a knock or two. That angle is awkward. And Relo finds T-Sock.
Bunt, I feel like he had a pretty good angle right there. But it disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and now LG gonna flush out T-Sock. That's gonna be more kills going over to LG as they are setting themselves up for 3 wins in a row here if they can clean up Funny Business. But Rello gonna go down. Nice work from Tater. He's not flushed out just yet. Snakers, see, just playing it slow, playing it careful. Meanwhile, Dynamic is still just trying to find places to play on the south side of this circle, and Tater gets spotted out by Snakers.
And that's mainly still due to LG is just doing such a good job of controlling this fight and the rest of the circle, which is ludicrous, to be honest.
Oh, it's just farming right now for LG. Bunt now the last one alive, staying alive through those smokes. Will pull out, just looking up to the top, seeing if anybody over peaks. Rello won't be rezzed, so it's down to just 3 for LG here. Corsac still hiding as well. Dynamic manages to get the res onto their fallen player. There you go. Snakers will clean up Bunt, and that's 16 now for LG.
How many players are even left at this point? I mean, they can actually, they can hit 20 kills.
They could hit 20.
They could absolutely hit 20 here. Is it necessary? No, but it sends a message. I'll tell you that. I mean, honestly, LG didn't necessarily start slow, right? They were always there, but they just turned it on today. I mean, 3 straight, if they can win this, would be huge. But I mean, looking at Dynamic, again, it's been small adjustments and small improvements game after game, and now they find themselves in a top 3 situation where it's really just a top 2 if they can just get rid of Corsac.
Yeah, LG in a good position to maybe get that 3rd win in a row, but it is not by any means going to be easy. Dynamic have that low ground. They've got a lot of circle to play with, not a lot of hard cover.
No.
And Corsac is that 3rd wild card variable too.
I will say, sorry to interrupt you, if they can get on the base of this hill, like right underneath the luminosity, while still maybe keeping 1 anchor, Dynamic could very well win this game. It's just doing so tough, against a fairly kitted luminosity who's already feeling very hot, who also have high ground position. It's not going to be easy, but I'd like to. Oh, I don't know how that missed. I'd like to believe Dynamic has a chance here to make something happen, but it's just, again, so much control from LG.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because even with that anchor back behind, I mean, LG has this high ground, as you said. They could just peek, pull back, and peek from another angle, and it's just going to be. It feels like it'd be impossible for one person to just hold their peaks back by themselves, but. We'll see what they can do here. Is Dynamic. They're all inside circle. It's just not great cover, really, and no vehicles down there to hide behind. No nothing, really.
It's just going to take a knock. I mean, this is going to be just raw aiming battles, right? They need to get a knock on LG. As long as they can bring them down to a duo, there's a real chance they can maybe push off of it. But yeah, they just need to find a knock on one of the members. And obviously LG are not giving it to him, being very active, you know, moving around, obviously the crouching, all the movement tricks to make sure that you're not a standing target. And it's really going to come down to this wrap.
Well, let's hear how Luminosity calms this out here in the late game.
I'm just saying for the zone.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
we need to go together so we can trade.
This spawn on our right is like pretty good.
Should we go down right now?
No, 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 no.
We'll see the line
I
on
don't think
ours.
so.
wanna
I
go
don't think
down.
so.
The FF guy could be under the rocks on blue as well.
I mean, I can over peek for it right here, but
No, don't. These guys south are gonna have to use util
They're
to
just
survive.
so scared of playing the game.
Yeah, I've been shitting on them. Like
Play
they
the
don't-
game.
that-
Like what is happening?
They be scared, bro.
Pineapples.
probably killing him.
Pineapples.
You like pineapples? I like pineapples.
We like pina colada.
Dude, I swear we have a better
I
dot
think
now.
we have a good. Yeah, I think we have a good line.
You guys are vibing.
Once we get to yellow, it's insane.
One smoke on like these rocks on blue are nuts.
Bro, I think you guys go first there, or we either all go or you guys go, because I'll get in whole high ground with all.
They're like kind of playing the game now.
Yeah, they're
They're
smoking.
like already smoking.
Bro, their tree is like the only thing they have.
Bro, I think me and Jake
Give me
need to go
comms.
down now.
No.
If you guys duo go down, you guys need to check like.
There's a
close
guy smoking on
left.
my left. The solo's got to be on my left. He has to
That's
be on
me.
my left.
Jake, let's go. I throw smoke.
There's a smoke on green.
Oh yeah, this is good.
This bottom flood is actually insane. Kick is holding FF solo.
Hold the right, Jake. Hold the right.
Yeah,
Right side
I can't see anything right now.
Then
Look,
netting
guys
right.
are 1 HP.
I see
They're
the
just all in
solo. I see
smoke.
the
They're
solo.
all in smoke center south.
Jake,
The
can you use
solo's
smoke
in
for
the
us?
right side of his smoke.
Jake, can you use smoke for us?
I
Smoke
don't
south.
have any more. I don't have any
Oh
more.
fuck, okay.
They're literally just all sitting in smokes center south, guys.
Okay, we're almost out here, by the way.
I'm nading it, bro. I think I'm gonna get free kills.
Jake, can you watch my right? I'm running right.
Knocked one.
One's knocked.
Yeah, I'm looking right.
Flood has an insane rock.
Can you guys
Flood has
smoke
an
me
insane
now?
rock. No, they have no
smoke
smoke.
them.
They have no smoke. They have no smoke. They have no smoke.
I see another one over the hill on yellow.
You can run down right pretty safely.
I knocked one on the right.
Two knocked the D lane. Prone.
On me.
You're the last.
Nice.
Fuck.
Bro, that is
Bro,
so
I thought the solo was on the guy on the left.
Unfortunate.
I died to a nade, bro. Like, or I just win the game in 2 seconds.
Fuck, I fucking knew we should have played that flood.
I know,
no.
Bro.
And sometimes the open comms work against you. The snake in the grass ruining things for LG, but just about everything else went their way that game, Godspeed.
It did, but I also kind of liked that they were so frustrated. I mean, they're winning this, right? It's very clear, but the fact that they didn't win that game and getting upset means that I mean, that's the passion and that's the dedication that this team has, which is obviously showing on the leaderboards. I mean, that's why they're so strong. That being said, Dynamic, Poro, they grab a dub after slow incremental improvements over the days. Love to see it.
They kept 4 up to late game, and they stayed alive long enough to see something, to see if something would break their way. And fortunately for them, Corsac, the unofficial 5th member of Dynamic in that situation, ends up coming through big for them. But also apparently a well-placed grenade from Dynamic. We were watching Snaker's perspective, so we didn't get to see it, but a grenade takes down Kickstart and just kind of opens the door. Like, it looked like by any indication that Dynamic was just dead to rights at that point.
It did look like that indeed, but again, Corsac coming in and then just getting some nice clean knocks coming out from Dynamic. They played that very passive towards the end. I mean, we even heard Kick getting frustrated, like, which you know,
play the game.
Just play the game, sure. But at the same time, like you said, they were waiting for something to happen. Fortunately, something did break in their favor, and they were able to capitalize on it.
Absolutely. They were playing their game. They were playing their game, and their game was to wait for LG to slip up, to make a mistake, and for Corsac to come through. And that nets Dynamic a huge win. We'll have to see what the leaderboard looks like when we come back, but we're going to take a quick break real quick, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Through those smokes, we'll pull out, just looking up to the top, seeing if anybody over peaks. Rello won't be rezzed, So it's down to just 3 for LG here. Corsac still hiding as well. Dynamic manages to get the res onto their fallen player. There you go. Stakers will clean up.
Welcome back. Our first of the last 3 games is done, and it ends up being a dynamic win. A big shout out to those guys. It may be a little too late to make the top 8, but for players like Cambergany, Clemson, Delta, and Lister, who don't always get a lot of press or feature, it was nice to see them come out with a chicken dinner there at the end. My name is Toppers. I'm joined by Poro and Godspeed, though I will say one team that would probably say it was not so nice to see them come out with the chicken dinner is Luminosity. They wanted to go 3 wins back-to-back. They lost track of the Corsac Snake, and in a stroke of irony, it is Snakers that dies to said Snake to open the door for Dynamic to come through. I don't understand how they lost track of him, Godspeed. I mean, like, where else could the bad guy have been but just like I feel like they knew where everyone else was based on the comms.
Yeah, they knew where everyone was. I think the biggest issue is they had people looking down at Corsac's position, didn't see anything, and I think they thought that the far left member of Dynamic was actually the Snake, and the rest of them were on the right where they were mainly focusing. So yeah, like normally LG doesn't lose track of a Snake like that, but I think that was where the confusion was.
That makes sense. That makes sense, because I remember when he threw that grenade and said, I think I'm going to get some free kills here. I think assuming that there was a gigantic clump of players over there. Well, let's take a look back at the highlights, and maybe there'll be some insight into how they lost track of the Snake.
He likes.
Hey, it was great work by Corsac. I mean, he just had to sit there and. I mean, that's the easiest work he's ever done, but it was great work. This was by far the most impressive thing to me to this game. I mean, the push from LG onto Elevate, so clean and quick. Godspeed, so quick.
It was super snappy. We saw them scout out that shack. We saw the duo split it. They immediately got a knock on Elevate, and then they pushed it. And yeah, within the blink of an eye, it was already over. And then what does LG do after that? They just continue that pressure up towards Sonics and Funny Business. And I mean, yeah, this was, again, just unfortunately losing track of that last player, but they don't even need the points, dude.
No, because with 18 freaking kills, they get first place without the chicken dinner. Out of their minds. Dynamic with the 19. Funny Business pulls in 12. And again, Corsac, it does make the difference there to get Dynamic the chicken dinner. And I will say this, just to touch on it, you said the easiest move of Corsac's life. As a career rat myself, I can tell you that is a very stressful way to play out the end of a match. Just laying there, not moving, trying not to make a sound, and hoping that you get the shot first. So at least there's some, ratting's not as easy as it looks. Overall, Luminosity, 139, looking great. Sonic's 124. Shoot to kill is on a bit of a slide, but they're still easily gonna pass into the next round. Now, we said the cutoff was gonna be 70 points, Godspeed. Are you still standing by that number?
I said 60 to 70, and I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think that sounds about appropriate.
Are you on board with that 60-ish, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, from the Ashes, Rats, and now Dynamic. After another double-digit point game, they're right in striking distance. Tokyo Manji Gang there as well. So it feels like it's a four-way race for 8th right now.
Yeah.
With 2 games left, this is going to be exciting stuff.
And that was a big moment. And that's what we're going to kind of focus on going forward for the next 2 games, y'all, as you're watching at home, is that cutoff, remember, is 8th place. The mix is going to be very big. It was a 3-horse race. Dynamic, however, because of that win, they were in the 20s prior to that match, are able to jump up and get into the mix. So really, it's still wide open for teams to advance right now. I do want to give a quick update. Over in Latin America, they just wrapped up Game 5. Creche, Fiumba, and Synergy seem to be dominating their region in their own 3 Kings sort of scenario. And then right now, Bilibili, Chocolatitas also sort of bringing that group up. And then the fall off becomes pretty dramatic because there's I think 6 or 7 teams all battling for the last 3 spots. So we'll keep you updated. By the end of the day today, we will know which 8 teams advance to join the teams playing here today. But I can guarantee no matter what, when we come back in 2 weeks, Godspeed, it is going to be a slugfest because these teams on top of both regions seem to really like fighting.
Yeah, they really like fighting. Obviously, we know the LATAM region is very aggressive, and especially with the usual suspects coming out of that region, right? These players and teams have proven that they're the best, and every time we merge the regions, it's always fireworks, as you said. So looking forward to it.
Okay, so actually, they said we've got the LATAM leaderboard. We're able to get that brought up, so we're going to show you where everybody stands and their points real quick, just so that you can kind of track along at home. And there's that fall off we talked about. Once you hit 5th place, Trogloditas at 70, and then it dips into a very, very competitive mid-tier. Remember, in our last game, Dynamic went from the 20s to the 40s and in the mix. Like, that means one game you get a lot of points borrowed. That's 6th place through 14th place, basically still in it over there.
Yeah, that's going to be a real tough end game here. Yeah. I mean, you got some big, heavy hitters down there as well. I mean, Esguri, Systematicos, Raccoons is definitely one of those teams that I have my eye on peak as well. So it's going to be exciting times for them. Got to give a shout out to Synergy though. What a glow up for them today. Big day for Synergy.
And you know who else is having a big day? Funny Business. So bring it back to North America here. They started slow, and I kind of wonder, Godspeed, because they started in 4th place, it felt like they were maybe playing that sort of like, let's play a little defense, try to get some placement, not be too aggressive. And then 2 or 3 games ago, they slipped down into 7th, and it was like, all bets were off, and they seem to be big impact makers in every game after that.
They do, and specifically on Erangel, they had a lot of success yesterday on Erangels, both not only holding from the edge, but holding out the center circle from teams like Third Eye and the likes in the 3rd game of Erangel. So they've been proven to be effective, honestly, anywhere in the circle. They've had some pretty solid rotations. Again, if they do get in a fight, as we witnessed with Friendly Fire, they will not only put some members down and get some points, but they actually can just clean up a lot of the good teams in this lobby as well. So yeah, they're looking awesome. Funny Business is looking great.
They look great. It looks like the penultimate match is about to get started. Will Yaho make it past the first 20 minutes? We'll find out. Take it away, gentlemen.
I was gonna ask at that desk and how Steve felt about it, but Mike, do you think Yaho is actually gonna make it out of this? I mean, they're getting hunted.
They really are. They are well and truly being hunted. So it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to it. But let's throw it over to my good friend and yours, and the audience's good friend, Mustache Dave, to talk about this.
Hey, thank you, good sirs. Things are definitely heating up here. Game number 5, day number 2. We're starting to see a couple hot drops. Last game, very entertaining, of course, for us viewers. But if you're one of these teams trying to grind these qualifying points last minute, you're starting to get a little worried here. As Kickstart would say, it's about time these teams on the cusp start playing the game here. Talking about Kickstart real quick, 6 kills ahead of Tickleton for the top player in the lobby with kills. Just throwing it out there because we all know I am on the Kickstarter fan club, you know, at the end of the day. But hey, fellas, my next point here. Big point. What do you got? Biggest movers today on the overall leaderboards. Dynamic. Ooh. They started at 14th with 13 points. Currently 10th at 45 points. They only need 5 more points to get in that top 8. So, hey, I'm a big Dynamic fan. I'm going to be looking at them. Last one here, TMG. Started at 17 points today. Now at 45. I truly feel like this 8th place position is open for the taking. And TMG, interesting team. Talking to Finna here today, they told me that the team is still trying to find their identity and play style. So talk about the stress here, trying to qualify while also trying to figure out the play style on the squad here. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, I definitely believe it, Dave. And you know what? And even if they are still trying to figure out their play style, what they want to do, I have faith in Finna. I mean, that guy has been around for so long, and putting him on a team of young guns like Tokyo Manji Gang, I expect good things. You know, I'm not at all surprised to see them kind of pop off and blow up here today a little bit and start to get their feet under them. And now the question is, who's got the hotter hand going into the final 2 games, Godspeed? Is it going to be Tokyo Manji Gang or Dynamic, or can 8th place just hold?
That's a really good question, and I really agree to your points as well. I personally have counted Finna out in some situations, and he's very pleasantly surprised me. And at this point, he is an absolute veteran and someone that I think you can count on, especially for a roster of like kind of younger guns, right? Someone with all that experience. That being said, I mean, they had a really solid start on the first game of Erangel yesterday. They had a good crash in the above Stalber. They held it beautifully. Again, we've seen Tokyo Manji Gang really kind of explode onto the scene, right? Where they started last year, they just came in, started getting frags, qualifying, really high expectations. I think now with Finna, they do need to kind of take their time and figure out exactly what kind of playstyle they want to adopt. But the team is very much going to be stronger in the future. And I think the adjustments from also Dynamic, if we talk about that team, have been wonderful. Even if they don't qualify, Poro, the fact that they were able to make those adjustments in a lobby like this that quickly speaks volumes of their future this year.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of really positive things to build off here for Dynamic. Again, it's not over yet. They still got 2 games to continue the performance that they put forward so far, and maybe make that top 8 and get some experience in that international lobby.
I just got
see how it all plays
flashbacks.
out.
I'm so sorry. This compound Sonics, right?
Oh yeah.
I literally just got deja vu. I thought they were crashing them for a second. Sorry, I totally cut you off.
Earlier. A little early this time for the crash, but yeah, Tickleton did a little bit of scouting. Got some long-range shots from Free Fire, so Sonics have a pretty good idea of everything that's going on around them. Now, that being said, they've sent 3 to this compound. They still have Mime left in Pachinki, and Third Eye is starting to get a little close. You can see him just now showing up on your mini-map, so Sonics may be called to action here a little bit sooner than they were expecting.
And Third Eye, I mean, you want to talk about them and how good they've been as far as early game. I think it's actually been very rare. We've lost a member of Third Eye before the first couple of circles have closed. They've just come in with good scouting practices. That, you know, they stop, they have set rotation points. Wait a second. Holdless! Beautiful knock to save, and now this could be a fight that goes in their favor. Huynh is on the roof, and he's not immediately resable.
And keep in mind, we just mentioned Mime not present here. He's still in Pachinki. So H-Win, they're going to go for the res, but that's going to put the pressure on a Tiggleton to hold the entirety of Third Eye from them right now. But it looks like Third Eye,
I don't see them
they're just
pushing
going to take
this.
that opportunity to pull away. Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. Back off to the north. So it should be no harm, no foul reset for Sonics.
It was a beautiful kind of prevention of knock there. Win taking shots at one of the rotating vehicles of Third Eye, and Oldless just puts him down. Very strong stuff.
Good shots.
Yep. And now they take... I don't even remember what we used to call this.
Grandmas?
Yeah, I mean they're the blues and the grandmas, but we had a specific name for this, the one right above chopsticks.
Oh, yeah, it's probably something that we can't say.
Something obscure.
Air.
Sure, but I mean, Third Eye again. You want to talk about early game and how they're finding themselves good positions. Look, they went towards Sonics, realized there's a team there, got a knock instead of kind of pushing an issue that didn't need to be forced. They backed up, took another position where they can rotate off and. I really like me Adam, just really like Adam in decisions that this team makes. I've said that like 4 times today, but I really do.
Just as true now as it was the first time, as they are starting to spread out a little bit.
Yeah.
It looks like they weren't content with holding the chopsticks. They're actually looking to see if they can maybe. This might be just scout by bullet more than anything. Oldest gonna look off into the distance, see free fire. Take a few more shots, and this feels like Third Eye just trying to feel
it out. Sure.
The area, see what they can get off of this. Now they played this area pretty well in that game that you said, the Deja Vu game.
They split. Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
This is exactly kind of what they did that game. So we'll see if they can find a little bit more success this time around. I think they made it all the way to 5th or something in that game with a nice little stack of kills for themselves.
I will tell you right now. I believe they did finish in the top 5. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, let's see if they can pull it back again. As checking in with Tokyo Manji Gang. We already touched on the fact that they have a little bit of a hot hand in their hand today. Let's see if they can pull 2 more big games out, make their way above that cut line. Yahoo! For all their struggles today, they've managed to make it 7 minutes into this one with all 4 up.
Well, they were left alone.
they did not have to deal with any nonsense early on.
And that's the problem for Yahoo, though, Poro, is if one of them gets knocked, especially by one of the teams that is towards the top, I mean, that's a clear indicator of probably what's going to happen after that. Ooh, Shrimsy's going to actually get knocked by Honey Badger from distance with a delicious Mark 14.
You love a good Mark 14, don't you?
It's probably my favorite crate. I don't know. Old M249 was actually my favorite crate gun, hands down. It's my favorite.
It would be. Well, VSS is my favorite crate gun.
It would be. Yeah, I was actually
you were the SKS stand, though.
I still am an SKS stand. I don't care how bad or good that gun is. I absolutely love it. Yahoo is actually going to make it all the way across this circle center to the south side, where they have a lot of playable, not only terrain, but they have decent compound options as well. And they're actually just going to park here. This is the potential if the circle gives them a little bit of.
He's good. He's good. All 10.
What?
Beautiful.
Anyways, yeah, this is a decent position.
He even stuck the landing.
He did actually stick that landing very well. Vehicle didn't even take some. It took half damage. It's actually significant, but it's a buggy.
Yeah, buggy is definitely the word I was thinking.
Was it Cherry at PGC? Was that what I'm thinking about? Yeah, we just went flying and exploded. Shout outs to Cherry, man. That must have been fun.
It's the weird stuff like that always happens when I'm the one casting too.
It's like you're the weird one.
I guess. I don't know. It's like the weird bugs, but fortunately there's not too many of them, so I'm not casting that often. Luminosity on the move, getting a little close to elevate here, and Snaker is actually gonna yoink himself a little crate gun. As you can see, just a few shots coming in from Honey Badger, but nothing too sustained. As From the Ashes, I think, is on the move as well, just off to their east.
Yeah, that's who I'm looking at, actually. From the Ashes, they're probably shadowing Luminosity. I would be very surprised if they decided to just park right underneath them, especially when they're seeing this rotation. And they can take their time. They can kind of go and maybe set up in the forest ahead of them in that little buildings and just rotate further down the road as they scout. So, yep, LG is also going to pivot off. Elevate still in a strong position here to hold the east side of the circle, especially after everyone rotates past them. If they're the last team here, it's huge. Huge control potential.
LG kind of playing with fire there.
A little bit.
Elevate.
Yeah, a little bit.
It looks like they'll get away with it for the most part. Look, Kickstart going to have to stop down. So he might have, he lost 2 tires on that UAS. It looks like Rello going to go try to provide him some support, a little Uber pickup. The smoke is laid down. Looks like they should be okay for now. Meanwhile, Sonic's now on the move, pushing right into friendly fire, and they don't want any part of it. Maji going to try to throw that thing in reverse, whip that tail around. It's not going to matter. Mine will pick his pocket. Maji down as friendly fire will have to regroup, but Mime now getting spotted out by Snakers.
And I don't blame friendly fire at all for backing up off this fight or just taking a safe position. They're not necessarily safe. I mean, 62 points, right? They could have another team pull up on them on the leaderboard, so backing up is not the worst idea. As you see TM finding another kill onto Dangyo. And Town's problems just unfortunately continue as they lose players early.
Schwashwai will get in there and get a little heal up here. Friendly fire try to pull back, and they're going to actually spot out Zray. Corsac getting the nice spray down. They are down to 3, but ADR, they are inside the building. Oh, that's the problem. That's what you got to worry about. The third party from Yoho. Shinboy going to land some damage. Won't get the knock, though. And Dylan will get knocked by the nicely placed grenade from Roth. So friendly fire, a little bit of a reset here. ADR, they've got some decision making to do here. How do they want to defend against this?
I mean, if I'm ADR and I've tracked that maybe friendly fire is down a member as well, this is a really important team to get rid of fast and early, simply because of the fact that if you can keep friendly fire down to 62 points, that's a big opportunity to actually surpass them on the leaderboard. But Sharp, with such a sneaky little play, manages to jump in the second floor of this barn window, and I don't think they expect it. Sharp turn around. An 8. Oh, maybe they do.
Oh, they're dancing. They're dancing. Sharp shot just hiding in the smoke. As you can see what he's looking at here. Yeah, too much smoke, gonna pull away. It looks like he got chased away by a spray from an 8. And a Sharp shot with that sneaky aggro play, it doesn't pay off.
It's good awareness from Adrenaline.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you what friendly fire is working with here. They, we talked about it early on. They are sticking with the style that they want here, that aggressive push play style.
Well, as long as they're being consistent with it, right? I mean, it's getting them points, and they're currently within qualifying, so I don't hate it, but I do worry, when it comes to the lobby, that will punish them more. And look at this! It's actually going to be Talaj. The little knock.
They'll get him down, so they'll get the res onto Balefrost. So fortunately for Yoho, they'll keep 4 alive here, and they actually have this whole hillside to themselves now. So all is well and good, all things considered, in the world of Yoho, as we wait and see where the next circle pops. Going to go a little bit off to the north once again, and still a few teams off to the south that have moves to make.
Still good for Yoho, though, as you said.
Yeah,
4 alive. They'll be able to play from the south side of this. TM as well, and no immediate rush to move as they're going to play this hill, where STK is also starting to pull up here at the base. They'll be able to get some high ground here once everyone is all together. And rotations coming about from everyone. Rats now going on the south side, as well as Funny Business rotating all the way on the south, going for a wide west wrap.
There's not a lot of space down there on the south side, so Rats, I think, finding that out. Spoon going to take a nice bit of damage here.
Nice headshot.
Grant Lannis as well.
Yep.
As Balefrost starting to creep out there to see if he can do a little bit more. I think they know they got him pretty messed up as they cut through. Grant, just 1 bullet shy.
Are they?
Now Shinboy has the overhead look.
Are they going to try to pass through? It's another headshot. Grant Lannis somehow survives. That is actually very surprising, but Poon able to at least catch 1, Mike.
Yeah, Hello Senpai will be the one that goes down, but Rats, at least 2 of them make it through. They're still in some trouble, though, as now they're going to run into STK. Kurt will get Grant Lannis. 1 more bullet. Oh, he's going to have to pull away. Won't be able to continue the spray as Zyko from 4N will keep STK honest. And it looks like Retaliative will actually be able to join his teammate. So Rats, beaten and bruised and battered, will still keep 2 alive.
And STK have a a split that could potentially cause problems for them. But if they can also hold this, especially off circle shift, they're actually in such a strong position overall. And they are going to consolidate a little bit to help with this split. Yeah, good decision there from STK.
Tokyo Manji Gang started to creep out of that quarry and almost caught Yahoo unawares. As Yahoo sending the long push. Where are they going? They're going right into the middle of friendly fire.
Right to Orion.
And then right to Orion. This is the blind pushes, the blind sends are just not paying off. But fortunately for Shinboy, he's got the seat swap down. Keenan will finish off RGAX Live. Shinboy gonna get spotted by Fluxy. Good shots from him. And now Yahoo, they're taking the fight to Orion. It's just Balefrost and Keenan left. What can they get? What points can they suck out of the what's left of this game?
I don't know, Poro, but they're in a really desperate situation with only 2 games left and down to 2 players. Babbler's going to find Bale. It's just down to Keenan now. He's got the shotgun in hand, has to heal. Vest is completely torn. In fact, shotgun looks like the only respite here. Does have the M4 and a flash. This is just not the tournament that Yahoo wanted. Not at all.
It is definitely not. Keenan, he's just going to W key in there with the shotty, and he will manage to make his way in just as they're running away. But look at Sonics. They started to creep over here. Shots from behind. One, he's going to find two. He's going to go down. Fluxy, fortunately, will have his teammates' backs. And now, can he get the reses? Where's Sonics looking? We're Friendly Fire
Friendly
looking.
Fire.
Like Friendly Fire, yeah. Roth knows exactly what the deal is, and they are crashing this.
Beautiful stuff, tracking that kill field as well. Meanwhile, behind them, there's another fight happening between Elevate and Adrenaline. As now Friendly Fire. Oh wait, excuse me, STK and Adrenaline. Elevate's on a whole other side of the map.
STK, we got the 2 red teams confused. Well, look, hey, Elevate is in a fight of their own with Tokyo Manji Gang on the south side. STK, though, Adrenaline holding strong. They get 3 knocks here. Penta, the only one up. He's going to try to get Alo.
Oh, he's burning?
Rezzed up, but now he's burning. Looks like he's going to have to pull away, and yep, that's it. Shoot to kill, just like that. Adrenaline, hell of a hold from that squad.
Yep, and that's something they desperately needed. They have not been doing the greatest in their gunfights, but man, they have held that one Bard building incredibly. Especially against a team like STK, who's been just so on point.
Oh, look at this. Roth with the utility. It's doing work for him right now as Friendly Fire have shotguns in hand. They're trying to clean up whatever's left of Orion. Is it down to just Fluxy once again? I believe it is. And he is hiding out for the time being while Friendly Fire just continues to push. The flash not going to land where it needed to as they fight their way through the smokes. Roth going to be the first one to push in. Free firing, not going to find anything. Sharpshot will be the one to get him, though.
Oh, man.
And Orion goes down.
Playing in smokes like that is so obnoxious. And look at this. Sonics. Oh, Tiggleton with the Groza is going to find a quick knock now. Sharp on fire as well. And what turned into a really good push and cleanup for Friendly Fire is now turning into a coffin. As this 2-story is just getting pushed by Sonics.
This is danger, though. They know it's down to just Sharpshot, but Tiggleton pushing with that Groza. They got to be anticipating the shotgun as Sharpshot kind of creeping around. He's going to spot one pushing in. They know exactly where he is. He's got flashbang in hand, trying to send it, see if he can maybe jump out of the window, but it looks like he might. Nicely placed grenade from Tig, and just like that, Friendly Fire is down once again, but they pick up another 4 kills, another 4 points.
And that's big for them. At the very least, it keeps them, you know, doing well enough. Doing well enough for themselves. Meanwhile, there's another team encroaching on the position of Adrenaline, and that's going to be from the Ashes, or at least what remnants thereof.
I mean, this could work out great for Adrenaline. I mean, more teams kind of pushing in.
Hello.
Stand a few more points in the bag, and yep, the circle going to go their way. Icy Flex.
Oh, and Show! The solo.
They didn't know where to expect him. He's going to get Dylan. The knock and the flush. Raven will clean that up, so it'll be another point over to Adrenaline as they're now up to 3 kills. As Sonics are looking like they're starting to push in that direction as well. 4N, they're holding down the fort here. A little bit split on this southwestern side.
That being said, looking at Icy Flex's position, Poro, he's actually fairly good. That flame on that car is probably going to hide a lot of what people are looking for, and so he might be safe well into the final circle as long as it lands on him. Tig gonna find Dre though, and now it's another team yet for Adrenaline to contend with. They've done such a heroic job of defending this one barn building, but they're doing it against behind.
Oh my God!
Nice try. Hell of a fight.
Roselton.
That's a good one.
That man just put Innate back to the lobby. He said, "You're in buyback territory, my friend. You're going back." And now LG starting to creep up a little bit here. No sounds made just yet, but do you think Sonics anticipates anybody backfilling him like this?
Probably.
I mean, everyone's already looking in that direction, so I guess.
I would imagine they think another team comes in from the east, but yeah, I don't know about backfilling them that heavily, or at least showing aggression. I think they might realize something is up.
Ooh, Dynamic. Dynamic's been hanging out in that compound up to the north. They finally had to get on the move, but Bunt, the rest of Funny Business, have this high ground. They've got a little bit of an angle here. The smoke's laid down, will protect Delta for the time being. See if they can get that res off. Lister, the only one kind of looking over in this direction. But yeah, it just feels like it's free fire, free ADR farming for Funny Business.
And this is kind of the issue of when you rotate early into a circle like this, right? You look at a team like Third Eye, where they're taking their time, kind of letting Circle move in and letting the other teams ahead of them, in this case Dynamic, be the fodder or the target. And so because of that, they've now put themselves in a position where they can actually get some good utility off and potentially get knocks. And Oldless indeed is going to find Delta. It's just experience.
Yeah, they are pushing this at the perfect time here. Oldless hasn't been spotted out just yet. The utility not landing though for Third Eye as well as they'd like. Lister gets knocked to about half HP, but now Camberkini has a clear view. Oldless going to go down to a well-placed grenade from Lister. Bunt will steal that away, and now Third Eye just going to drive on through. He's going to find Clemson, and now Cam's going to go down as well. Delta and Lister, the last two alive. Lister tries to pull up. He's going to spot him out. He will keep his team in this game as Dynamic will pick up another point, but Funny Business, they still have the angle.
And even if they die here, that was good on Lister to at least wipe out Third Eye and get Delta some time to breathe, maybe loot some. He needs a helmet, man. He needs everything.
Yeah,
he's got the helmet at least. He's going to be moving forward. One smoke left to his name, but he's got a long way to go, Poro.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. We'll see if Delta can stay alive, but LG pushed into the backside of Sonics, and Sonics looked like they started going in that direction, and LG were just ready and waiting to spring the trap. And now Delta, he is just getting peppered from all angles here. It's only a matter of time before one of those vehicles explodes and takes them with him.
I like that he went for, like, you know, I always love, like, you know, we can go for the teammate, we can help, but I just such a rush position. They potentially lose both their vehicles. I mean, even if he gets Lister up, they're still very far out of circle, and now without a vehicle, it's going to be difficult to get in. That buggy might still be salvageable, though. Who knows?
Well, there you can see Sonic's down to just winning Shrimsy, although. Well, we saw
a good duo to
have. We saw what they were able to do. Is Win actually going to get the opening knock on a snake? Meanwhile, it's two snakes fighting against each other in Icy Flex and Gats. The grenade not going to land for Flex as he tries to spot him out over by the US. Not going to hit it. H-Win again, still just popping off. Gats on the move once again.
Flood
spot him. He didn't see him. He didn't see him move over to the US. Now it's just throwables back and forth. Gats will finally get him though, as he revealed himself just underneath. And now it looks like Rats and Funny Business scrapping on top of the hill here.
Yep, this is kind of the last fight to really happen before the circle goes into pretty much unplayable territory soon. This next shift, Sonics is gonna find Flood. That's two members of LG down, and they've actually pushed Relo and Kickstart off to the northeast. So Sonic still, again, as such an impact, that duo specifically today of Shrimsy and Hwin has been devastating for the other teams.
It sure have. They have been putting up some numbers. Sonic's already up to 10 kills as well, as it does not look like LG's first place position is safe by any means, even though both teams now just down to a duo. H-Win and Shrimsy have been putting on a clinic today.
Yes.
For that squad, as they now have control over the south. They've got to decide what to do. Oh, Kicky.
He was catching him trying to just get away from the fire every other shot. I feel bad for him. Nice shots from Kick, though.
Sometimes it just be that way. Well, Funny Business, 3 alive, good position for themselves. They have a pretty good idea of just about where everybody is on the map. Will they get any circle love? That is the question. I don't know even. They've got a Dacia there, so they have the ability to move. Should they decide to do so, if they're called to do so.
They have one though, and its tires
only
out.
One.
And its gas is almost gone. And it's
not great. It's like one hit away from dying as well. So I don't know if that Dacia is the play, really.
Actually, it has gas. Sorry, it's just no health. I mean, they should know about gas, right? I feel like they heard that fight earlier. They should probably know someone's down below them. It's just getting in the circle, but they're not the only ones. Oh, please,
no. That car is like three bullets away.
Stop. Oh god,
they're just sending it down in the gas. Easy seat swap.
Oh, I thought it was gonna explode. Hit the UX.
How did it not explode?
I was very nervous. Very nervous.
It's a tank. That's like an 86 Corolla, man. That just does not die. Well, we're gonna take a quick listen into Funny Business to see how they decide to play this late game out.
It's 4 and N on blue. It's 4 and N on blue. 2 of them are knocked. They're 2 up.
Can we run left? Can I run left?
Can you drive at 4 and N? Drive at 4 and N if you have tires. Drive at them. They're 2 up.
Yeah, come. I'm in. Go. Where? On green?
On these smokes.
Green, blue,
on these smokes.
Yeah, I see him. I don't see this guy. He's on the crate. He's fucking terrible. I'm swinging far left. I'm gonna try and kill crate.
One's
trying to
crate.
live.
One's on crate, so.
He's on green. He's on green.
West.
He's on green. Tegan.
West.
I'm playing for info.
Wrapping a tree.
Behind you.
I'm fire, bro. I'm fire. I'm dead.
Nice try.
Nice try. I had 3.
Sometimes, you should probably not scream out, he's terrible, before you've actually managed to wipe them. Just a general thought. But you know what? Good on for
some hype, adrenaline's flowing. You know,
dude. You do what you got to do, man. We've heard way worse. To be honest, in our listening.
We absolutely have. All things considered, I like the proactivity of taking that push. It just
I did too.
It didn't work.
That was 100% the right call, and honestly, hugely fortunate for them that they managed to find
UAZ.
A fresh UAZ. Yeah. Like, how did that happen? I don't know. But now 4N, they find themselves in a little bit of a good spot here. Maybe they can pull something out, and they get some circle love.
Might be a little rally if they can clean up the last 2 teams, get 4 kills, win the game after what they just did on that defense against Funny Business. Yeah, I mean, the world is our oyster for the next game. Qualifying is a possibility, and that's going to be a knock again onto Relo by Sneezy.
The problem here for them is that Lister and Delta are split out and just completely content to snake this. They are not making any movements, any sounds whatsoever. And I worry a little bit for 4N in that they're 3 strong, but they're basically all essentially solos here.
They need to, at the very least, start taking control and thinking about the center circle, right? And then the last shift, because if they can do that, they actually have a good chance of finding these snakes, or at the very least putting pressure on the last 2 duos, or the last 2 teams, I should say. But it is going to come down to them not getting caught either. That's going to be a nice knock onto Kick. And Lister potentially, though, is the one I'm worried about finding. Is he going to hear him?
Zico.
Yeah, is he going to hear Zico? Or are they going to hear each other?
Oh my goodness.
And
he
nice.
Take off his backpack.
Zico is going to find him. And with Lister dying, though, I want to point out Dynamic has made it now to yet another top 3 consistently.
Man, they're killing it today in terms of placement points. They are doing so well.
Even if Delta goes down, they have showed massive improvement today overall.
Absolutely. Once again, what more can you ask for? I mean, you have a rough first day, but you're just trying to make top 8, right? And they have that in line here as LG just refuses to die.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the grenades might do it. They're a little bit far, a little bit long. That one will find one. Kickstart right on the edge of the smoke. We'll take some shots over towards the trailing guy. Rello will get cleaned up. How
is he alive? in the smoke. That nade, okay.
That'll do it.
Wait,
Hey,
oh, that's
there you
it?
go. And there you go.
Four Nation
coming in with a huge win at the end of the day. One more game left. They've got 18 points to their name. They've just added to their total. They might have a shot.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they end up falling after that, but a good adjustment from these teams that really struggled yesterday. Obviously, Four Nation winning a game now. We had Dynamic winning the last game and consistently placing in the top 3. So these are things that you love to see. And even if it is, you know, a little late for qualifying, the fact of the matter remains is that these teams are adapting and learning and moving forward, you know, into the next events. That's gonna help big, especially with confidence.
And that was a hell of a hold for them against
It was.
Funny Business. I mean, they had a knock at the time Funny Business was pushing, and again they had a guy that was just kind of wide open on the crate, and Funny Business wasn't able to take him down. And you know, at the end of the day, great work from Four Nation when they were kind of backs up against the wall to kind of hold the line there against Funny Business.
Absolutely. And yeah, they were getting, as you said, shot by other teams as well. It was a rough situation, but they're going to walk away with the win, which means as we go to our final break, we have one game left, guys. So stay tuned to find out who will be joining the 8 LATAM teams in the grand finals. See you soon.
Penultimate game comes to a close, and while their opponents may insist that sometimes they're terrible, Four Nation proves that they know how to close out a game. as they walk away with the big win. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Poro and Godspeed as we get ready for the last match of the PAS regional qualifier for North America. At the end of this game, we'll know which Big 8 goes on to take on the Big 8 of Latin America. And that was quite the game. We had Dynamic in their battles, the power of friendship rescues, let them crawl to the end, the accusations of terribleness, and the 1-2 punch that's becoming my favorite celebrity duo in PUBG, and that is Shrimzy and H-Win. Like, if this was a dating show, we'd call them Schwinzy, and they would be inseparably powerful. These guys, I mean, but like, what is this secret sauce? They look better than they ever have before.
Some days you're just feeling it, man, and they are definitely feeling it here today. I mean, obviously they would prefer to be all 4 strong, but at the end of the day, Shrimzy and H-Win definitely has impressed me a lot this tournament. I mean, he's definitely farming some ADR, farming some kills, getting more active and more involved than maybe we're used to seeing. But that whole team has just been looking phenomenal.
That's a highlight.
I was making a point, and I was like, why is he flying across my screen? Yeah, what is going on?
I'm just glad the observers were there.
Dude, it was great.
And then this nade was very nice. I mean, this compound specifically had multiple teams between STK coming in and fighting Adrenaline, and we saw Friendly Fire with Adrenaline earlier, and then we even saw From the Ashes show. And I mean, Adrenaline, hats off to them for holding that as long as they did.
Yeah, they had a great game that time around. It didn't show up in terms of kills or anything, but the fact that they were able to hold that little compound against all comers really was really good kind of stuff. Step in the right direction for Adrenaline that we've been seeing.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of shoutouts in this game. Teams that needed to make a come up or at least show up doing so. 4Nation gets 18 points. Is it enough? Definitely not. Not at this stage of the game. But it is nice to see a big moment for them. Funny Business lives up to their name on that match as they jump into what you guys, literally, it looked like a car that came off of my dad's used car lot. Like, barely running. Somehow convert it into a brand new UAZ and then make the most chaotic attack I've ever seen on 4Nation and give us what will probably be a highlight that'll be used for the rest of the year in terms of comps. And then on top of that, Dynamic, when we go to the overall leaderboard, you're going to see these guys have moved into 8th place. They're tied with From the Ashes, but they fought off Third Eye Godspeed. And then the power of friendship, they went for an impossible res and somehow got away with it.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think that was a great play. I thought that they were going to just die by doing that, especially because they were being focused by the team up on the hill, which I think was Funny Business. But fortunately, that was actually the play. I was wrong. They ended up getting the res, and they were able to manage another top 3 finish because of it. So Dynamic has made some incredible adjustments today, and because of that, they find themselves tied for 8th.
Why you pick the name, right, Poro? You got to be able to make those adjustments on the fly. I do want to give a quick shout out. Latin America has wrapped up their day. So the teams that will be advancing are Creche, Synergy, Fiumba, Bilu, Troglodita, Spam, Systematicos, and Peak. And of course, we'll give you all those graphics after we know which 8 are going to be joining them from North America. But those teams that I just listed, Poro, that is Latin American pedigree start to finish. Most of the famous names, most of the best players on that list, and I think that sets a pretty tall order for the teams that do make it through here.
No, absolutely. I mean, anybody who comes through this is going to have their work cut out for them because you got some super teams that are forming over there. I mean, all the same names that we've gotten used to seeing over the years. Pippa, VHC, LFP, Creche Boys, Gizera. Once again, I mean, Gizera kind of just blew up on the scene at the end of last year, and his dominance is just continuing. He looks so good. And then you got Fiumba with Sparking and Capitan. It's just they got some heavy hitters over there in Latin America, and I cannot wait to see how these the top of the lobby really kind of swings with our top of the lobby.
I know. I as far as lobby goes, we know what the top is here. The battle is for the middle, and as a reminder for you guys, it is just a dead heat. I don't know if we have a chance to look one more time just to remind you of how chaotic this last game is going to be, and we're not, because it's time for the final game to start. And I just want to remind you, literally everyone playing for that 8th place cutoff there are at least 4 teams that are within about 8 points of each other. So look for this one to get started quickly and go the distance. It's going to be an amazing game. I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Take us home.
Thank you, guys. We are set up for what's certain to be a hell of a final game. Now, Godspeed, traditionally, our final games, the wheels tend to fall off pretty quickly.
You could say that. My eyes are glued to Yahoo. I'm genuinely curious what's going to happen. They have, I think, 29 points on the day currently, something like that. And the cutoff currently is
not looking
50.
great.
Yeah, it's, and again, you have to think like how much of that is them just getting kind of aggressively hunted in some of these early games, especially by some of the bigger teams. It's there's a very real possibility Yahoo doesn't qualify based off of this game, especially off the start.
STK looking to make sure that happens, as they are hot dropping right on top of them. I don't know what they have against each other, but STK continuing their trend of kind of targeting Yahoo to make sure that they don't have to deal with them in the grand finals. Looks like Yahoo will drop for vehicles and just kind of pull away from this for the time being. Looks like they should be okay. But yeah, STK clearly, I don't think there's any question at this point, wanting to make sure that Yahoo doesn't make it to that next level.
Well, with that though, look at the circle. Circle's actually really good for both SDK and Yahoo. If they can just kind of peel off of this and go away from shelter and even, excuse me, loot towards mansion, that'd be beneficial.
And we'll see how they decide to play it. As Poonage kind of got caught off to the north, so he will just go ahead and get that buggy, try to look for something else to play. The rest of the squad looks like they're just going to head off to the south over towards prison, maybe logging camp. Should be fine. But still, I mean, that's still just like, it's annoying more than anything.
Oh, for sure. I totally understand. Sorry, excuse me. I'm good now.
Yeah,
Yahoo, they obviously have some fantastic options. As you said, they can go to the top of prison. They can go mansion. I mean, Lip is wide open. They can even camp that road rotation if they really want to, but ultimately, at the very least, Poro, for the start of this game, they actually have their own fate in their hands.
Yeah, and I mean, it's annoying because well, it's true, but it's still annoying because you kind of, you would like to be able to just focus on the task at hand, and now you know that you've got that third party that is actively hunting you down, so you have to take that into consideration. Now, it seems like they did a good job of avoiding it for the time being, and now they'll just get to regroup. But even still, they have so much work to do if they hope to catch that top 8 spot, considering especially the fact that the teams that are above them, Dynamic, from the Ashes, Rats,
yeah.
Tokyo Manji Gang, they've had a good days today.
Even 4Nation, who is now above them by 3 points, right? They just won the last game, making some adjustments. They got in 2 early fights with Sonics in the first couple games of the day, but I mean, look at them rally off that to win a game, especially off the position they were in last game. As we said, hiding behind a crate, being shot by everyone else in the circle. LG on the north held the push from a team like Funny Business, and find themselves again ahead on the leaderboard. So ultimately, Yahoo, again, great positioning here. They have the pick of basically what they want to play. It's just, are they going to get the shift? And if they don't, are they going to be able to respond correctly and not get ran over by STK or one of the teams that is playing very aggressively towards them? Just a question.
So far so good as far as position goes. Now you got to wonder about their loot situation, as they have just not really had a whole lot of time or space to really collect anything here. And you can see a lot of vectors, a couple of shotguns running in. It's not looking great.
Do they even have a vehicle, Poro? Do you know?
They do have a couple of vehicles. They were able to get away from the SDK boys. So
what's this?
Let's
be getting a little aggressive. He actually turned towards the member of SDK. I think he wanted to take some shots, but Penta is something you want to trifle with.
Oh yeah, I mean this is STK with nothing to lose right now. They're having fun. We talk about the fact that they fell off a little bit of points wise today, but I mean when you consider what their ultimate goal, it seems, was going into today, just to kind of hold on to their spot and then kind of go after Yoho, I guess, is what it's looked like anyway. You know, they weren't trying to get points.
No.
So
I
you
mean,
know,
they
here.
qualified day one, right? They clearly passed what even you and I thought was the line on the first day, averaging like 15 points per game. So yeah, I think they're comfortable here. Whether they're trying something or you know, just doing whatever, they're absolutely safe, as you said. And that's what makes SDK dangerous, when they really are playing with nothing to lose, because they don't have anything to lose here. I mean, that's when we've seen some incredible highlights come out of this team.
And we'll see if there's any other teams playing with nothing to lose. I may have just gotten a message saying that Sonics might be trying the new meta. The new meta being the Bison meta this game. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see how that works out. Meanwhile, Elevate, they're going to find a home just south of Shelter here. So SDK off to the north. I don't think Elevate is at all aware of what's going on here, and will they creep too far? Oh no.
Oh, hi.
Oh, he's just like a turtle, just on his back. Can't really do anything.
To be fair, I hate buggies.
Well, who doesn't? Oh,
some people like them.
Well, they're aware now.
Imagine now. Ooh, that nade actually, I'm surprised they didn't knock him. SDK, just look at this port. There's so much red everywhere on this map.
This is, I mean, look, Elevate, they're comfy. They should be feeling pretty good about their spot here. And meanwhile, actually, it looks like Orion going to run into LG as well. So a couple of fights going on here early.
Oh,
he's going to crash right through. He's going to miss the run over, but he's going to get the seat swap. Penta being put in his place. And now Curdy's the last one up with a 6x
and that's
it. And that is it for STK. Job done for Elevate.
Oh, that's a DBS waiting upstairs for you.
It certainly is.
Just leave, you know? Just, oh. Please. Oh.
Yeah. Well.
Finish him off with the revolver, because he doesn't have that much ammo. God. Oh, Shin Boy got one too.
Oh, Babbler.
Okay.
Let's go.
Little Babbles got a little knock on a Keenan, but yeah, they're gonna lose those two members. And look at this, ADR and friendly fire again.
When we said the wheels fall off in these final games, typically this is kind of what we're talking about. Is Raven tries to do a little Batman, but he's not going to lose that or win that fight against Maji, and that is ADR done and dusted. So ADR and Orion, their tournament lives are now over.
You know, there were definitely some rough moments for both of those teams, but I also think they did have some positive ones as well. So ultimately, it's just go back, look at the drawing, go back to the drawing board, look at what you did right, what you did wrong. In my opinion, I think Adrenaline just needs to kind of fix their rotation timings, and it's very clear that they can hold a compound or a single building, right? So as long as they can kind of work on those issues, they'll be back stronger, and I'm sure they will.
It is good to see that I was not lied to and that the Bisons are on full display for Sonics right now. Mime also got that
micro
thing on him with some micro ooze. You love to see the Aussie getting pulled out. The 4X Bison. Let's go.
I think it's actually
this is what I like to see. It is.
Would you rock a 4X Bison?
You know I would rock a 4X Bison. I want to see him taking some cross map.
I actually want to see them get in a fight. Yeah, I would love to see them just get in a nice little firefight with these bad boys. Nice little
What's your recoil control like? Shrimsy out there eating a hot pocket or something. I don't know. Just vibing with his Bison.
Maybe he is eating. Just chilling, just looking around.
A little PB&J, a little Uncrustable.
Dude, Uncrustables are so good.
You know, I got put onto Uncrustables in the air fryer. Apparently that is that's the fuego. That's the hot.
Dude, we bought an. I remember we bought an air fryer for our team house room. I think it was legit, dude. It was so good for MPL. Shout out to that air fryer. I don't know what happened to it. I think we threw it away.
Well, that's tragic. Well, always remember the MPL air fryer as dynamic, getting a little close to friendly fire, and at least one round will land onto Delta and let them know to take a wide berth of this compound. As Dynamic still a lot to play for here. We see them tied currently with From the Ashes at 52 points. Dynamic holding the edge currently in terms of tiebreaker, which is why they are sitting in that 8th place spot.
Also notice that Rats is seeming to play a little safer here, Poro. Obviously, the circle is very water heavy, and that doesn't help as far as playable area at all. There's still quite a bit on that East Coast. But I still think Rats is playing a little safe here, but they have good rotation options available, at least going forward down this road. They can either kind of barrel into lip or take control of that hill and just try to get some information. So, still very possible for Rats to make this happen and qualify.
Yeah, I mean, Rats and Tokyo Magic Gang. I don't think either one is really in a position to where they need to just send it and try to take fights because they need as many points as they can. I think they can just kind of slow play this, try to play for late game, and get their points that way. And it looks like that's what both teams are doing. Tokyo Magic Gang have that hard compound, their hold on mansion currently. And then, as you said, Rats just kind of slowly playing up from Lipovka. Meanwhile, Bison squad holding strong as they're taking a few shots from Mansion, and Yoho 2 kills, and they're no vehicle. I guess they ditched their vehicle.
I swear I saw them running to that compound, which is why I asked. I thought maybe they got one, but I guess not, or they've. You're right. They might have.
They left
just ditched them. Sure.
Because they had to have him to get away from SDK off the initial hot drop. So
correct. Yeah, you're right.
I think they just decided to leave him at the compound, play this one out on foot.
This is dangerous foot push though, especially if Show is to look out the window and see them approaching, which it doesn't look like he's going to now.
No,
he's still looking at Sonics.
Yeah, they're shooting down at Sonics, full tunnel vision from the Ashes right now, and Show, he's not looking in the direction he needs to be
at all. Yeah, they're just taking shots, trying to seem as loud as possible, which I mean they do have all 4 members here, but
look at Keenan with a molly,
and that's going to be the indicator they're getting pushed.
It missed, hits the wall, falls outside. But yeah, now you're correct. From the Ashes knows exactly where these guys are coming from, and Balefrost immediately gets dropped by Pat Caps. They're gonna have to pause that push, but here's the other duo making the push with the shotties. Pat will find one, will go down to the second, and now Lightshow gonna try to provide some support to his teammate. Shinboy will flush that out as Pat Caps model will just wiggle and wiggle and wiggle.
wiggle.
Now Waldo.
Waldo has to be very careful here. The angles obviously are not the greatest, and this is such a bad push for Waldo to do, especially solo. Completely understand why he's hesitant to make that happen. Good reposition though here from Shinboy and Punij. And Lister's gonna find Punij from distance.
I thought that grenade was gonna get him, but Punij going down as Yoho look at this from
range.
Way downtown. And Punij actually not even going to get rest here. He's bleeding out. I think he was second bleed. So yeah, he goes down too quickly. And now the push comes through. Balefrost will find Show. And now they are going to just turn their attention back over towards Waldini. As well, he holds the top side. Icy Flex just looking for some angle to provide some support, some assistance for his team, but just not finding it yet.
And this is such an integral battle for both teams. This is the battle for essentially 8th, and Waldo's gonna find one, traded out Shinboy. Icy Flex though, gonna find Shinboy as well. It's down to a 1v1.
1v1, and Bale gets Icy very, very low. Is going to try to go for the push here to see if he can
make
it resin. Look at Rats!
I love this.
Hello, Senpai with the grenade. Oh, it falls just short, but the rest of the team, they smell points.
So smart from Rats.
They need the points as well. Look at them in 10th place. They could absolutely come up huge on this if they can find these kills. Shinboy just
Icy Flex
through the smoke, and now Icy Flex stepping up in a big way. Shinboy, the last remaining player up for Yoho. 3 kills, 5 kills for the squad. Shinboy just gonna stay alive in the smoke as Rats continue to push in.
And LG,
look, wouldn't you know it, LG decided to join the party.
Oh, and this has got to be so gut-wrenching for both Shinboy and Icy Flex. Both teams desperately need it. And look at this. Rats realizes there's another team on the other side, but Icy Flex is not going down. That nade though, Flood, can he land it? The molly, that's it. And just like that, what an effort. They are at the cusp.
And that
54
is absolutely
points.
Huge, because from the Ashes, like you just said, on the cut line, 54 points. They get crashed from 4 different ways in that high-low. And now Shinboy just trying to collect something, anything
no bullets
for
left.
Yaho here with the Vector Shoddy combo. LG still wants it. Rat's not leaving just yet, though. They see from the Ashes is out. They realize the situation. They know that they need these points.
And I like that. They initially backed off just to make sure they didn't overcommit and get knocked multiple times by LG as they play the bottom half of this compound, and they're just waiting for something to happen, but I don't know if they realize it's just one member of Yaho. It's really just a team trying to clear out this building, and they're about to share it with a full squad of LG unless Shinboy can make something miraculous happen. Oh my goodness, so much utility, and that is it. Yaho is dusted, and their hopes of qualifying for the grand finals are out.
Rough regional qualifier for Yaho as they go down in 12th place. We take a look back now at Tokyo Manji Gang, another team fighting for that cut line spot. They've managed to, they've let Tilt Town in on the north side of their compound. Elevate also holding a compound just on the outside of Mansion. So Tokyo Manji Gang not in a very safe spot here by any means, but just controlling the line for the time being.
Yeah, as long as they can just, as you said, hold this and potentially even take position in that top garage after a nice little consolidation, maybe a few knocks. I mean, they're still in a very strong position on the circle, so they just have to not get ahead of themselves, not get too aggressive, and as you said, just hold. Poro.
This is that nerve-wracking time if you're one of these teams.
It sucks.
I think, you know, I'm going to just speak out of hand in this. I think this is the reason why you bring a guy like Finna onto your squad, somebody that has that veteran presence, that's been in this situation so many times before, to just have that leadership element in there is absolutely huge for Tokyo Manji Gang. We'll see how it plays out for them as Dynamics still 4 strong. They have the north side. They're doing what they normally have done and just avoided all early game confrontations. However, this time around, they've got 4 Nation making the long northern wrap on them, so they might have to get involved a little earlier than they would like to.
And Funny Business tried to rotate here in between Sonics as well as that Mansion, and they lost T-Sock for it to get that knock with the Bison and finish him off with the Mark 12. But yeah, Dynamic now realizing that that's not the play, and with a team with so much to lose because they absolutely are on the cusp of qualifying. They just need 1 point. They probably don't know that yet, but that's gonna be a nice knock. I really don't want Dynamic to give away too much here, Poro.
Yeah, look, Cam had to go out and scout with the Dacia, did what he could do.
Sure.
He managed to get back in before getting knocked, so he'll get rezzed fairly easily. Fortunately, or rather unfortunately for them, it looks like Funny Business has taken the spot that maybe Dynamic was looking to push towards.
Same time.
But you know, they're still inside circle. They still got plenty of room to play. As there's only 40 alive here, 17 minutes in.
Looks like Third Eye Poro was taking the same exact rotation, but Sonics was actually getting in their vehicles. They weren't ready for it either, and just like that, Third Eye slips ahead of them in this rotation. But where are they going to go? None of this is open.
Oh, the Bison tank, the drive-by machine. Sonics will just pull forward. They'll avoid everything for now. It looks like they're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through, and it's doing work. H-Win gets 2 more for himself.
Who said the Bison wasn't good? You know what? Who said Hwin wasn't good? That's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone said that. Everyone knows Hwin's good. But Hwin, I will say, I agree with you. Hwin's had a hell of a weekend.
Oh, he's looked so good. 4 Nation not giving up on this just yet. They didn't. They led with the Molotovs. He's got grenades. And there's another one. Another flush comes through. And they are just getting bisoned. Oh, the grenade will be the one that finishes them off. And H-Win should get rezzed here as Sonics now have collected 5 kills for themselves in the Bison meta game.
And 4 Nation also finds himself out of the running, but a nice little rally at the end just wasn't enough. And just weren't ready for the Bisons, honestly. I think that's what it comes down to. Who is?
I mean, who would have been ready for that, honestly? But you know what? Credit to 4 Nation. They managed to get a win out of this lobby, and that is a very, very difficult thing to do. The circle does pop, cuts off to the north, so Dynamic in a great position now Tokyo Manji Gang, they're in some trouble. They've got a lot of teams down there by Mansion that they're going to have to make their way through.
Yep.
And
they're not even that. The other thing about them is not even the one closest to the circle. They have to deal with Tilt Town. They have to deal with Third Eye as well as Elevate. Elevate at least are trying to take a southern approach here and rotate safe away. And this actually might work for Elevate. This might be the play. Instead of bunching up on the southeast side of the circle, I think this is much better as we see LG as well as Rats, as you were talking about. Rats needs to get out too, Poro. They're going to find a knock on Relo.
I mean, Rats absolutely has to win this fight. They need these kill points. They need to be able to get everybody up and moving into this next circle. They're going to trade, though, as Flood coming in from the high side will spot out Retaliative. Kickstart will be the one that gets the last shots into him. The knock and the flush coming through. Relo slowly, actually quickly bleeding out. Looks like they'll stop him, or they'll be able to stick the res onto him for the time being. But Rats down to 3, actually down to 2 up right now as Hella Senpai is bleeding out.
Something just dawned on me as well. What happens if Sonics have to get in like long range battles and all they have is the Bison? I know. I think I saw Mark 12 on TIG or someone, but
that's not sticking to the Bison meta. Sonic. We believe in trust here at the Oakwood. As Adam, actually, they're going to find Ethan getting knocked by Finna here. So Elevate down to 1. It's just going to be Hikerman. He goes down. Old List will be the one to spot him out. Third Eye. I mean, they're in 7th, but they should be safe, I would think, here. Even if they do end up going out in this fight. But Tokyo Manji Gang, they're in a lot of trouble.
I'd be shocked if Third Eye didn't make it, but wait, what just happened to...
2 of Sonics died, 2 a push, and Funny Business is out now as well. I think the last one up.
What happened to Funny Business? I mean, Funny Business is safe, I guess. They're having a good time.
They're good. Yeah. They're fine.
Oh, but Tokyo Manji was not.
And it had to be Tilt Town.
Tilt Town. You know what? If they're not going, they're taking you with them, as we now see a rotation coming in from Rats, a desperate rotation. 2 of them are going to make it. It's just Grant and Spoon left.
Oh man, they got 20 HP between the 2 of them as well, and they're pushing into a full strength friendly fire and managed to avoid the utility for now. Gonna get healed up at least a little bit, maybe try, as friendly fire just gonna keep sending it down, and now Tilt Town will get taken out by a combination of Olis and Adam. Ooh. What a hold there from Third Eye. And yep, there you go, Rats. 1 will go down. I believe it's just down to Spoon.
What heroics? Is he that guy?
Is he that man?
He has no meds. Or sorry, he does. He has a first aid as well as some bandages, but I don't think he wants them to know that he's right underneath. Healing will definitely give away the sound cue. And so yeah, it's tournament life here on the line. They only need 8 points, but that's also with Dynamic going out immediately. It's still 4 up. It's looking very dire for the Rats.
It's looking real tough.
I want to have faith, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the placement points now. Dynamic going to get 1. There you go. Roth cleans it up, and that's it for Rats.
Which means
good tournament for them. But that means that Dynamic, they've been playing it so safe all day long today, making it to late game, not relying on kills so much as relying on placement points, which is always a tough sell.
Yes.
Really difficult to do. It's a hard way to make it into the late game, or make it to the top of the leaderboard, but they've been able to make it work here today. Good stuff from Dynamic.
And although I'm sure the stress levels are very high as Lister takes that bolt to the face, they don't realize they're safe, but we do, so they're chilling. They're having a good time right now as far as we're concerned. But yes, the adjustments that this team has made over the course of just 24 hours and going back and finding the consistency to place in the top 3 multiple times it's just really impressive. And I do hope they make a splash now that they are qualified for the grand finals and they're able to kind of take it and build upon this success.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that they've found somewhat of a win condition for themselves.
Sure.
I mean, just playing to late game, avoiding early game confrontations. They've managed to figure out how to do it in this lobby. We'll see how quickly it takes them, or how quickly they can figure out the grand finals lobby and figure out how to survive late in that, as Flood will spot out Camberghini. Don't have the seat swap on a Flood. Oh, he turns it, does it to him. Barrel for Delta, doing work on the Flood, and yep, the rest of Dynamic should come and provide some support.
Flood was...
I'd be able to get that res onto Cam as well.
Yeah. Oh, Kickstart's going to find Delta, though. Beautiful shots. SLR is going to find its mark. At least they get another point, which, again, I'm sure they think every point matters here, but they are indeed safe. I'm very curious what their comms are. I'm very curious how stressed everyone is.
Got the res. That's
Take
all that matters. Oh, man. They are getting absolutely busted right now. Peppered is definitely the correct word. Is Friendly Fire going to leave their compound, start creeping out here a little bit. All teams, all players safe at this point in the knowledge that they will be going on to the grand finals.
Winning this still matters, though. Could be a statement, especially for Friendly Fire, right? So.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, it could be a statement for Friendly Fire. I mean, this has been their issue, right? Like, they have been going out there being hyper aggressive, taking every fight, trying to get their way to the grand finals just based off of kill points alone. And finally, it seems they've managed to find themselves some placement points, to find themselves a late game. Let's see what they can do now that they are in a 4v3 against LG for the final win of the regionals.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to see from Friendly Fire. As you said, to the points you were making, like, can they close a game out, right? We know they have incredible aggression and generally good team fighting ability, but that's also been their bane at points, especially in this event, right? And that's something that we've seen before with Roth and Sharp together in a team. But, you know, adding Korsak and Maji, these guys should be able to close out games. So we'll see. It is, you know, against a 12 kill LG, but Friendly Fire have 8 kills to their name as well. And again, coming into this with 20 apiece for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, LG and Sonics have just been on a different plane altogether these last 2 days. Yep. You could even throw STK in there, although they kind of just threw it recline the seat a little bit here today. But even still, I mean, they looked extremely strong. You know, now the question is, okay, we talked about it coming into today. Who's going to be that next team that comes up there to challenge the big three? Is it going to be Friendly Fire? This is a time to make a statement if you're this team, that you are one of the teams that could make a argument for yourself to be included in the top 4.
Yeah, especially fighting a team that is already considered one of the best teams in a situation where they don't have circle, right?
Absolutely.
So this would be really big for Friendly Fire to come out on top, maybe get a knock and close out this game to show that, yeah, you know what, we can absolutely close out games, especially against the strongest or some of the strongest teams. But right now, this is a slow burn. You know, the circle is basically going to make the decision for them as soon as it closes. And then after phase 8, we'll see where that center goes.
Absolutely. Good view there on the bottom. You can kind of see what Friendly Fire is doing. They tried to wrap around the long side, nothing revealing itself. So instead, they'll regroup on the western edge of this circle and start seeing if they can creep up on Rello. Rello being that anchor inside the shack. Looking at his little Dorito, he doesn't really have vision on this.
None of them do. None of them are looking at this rotation from Friendly Fire.
Yeah, and Roth and Sharpshot definitely taking advantage of that. So now the smokes are going to come out. That's basically just going to highlight their strat, their plan here. And now we'll see how quickly LG responds. Kickstart immediately starting to head back over there. Rello going to leave the shack, start playing the edge of the smoke. Sharpshot's looking. They're going to try to bait him out with the US, see if they can get him. Rello will get knocked low, but doesn't get knocked all the way here as Snaker's now holding the other side.
Nice reposition.
Really good reposition from Friendly Fire here.
Took the words right out of your mouth. I feel like we both just eyes wide. That
beautiful
was
stuff.
Beautiful reposition. Now LG is the team that is actually fighting for center now. Really well done.
It initially looked like they were using the UAS as a way to bait Relo to kind of over peek outside the side of the smoke there.
Kick.
But they eventually come to, but Kickstart is still on fire. That man is a menace. As Roth, he's going to have to leave his hardcover tree because of the Molotov. Doesn't matter. Relo will follow it up with a well-placed grenade. And now Maji and Korsak, they've got the smoke wall laid down. What can they do against the 3-man squad of LG?
That's so smart, too. Look at the way LG realized there was now a threat, a duo potentially behind them because of that vehicle reposition. They smoke, and then they completely focus the other duo.
Focus.
It was so smart. And because of that, now they know that their southwest side is weak.
I mean, that is just the S-tier shot calling that we've come to expect from Rello, from LG, as he will take a knock, go down to Maji.
2v2.
Snaker's gonna find Maji, gets the trade down to just Corsac. He can't go for the res, so instead he's just gonna have to play around the smokes, but LG knows exactly where he is. Shots coming through from Kickstart already. Corsac just gonna spray around the edges of that smoke to see if maybe he can get lucky. Well, Kickstart gonna use that shack to get the res onto Rello, get everybody back up. Doesn't matter, Snaker's gonna come through, and that's gonna be another win for Luminosity Gaming, this time with 16 kills.
I mean, a completely unnecessary amount of points, but a statement nonetheless. LG came in and just absolutely showed that this, that this first event is going to be very difficult to compete against them. I mean, what a display of skill, especially in that fight where we thought Friendly Fire did such a good job of repositioning and potentially putting, the vice a little bit on LG, but not even. Just beautiful stuff.
I love that they ended this with a win. And I they get a lot of chaff from chat. They call them rats, but I want to go over very quickly what they did in this event because it was impressive. They got a win for 17 kills. They got another win for 12, a third win for 12. That win had 16, and the game where they got second still had 18 kills. Luminosity.
Rats.
I mean, it feels
So
like this is their year, man. These guys look really, really good, Poro.
I mean, they are extremely sharp. I mean, you talk about the big three, right? The other two teams, Sonics, obviously a fantastic showing from them as well. But they got their new coach in Gunner, right? You look at STK, they replaced Luke 12. They got Vegas now. They got a new coach in Wooly. LG, the only team that made no changes other than the name on the front of their shirt. And they came in and just put on a clean. I think that these guys, I mean, they've been playing with a chip on their shoulder for the longest time. They think that they are the best team in North America, bar none. Sonic's nothing. Like that is what they believe. And the fact that they now have the global partner team, you have Sonics taking that spot, rightfully so. But then you've got LG that's like, what about us? We did so well last year in 2022. We came in 4th at PGC. Why? Don't forget about us. We're coming in here with a chip. We've got something to prove.
And that was the chip. You're right. And as we're going to go into the highlights at PGC, that was the verbiage. That's what we got from those players. We deserve to be number 1. We got 4th. If we had won this, we might have been the PUBG partner. We're going to prove to everyone that you made the wrong choice.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think with their performance today and yesterday, it also we do need to kind of take into account the lobby though as well, right? LG played incredible, Sonics played incredible. STK obviously had a disgusting day 1, but I think when we move into the grand finals, some of the things that these teams were able to do might be tested a little more. Now, that's not to say that LG still isn't going to dominate in grand finals or Sonics or STK, but with the introduction of the LATAM teams and very strong teams, mind you, I think it's going to be a little more difficult for them to just kind of run the lobbies like this.
There's the match leaderboard. Give some laurels to Luminosity for getting a 16 kill win, but we know that's really not what anybody cares about after the last match of the day. Shout out to Friendly Fire, shout out to Third Eye and to Dynamic, but let's see which teams will officially be advancing as we get to that overall leaderboard. It is exciting to see Luminosity taking home the official win. Congratulations to them with 178 points. Sonics and Shoot to Kill round out the 3 kings, but Friendly Fire close on their heels. Third Eye, Elevate, and then Funny Business and Dynamic will make the final 2 advances to be the top 8 from North America. Both of those teams, fascinating tales. Godspeed. Dynamic started the day, I think it was in 14th place with 13 points, and here they stand at 8th with 60. What a come up. And Funny Business they wouldn't have qualified if gas cans hadn't changed regions. They barely got out of opens, and here they are advancing to the grand final. That's pretty exciting.
So for Funny Business, I think they've been just consistent the whole time through, right? First day, they had really good fights, especially on Erangel. They even continued to kind of salvage a lot of those games where they lost people early on Miramar. And then today, I mean, they just continued that trend, and they were even able to take the fight to Friendly Fire on Miramar when they were, let's say, at a disadvantage coming up off that rotation. And Dynamic, I am glowing. I'm elated about that team. Someone a team that I essentially was counting out just based off of the results of how they played on day one, even though they do have experienced players like Lister as well as Camberghini. But man, what an absolute turnaround, what an adjustment. And I'm really excited to see what they can do and hope that they can continue this moving into the grand finals lobby.
Speaking of the grand finals lobby, let's take a look at it right now, Poro. It's the Big 8 from both regions. It's looking like it's going to be one heck of a week.
I love that.
It's going to be a banger,
Bilu icon, sorry.
You like the surfing alien, man?
It's so
I'm a big
good.
fan of it, honestly.
Sorry,
I'm a big
continue.
fan. But look, hey, man, everybody in this lobby, I could be mistaken. All right, I'm gonna have to do a little historical research on this one, but I think LG just got 114 points in one day. I think they just averaged 19 points a game. I think that might be the highest points total in one day ever in North America. I have to do my research on that one. Not sure. Regardless, 114 points in one day, man. That thing is running on all cylinders. It is just disgusting what LG is putting together.
That's something. As much as we're going to give shout outs to the bottoms who made that cut sort of at the last second, Luminosity did sort of, if not historical, record breaking to say the least. But here's the prizing as it stands right now. From the Ashes, Rats, Tokyo, Manji, Yahoo, Four Nation, Orion, all these guys are taking home Tilt Town Adrenaline $500 a piece to say thank you. And honestly, they deserve it. Those teams, whether or not they got through, I feel like they really left it all on the field, Godspeed. They left nothing behind. They came out and they played their hearts out.
Like, and a lot of those teams didn't qualify, tried new things. We saw some adaptations live, but it didn't work out, right? And ultimately, that's okay, because for a lot of those teams, there's some players that came through opens, never really played in a lobby of this caliber before, and I think it's a learning experience for all those teams. So just back to the drawing board, look at what you did right. For instance, like a team like Four Nation getting in 2 big fights with the Sonics, they can learn a lot from getting wipes. They can learn what they did wrong and what they did right. So learning experience for sure for all the guys and girls that didn't qualify.
Learning experience. And speaking of a team that learned on the fly, made adjustments when they needed to, and doesn't have a ton of experience playing against this caliber, this level of lobby, but still did it. It was Dynamic. Now, we managed to get Mustache Dave a chance to sit down and talk with Delta from Dynamic after they qualified. Let's check it out.
Starting the day 14th with 13 total points, ending with 60 points, 8th place. What a comeback. Delta from Dynamic, man. First of all, congratulations to you and the team. Just making it.
Thank you.
I got to know, tell me what the game plan was, though, coming into game number 6 that we just played.
Yeah, so going into that game, the plan was purely just to live. We didn't care about kills or anything. Like, if we had the chance to take points, we would, but our goal was to live as long as possible till we knew the guys that were right with us were dead, and it paid off.
So kind of unpacking that a little bit, when you did notice FTA and the kill feed, they got taken out. Did that change up the plan a little bit now that you have a little more room to kind of breathe?
Yeah, so they were the closest to us. We knew they were ahead of us before they died because they got a couple kills on a compound crash up and down at killing Yahoo. And Lister actually shot one of Yahoo and flushed him, and we were not happy about that, even though it was a point in our favor. But once they were wiped, our plan, we just changed on the fly. We were like, we're just going to condense now. We got a good shift north, and we're just going to 4-man up and just hold as long as we can. Hopefully get crashed or have some points kind of thrown our way at that point.
Heck yeah. And I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but just off the top of your head, you guys just barely made it right to that next lobby. So off the top of your head, what is something that you plan to kind of correct here over the next 2 weeks before we get into that next lobby?
Yeah, so the main thing against the SA teams and the rest of the top 8 for NA, we kind of looked at this lobby as the harder lobby than the finals. Just how we look at things. But so we're going to be planning on playing a lot more aggressive. We think that the teams in SA, although they're good, there's not so much top heaviness there. So we're going to have a lot better of a chance in a 4v4 with those teams than some of the top guys in NA.
Heck yeah. I love that you're already thinking ahead here. And real quick, Delta, any kind of final shout outs you want to give to the fans out there?
I'm super happy I can come back and play the game again and qualify. This is kind of like a return from PCS 3, but shout out to the guys that I've always played with, like Angelo Monhardy and Nate, and then the rest of the team for Dynamic that picked me up for this quals and put us to where we are. And huge shout out to Clemson. He played insane through the second and third round. Third round of finals or of opens, and then this regional finals round.
All right. Well, thank you, Delta from Dynamic. GG's. That 8th place spot is yours. We'll see you in a couple weeks here. Let's bring back the boys on the desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Delta. Thanks, Dave, for getting caught up with them. It's got to be a good feeling. You heard them. Like, this is something that a lot of these players have been striving for a very long time. And especially with a new roster that you put together just for open qualifiers. Godspeed, I know you've been through roster building throughout your career. You've been in these positions before. From that player perspective, how meaningful is it to sort of have a new team and be able to see it like click in over the course of opens to now?
It's a massive weight off your shoulders. Obviously, I understand the stress coming from a team. Rumblers was actually just kind of an amalgamation team initially that we put together for the MPL Phase 1 kickoff that we didn't qualify for, right? So we had to make some roster adjustments. We switched out like 3 players in that slot in the course of like 2 months between like Caden and what was it, Chuba, and then we got Moody, and then after Moody we got Waldo. So I will say, qualifying barely in 6th place for MPL, and then eventually leading MPL for a couple weeks was it was just a big weight off our shoulders. And I hope that they can actually use that in a similar way, kind of use that as a jumping board to do better in the grand finals lobby and to continue their success. So that's
maybe they could repeat your success, be an upcoming team, and find some crazy dude with a mustache to sponsor them.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right, dude.
I forgot about that part of the history, and I'm like, listen,
my bad.
Wikipedia, Godspeed. So you can breeze over it all you want, but
no, Dave
it was Team Mustache Dave.
It was Team Mustache Dave. That's right.
Hoodies was clean.
Dude, I have that. I still have that hoodie in my closet. I will bust it out next cast, I promise. But yeah, Dave was huge, man. He gave us some support, and we were able to qualify. So very similar situation actually to Dynamic. So I hope the best for them. Honestly,
I absolutely do. Maybe Rachel will sponsor this team when the time comes. All right, let's talk about our little competition. That is the Fantasy League. It's going to wrap up for this weekend. Let's see what the global leaderboard looks like for everyone at home who's playing along. Jonesy comes out with the big win, but it's tied all the way down to 6th place. But remember, if you're a member of a premium user over at Twire, you get extra points. That's pretty cool. For those Twire points. And now the important picks, perhaps the most important leaderboard of the day.
Pretty sure Matt won.
I don't want to see this
first.
I think it's Matt.
I don't care.
Oh, you beat me by 2 points?
Wait, no shot.
How an Oldless? I really thought Oldless was going to be the deciding factor to put me over to 2nd. I knew Matt was going to win. I didn't think there was a chance I was winning. But.
All right, so this may not be updated correctly because you definitely did jump ahead of me. You have 479. I have 477.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Okay, listen, even production wants Chloro to win.
There's no way. Get out of here, dude.
All right, take a look at the back of the best of the rest. I managed to get up to 4th. Whatever. Dave. First weekend back, last place. How's it feel?
Well, first of all, this definitely isn't updated because I'm sitting around like 500. Because remember, I have Kickstart as my captain.
True.
And Kickstart, top player in the lobby.
And everybody else, my dude.
Literally everybody. Oh, man.
Everybody loves Kickstart.
Not updated.
You know what? He lived up to the hype. Tiggleton did. I think we can all say Shrimsy and Win are going to have insane price tags when it comes to 2 weekends from now. And that is, we're coming back. You have a chance to build a new Twire team. In fact, let's look at the schedule for when we will be back, as well as sort of what's going on in PUBG. Now, regional qualifier, that was this last weekend. We're going to be off for the week. We're going to let the teams have a chance to do some scrimming, put together their lobbies, get a little bit of practice, and then we're back on the 24th for a 3-day grand final to crown the champions of the Americas region. So make sure you're here for that, because based on that team list I saw, Dave, it's going to be quite the day, quite the weekend.
Yeah, listen, my first pick, I was definitely the man of the people, but I'm going to have to make sure that I pick accordingly to make sure to come in first place this time around. So you guys watch out. Watch out.
I'm watching out.
Yeah, we're watching. Cameron tried the man of the people thing last time. Didn't work out either. So.
Tommy's going to try to argue that Bison kills should be worth like 20.
Oh, yeah, because Tingleton was my guy. I put Captain Band, and then I lost. All right, that's it for us. The knuckleheads on the screen. The game is done, but I can't leave without final thoughts. Give me your thoughts, Poro, as you look forward to the grand finals.
It looks like our big three. Usually we come into the beginning of the year with a little bit of rust on. There's no rust to be found whatsoever on any of those boys. So I'm really interested to see how they do. I'm also interested to see how Dynamic does. And I cannot wait to see the big ones from LATAM. It looks like they have been putting in that work. So I'm excited to see how they hang.
Nice. Godspeed, final thoughts?
I actually echo Poro 100%. I really can't wait to see how the top teams of LATAM are just going to come in and mix things up as they always do, right? And our teams are just looking so good. I mean, this is shaping up to be probably one of the best starting year grand finals that I think we've ever had. So I can't wait.
Love it. Mustache Dave, final thoughts?
I just got words. Game 7 coming in hot. Luminosity versus Sonic. Bisons only. TDM Toffees. So I hope you boys are ready.
Let's get ready for the grudge match. I'm going to use my final thoughts to throw out a community question. I just want to get you guys to give me a name here if you can think of someone. Zico asked us on Twitter, which young talent within North America has the most potential to be the next best player or the future young gun? Who are you keeping an eye on as we train our way to the grand finals?
Gats.
Poro? Who said Gats?
Gats.
Gats.
That was me.
Godspeed?
It's Gats. I can't really even think of another player that I would put ahead of Gats right now as far as young guns. So,
Mustache Dave, dare I ask?
Yeah, young guns for me. Kickstart for sure.
Yeah,
the up and coming champion Kickstart.
I'll throw an extra one in there. Posa.
Actually, Maji too.
Hey, you know what? Come back in 2 weeks and find out. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to the teams who took the field. Thank you to our production team, our superstars, the observers who never missed a moment. They were amazing. And of course, thank you to all of you at home. Without you, what's the point? Thank you so much for being here. And until we see you in 2 weeks, play more PUBG.
That's a lot of damage.
Schwa gonna go down, and he will get his point, so he can't.
Oh, he knows.
How he knows? Oh, there it is. One shot, two shots,
beautiful,
2 knocks. Now by mime, and this is all academic at this point. As Tig pulls up, we'll find one.
Sonic's in play.
Is gonna lose their mind.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of lose, fire. Oh, the car. How does the car not knock Maji?
It's still going.
Oh, you guys are just, it's too much driving. Oh, goodness.
We'll take some shots over towards the trailing guy. Rello will get cleaned up. Bell going for the drive.